Tonight you are about to step into a forgotten world long before civilization where every night could be your last. You stand beneath a prehistoric sky 10,000 years before the present while cold air drifts across a river valley. Somewhere beyond the trees an animal moves through wet grass unseen, but close enough to make dogs lift their heads. Smoke rises slowly from low shelters carrying the smell of damp wood, roasted roots, animal fat and yesterday's fire. What does an ordinary day look like here before cities writing? King's taxes, paved roads or alarm clocks? More importantly, what would your life actually feel like if this landscape were home rather than wilderness? Before we step deeper into the darkness of tonight's story, take a moment to like the video and subscribe for more calming historical journeys. And as you settle in, comment your location and local time tonight. Now dim the lights and imagine the ground beneath your feet becoming softer, colder, and far less familiar. You are standing around 8000 BCE. Although nobody around you thinks in years numbered that way, there is no calendar hanging nearby, no written date, and no official beginning to anything called civilization. Instead, time is measured through returning birds, ripening plants, floods, animal migrations, births, deaths, and changing stars. Your community knows this valley intimately, even if it does not occupy one permanent village throughout the entire year. Certain places are returned to repeatedly because they offer reliable water, useful plants, fish, game, firewood, stone, and shelter. Other locations are visited only during particular seasons when one resource becomes abundant enough to justify moving camp. This is not wandering without direction. Your movements follow memory. A bend in the river may belong to spring fishing, while an upland clearing becomes important when nuts ripen. Another campsite lies near exposed stone suitable for making sharp tools, and an older shelter waits beside a marsh rich with reeds. Every journey joins points already known through stories, experience, and knowledge passed carefully between generations. Archaeologists often describe many communities of this period as hunter-gatherers, but the phrase can sound misleadingly simple. You do hunt animals and gather wild foods, yet daily survival involves planning, storing, repairing, teaching, observing, trading, negotiating, and remembering. The landscape does not provide dinner merely because you have politely arrived. It expects expertise. Around you, adults recognize details that your inexperienced eyes would miss almost completely. Someone notices fresh hoof prints where you see mud, while another identifies edible shoots among several nearly identical plants. An older woman touches bark and predicts where insects may be found, and a skilled hunter studies broken grass for direction. Knowledge is everywhere, but almost none of it is written. That makes memory extraordinarily valuable. Children begin learning the local world long before they understand how much information surrounds them. They watch adults select wood, crack nuts, clean fish, shape stone, prepare skins, and inspect clouds. They imitate what they see during games, sometimes badly enough to amuse everyone nearby. A tiny spear thrown at a stump may be play today. Years later, it may become dinner. The period you inhabit sits within one of humanity's most important transitions, although people living through it cannot see the future. In parts of Southwest Asia, communities are already cultivating cereals and managing animals with increasing intensity. Elsewhere, hunting, fishing, gathering, and seasonal movement remain central for thousands of years longer. There is no single global schedule. The so-called Neolithic transition unfolds differently from one region to another, sometimes slowly, sometimes unevenly, and often through generations of experimentation. Some groups become increasingly settled, while others maintain mobility because mobility continues to work extremely well. Farming is not an invention that arrives everywhere like a package delivered on Tuesday morning. The reality is considerably messier. Historians and archaeologists still debate exactly why cultivation became more important in particular regions when it did. Climate change mattered. Population pressures may have mattered, social choices certainly mattered, and local environments shaped every possibility. No single explanation comfortably fits every community. For you, however, these enormous historical questions remain invisible. You are concerned with today. Morning light spreads across low vegetation, while mist lifts from the river, revealing familiar paths beneath your feet. You smell wet soil, wood smoke, crushed leaves, and the faint sourness of hides drying near camp. Somewhere close, stone taps rhythmically against stone as somebody repairs a cutting edge. The sound is small but reassuring. A settlement in this era may consist of only a modest cluster of shelters, depending heavily on region and lifestyle. Some are temporary structures, while others become substantial houses repeatedly repaired or rebuilt. Mudstone, timber, reeds, and plaster can create surprisingly durable domestic spaces. The word primitive would mislead you badly. Nothing here is effortless. A wall made from packed earth requires gathering material, mixing it correctly, carrying it, shaping it, and maintaining it. A roof must resist wind and rain without steel nails, plastic sheets, or manufactured lumber. Even a simple shelter represents accumulated knowledge about weight, moisture, insulation, and local weather. You'll begin to notice how much labour hides inside ordinary objects. A basket is not merely a basket. Someone selected suitable fibres, prepared them carefully, and learned a weaving pattern. A stone blade contains decisions about raw material striking, angle, edge, shape, and intended use. A hide covering began as skin requiring scraping, stretching, softening, drying, and perhaps smoking. The quiet abundance of skill becomes almost overwhelming. One quirky detail of prehistoric life is that people may travel considerable distances while carrying items that appear surprisingly decorative. Shell beads have been found far inland, and attractive stones move through exchange networks covering impressive ranges. People clearly value more than calories. You might possess a pendant that travelled farther than you ever have. That possibility changes the atmosphere of the camp. This is not a collection of isolated survival machines. These are people with preferences, habits, jokes, memories, grudges, loyalties, and aesthetic choices. Someone may favour one pattern of beads while another carefully keeps a particularly fine blade long after replacing easier tools. Objects can carry social meaning that archaeology only partly recovers, and archaeology leaves many silences. Researchers can identify burned seeds, animal bones, house floors, tools, hearths, post holes, and traces of repeated activity. Yet they cannot recover a favourite story, a private joke, or the melody sung during repetitive work. Ordinary life was full of things that roles rarely fossilise. You must imagine those details cautiously. Still, some clues feel remarkably intimate. Repeated hearths show where fire returned again and again, where patterns reveal how tools were held. Polished floors can indicate countless footsteps crossing the same small room. Burials sometimes place the dead close to living spaces, suggesting that memory and household life may have overlapped in ways unfamiliar today. Even refuse tells a story because discarded shells, bones, broken tools, and charred plants preserve routines nobody intended to record. History begins here almost accidentally. By midday, the valley feels warmer, and insects buzz above damp ground beside the water. Your skin catches the sun whenever you leave the shade, while a breeze carries the smell of reeds upstream. The camp is active without feeling hurried. Nobody is checking a clock. Work follows need, opportunity, weather, hunger, and daylight. This does not mean life is leisurely in any romantic sense. Gathering enough food, fuel, water, fibre, and raw materials can consume enormous effort. Injury, poor harvests, harsh winters, flooding, or failed hunts create real danger. Yet the rhythm may differ sharply from later agricultural societies. Many mobile foraging communities do not spend every waking hour acquiring food. Though estimates vary enormously by environment and season. Socializing, childcare, maintenance, ritual, rest, and travel occupy substantial portions of life. The old image of prehistoric humans constantly sprinting from predators is mostly cinematic nonsense. Most days, less dramatic. That is precisely why they matter. Ordinary history lives in repetition, collecting wood, watching smoke, sharpening, tools, carrying children, checking traps, sharing food, and discussing tomorrow. Survival depends not only upon heroic moments, but upon hundreds of small, competent decisions that nobody celebrates. As afternoon light begins turning warmer, you understand something quietly important about this world. These people are not waiting for civilization to rescue them. They already possess complex cultures suited to landscapes they understand far better than you do. Their lives are difficult. They are also deeply human. You follow a narrow path back toward the shelters as shadows lengthen across the valley. Voices drift through the air, mixed with dogs moving between resting places and children calling from near the riverbank. Smoke bends sideways in the evening breeze. Ahead, the low roofs seem almost to disappear into the earth. One of them will be yours tonight, and as you approach that modest shelter, the day's wider landscape begins shrinking into something more intimate. Warmth, smoke, sleeping places, tools, stored food, and the close breathing space of a prehistoric home. Section 2. The shelter waits at the edge of the settlement low enough that you almost overlook it from a distance. Its walls blend naturally with the ground built from materials gathered within walking distance of the camp. Wood forms the basic frame, while reeds, packed earth, hides, or woven vegetation fill the spaces between supporting posts. You have to lower your head before entering. Inside, the air changes immediately. The cool evening breeze disappears, replaced by warmth stored in earth bodies and the slowly breathing the remains of the hearth. Smoke hangs beneath the roof before finding its way through small openings overhead. Your eyes water slightly until they adjust to the dim amber light. The smell is complicated. There is wood smoke, first deep and familiar, followed by dried hide, damp soil, cooked food, sweat, crushed plants, and something faintly sour from stored materials. None of these smells seems unusual to the people around you. They belong to home as naturally as the smell of rain belongs to the river. Your sleeping place occupies only a small part of the interior. There is no separate bedroom. There is no bed in the modern sense either. Instead, layers of reeds, grasses, leaves, woven mats, or animal skins soften the ground. In colder regions, hides provide insulation against both earth and air. Sleeping surfaces may be renewed whenever they become damp, dirty, or infested. Comfort is practical here. Softness matters, but warmth matters more. You lower yourself carefully onto the bedding and immediately notice how much the ground still shapes the experience. Even beneath several layers, small ridges press against your hip and shoulder. The surface smells faintly of vegetation and old smoke. You can hear everyone. A child turns nearby. Someone coughs softly. A dog scratches itself close to the entrance. Private space barely exists in the way you understand it. Ordinary domestic life unfolds within constant awareness of other bodies, other voices and other needs. Eating, sleeping, repairing tools, caring for children, preparing food and talking may all happen within the same compact area. This would feel crowded to you. To everyone else, it feels normal. In many prehistoric communities, houses are much more than places for sleeping. They are workshops, storage spaces, social centers, and protection against difficult weather. Archaeologists often identify different activity zones through concentrations of ash-broken stone bones, grinding debris, and discarded materials. Even a tiny floor can contain a map of daily routine. Near the hearth, you see blackened stones and compact ash from repeated fires. Small fragments of charcoal are pressed into the soil. A few cracked bones lie nearby, probably waiting to be discarded or processed further. Against one wall rests a collection of baskets. They look simple from a distance, but closer inspection reveals careful workmanship. Flexible fibers twist tightly around one another in repeating patterns. Some containers hold dried plants, while others contain tools, seeds, nuts, or pieces of cord. A basket is precious. If damaged, it is repaired. Throwing away useful objects casually would make little sense in a world where every replacement requires time and labor. Broken handles are reshaped cracked containers, may be patched, and stone tools are repeatedly sharpened until their original form becomes almost unrecognizable. Nothing useful leaves easily. You notice several small stone flakes near another wall. They come from tool making. Someone has probably sat there many times, striking one stone against another to produce sharp edges. The flakes are too small for major tools, but some might still serve briefly for cutting fibers or scraping soft material. The floor remembers these activities. So does your skin. When you place a palm against the wall, its surface feels cool and slightly rough. Packed earth holds tiny impressions left during construction and later repairs. The material seems fragile, yet maintained carefully it can remain useful for years. In some early settled communities, houses become increasingly substantial. At sites across parts of Southwest Asia, structures from this broad period can include stone foundations, plastered surfaces, and carefully organized interiors. Elsewhere, people continue using lighter shelters suited to seasonal movement. There is no universal prehistoric house. Geography decides almost everything. Where trees are plentiful, timber becomes valuable. Where reeds dominate wetlands, reeds become architecture. Where stone lies everywhere, walls may rise from stone. Human beings are already excellent at turning local landscapes into shelter. The most important design feature may be something you barely notice at first: the doorway. It controls wind light, animals, smoke movement, and heat loss. Some entrances are deliberately narrow, especially where cold weather matters. A hide or woven screen can reduce drafts without sealing the interior completely. The arrangement is clever. It is also smoky. Smoke is one of the constant companions of prehistoric domestic life. Fires provide warmth, cooking, light, insect control, and protection, but indoor combustion also irritates eyes and lungs. Archaeological and experimental research suggests that smoke exposure inside enclosed traditional dwellings can be substantial. Nobody here has a chimney in your familiar sense. Ventilation depends on openings, roof design, doorway position, and the behavior of the fire itself. A badly placed hearth can make the entire interior miserable. You understand this quickly. Your eyes sting again. The woman tending the hearth seems entirely unbothered. She uses a short stick to rearrange the embers and adds only a small amount of fuel. Flames rise briefly, then settle. She is not trying to create a dramatic fire. She wants control. Firewood takes effort to gather, and too much flame wastes fuel while producing unnecessary heat. The best domestic fire may be small, steady, and predictable. You begin to appreciate how much skill exists in doing less. A quirky detail appears near the sleeping area. Small bundles of aromatic plants have been placed among the bedding. Their purpose is uncertain. They may simply smell pleasant, or perhaps they help discourage insects. Ethnographic comparisons suggest that many traditional communities use strongly scented plants around sleeping spaces, although archaeologists cannot always prove exactly how prehistoric examples were used. Researchers still debate how deliberately early households managed parasites and pests. The evidence is difficult to interpret, yet you hardly need archaeology to understand the problem. Warm bedding attracts more than humans. Fleas, lice, beetles, rodents, and other unwanted guests can share domestic spaces, especially when food is stored nearby. The occasional scratching you hear in the wall suddenly becomes less charming. A dog hears it too. Its ears rise. For several seconds, everyone becomes still. Then nothing happens. The dog relaxes again. You do the same. A's darkness thickens outside the household, gathers closer to the hearth. Shadows move across the walls whenever someone shifts position. Faces become visible for a moment, then partly disappear again. The fire organizes attention. People naturally turn toward it. One person repairs a cord while another checks the edge of a stone tool. A child sits beside an older relative, watching careful hands work through a familiar task. Nobody delivers a formal lesson. Teaching happens through proximity. You watch. You copy. You are corrected. You try again. This quiet method carries enormous amounts of knowledge across generations. Without writing, every skill depends on demonstration memory, repetition, and conversation. The household is therefore not merely a shelter. It is a classroom. It is also a storage room. You begin noticing how carefully food and raw materials are placed. Some items hang above ground, perhaps to reduce moisture or discourage animals. Others remain inside containers near walls, protected from careless feet. A few valuable tools rest close to sleeping places. That placement seems intentional. People do not own vast quantities of possessions, but the objects they keep can be extremely important. Losing a good cutting tool, needle cord, or container may create hours of additional work. Possessions remain physically close. So do people. When sleep approaches, everyone rearranges the interior with practiced efficiency. Work materials shift aside. Children move toward familiar places. The hearth is reduced to safer embers rather than abandoned completely. Warmth becomes precious after sunset. Outside temperature drops quickly. You feel the difference whenever the doorway opens. Cold air slides across the floor, brushing your ankles before disappearing into the warmer interior. Someone lowers the entrance covering again, and the shelter settles back into dim comfort. The sounds of the wider camp become muted. You can still hear voices outside. A dog barks once in the distance. Someone laughs softly. Then another shelter answers with a brief murmur you cannot distinguish. Above everything comes the slow crackle of embers. You lie down. The bedding rustles under your weight, rougher than any mattress and warmer than expected. A hide covers part of your body, carrying the faint smell of smoke from many previous nights. I'll become aware of breathing wrong. This is perhaps the strangest part. Sleep is communal. You do not withdraw into a private room and close a door. You sleep beside relatives, children, companions, and perhaps animals, surrounded by the sounds of their movement throughout the night. Someone may wake to feed the fire. Someone may calm a child. Someone may listen when dogs suddenly become alert. Safety is shared. So is discomfort. If one person snores, everybody receives the privilege of knowing. Gentle, prehistoric luxury. Your eyes close for a moment, but the shelter remains alive around you. The fire glows through half-darkness, illuminating baskets, tools, hanging cords, and the uneven outline of the roof. This little space contains almost everything essential. Heat, food, work, memory, family. Outside lies the enormous prehistoric landscape, dark beneath stars and filled with animals you cannot see. Inside lies a human world compressed into only a few meters of earth and timber. I'll begin to understand why these shelters matter so much. They are not merely protection from weather. They create a boundary between wilderness and belonging. Tonight that boundary feels thin, but it is enough. Before long, darkness softens the last details of the room, and the voices around you become quieter. The embers fade toward red while bodies settle into familiar positions. Morning will begin here, and when it comes, this small shelter will fill again with movement, voices, smoke, tools, children, and the first ordinary sounds of another prehistoric day. Section 3. You wake before the sky is fully bright, although nobody around you announces that morning has begun. There is no bell, no clock, no glowing screen waiting beside your sleeping place. Instead, the world wakes you gradually. At first, you hear only the faint movement of someone nearby, shifting beneath a hide covering. Then comes the soft crackle of embers being disturbed with a stick. A child murmurs in sleep, rolls closer to an adult, and becomes quiet again. Outside, a dog gives a low warning sound. Another answers from somewhere farther across the settlement. You remain still for several moments, listening as darkness loosens its hold on the shelter. The first light enters through the doorway as a pale grey line. It reveals smoke hanging beneath the roof. The air smells of ash, warm bodies, damp earth, old food, and crushed bedding, plants. Your throat feels slightly dry from breathing smoky air throughout the night, and your skin carries the coolness that settles just before dawn. Someone near the hearth is already awake. She kneels beside yesterday's fire and carefully moves ash away from the center. Beneath the grey surface, several embers still glow a deep orange. They seem almost dead until she blows gently across them. A small spark brightens, then another. Dry fibers are placed against the warmth, followed by thin twigs gathered the previous day. Within moments, a fragile flame appears and begins licking across the fuel. The household has saved itself considerable effort. Keeping embers alive overnight is easier than creating fire again from nothing, especially during cold or wet weather. For many prehistoric communities, fire management is therefore a daily responsibility rather than an occasional achievement. The hearth must survive the night. So must you. Soon the small room begins changing. The renewed fire warms the air near the floor while smoke thickens briefly overhead. Someone opens the entrance, covering wider, allowing cool air to slip inside and helping the smoke escape. You smell damp morning vegetation immediately. The contrast is sharp. Inside lies ash-hide sweat and warmth. Outside waits dew. A bird calls from the trees beyond the settlement. Then several others begin. Their sounds overlap with dogs moving between shelters and people beginning to speak. Some voices remain low and sleepy, while others already carry the practical tone of work. A baby begins crying. The sound travels surprisingly well through the thin walls. Nobody appears particularly alarmed. A tired voice answers somewhere nearby, followed by the gentle rhythm of soothing sounds that humans have probably made for longer than anyone could ever measure. Children are among the first signs that this place is truly a community. You hear them before seeing them. Small feet move across packed ground outside. Someone laughs. Another child protests loudly about something that appears from the adult response to be extremely unimportant. The argument ends quickly, probably because breakfast is more interesting. You sit upright. Your back notices the ground immediately. Sleeping on layered vegetation and hides has kept you warm, but comfort has limits. You stretch slowly while someone nearby rolls up part of the bedding and checks whether it has become damp. Morning housekeeping begins almost without discussion. Each person already knows the routine. The hearth is restored. Sleeping materials are moved. Containers are checked. Tools return to working positions. A child carries something outside. Nobody has written a schedule. Habit is enough. When you step through the doorway, cold air meets your face. The settlement looks different from last night. Low shelters appear as dark forms against silver grass, while smoke rises almost vertically into calm dawn air. Moisture shines along reeds and leaves, and the nearby river reflects a sky slowly turning pale gold. Your bare fingers feel chilled. The ground beneath your feet is firm in some places and muddy in others. Small footprints cross one another everywhere, human and canine mixed together so completely that the settlement seems to have been stitched into the soil. A dog approaches you. It sniffs your hand with great seriousness, apparently deciding whether you have become more interesting during the night. You have not. It moves away. Near another shelter, someone begins grinding seeds between two stones. The sound is repetitive. Scrape. Pause. Scrape again. Grinding stones become increasingly important in communities processing wild or cultivated grains. Their use leaves characteristic polished surfaces that archaeologists can recognize thousands of years later. The work looks simple. It is not. You try briefly and discover that keeping the stone moving efficiently requires both strength and practice. Your wrists begin complaining before you have accomplished anything impressive. The woman beside you continues effortlessly. There is mild amusement in her expression. No explanation necessary. Around the settlement, other morning sounds gather into a quiet rhythm. Stone knocks against antler. Wood snaps near the fire. Someone shakes a woven mat. Dogs scratch, children chatter, and water splashes inside a container being filled near the river. This is the prehistoric morning chorus. Not dramatic, not silent either. The popular image of ancient landscapes as places of endless natural quiet becomes difficult to maintain once several families share the same camp. Humans bring noise wherever they settle. We always have. One particularly curious detail is how much information people can extract from morning sound. A bird calling differently may suggest a predator. Dogs becoming restless can warn of approaching strangers or animals. The direction of wind can be heard moving through leaves before anyone feels it strongly near the ground. Even silence can become meaningful. You notice an older man stop working for several seconds. His head turns toward the woodland. Everyone else continues normally. He listens. Then he returns to what he was doing. Nothing happened. That may be the point. Skill does not always look dramatic because experienced people prevent problems before they become visible. Morning observation is part of survival. People inspect weather tracks, clouds, river level, smoke direction, and animal behavior almost automatically. These details help decide whether the day will involve fishing, gathering, repairing shelters, hunting, traveling, or staying close. Nature is not scenery. It is information. The smell of food begins drifting through the camp. Someone has placed a small container near the fire, and steam rises from its contents. Elsewhere, nuts are being cracked between stones. A piece of dried meat warms near another hearth, releasing a richer smell into the cold air. Hunger becomes suddenly persuasive. Before eating, however, several people leave for water. You follow. The path toward the river is short but already well worn. Dew darkens the lower edges of clothing as you brush past grasses. The closer you get, the stronger the smells of wet mud and aquatic plants become. Morning mist hovers above the surface. The water feels painfully cold against your fingers. People do not simply drink wherever they happen to reach the river. Communities learn which places are safer, cleaner, easier to approach, and less likely to collect waste from upstream activity. Water management is basic but essential. Permanent settlement makes the issue increasingly complicated. The more people remain in one location, the more carefully they must separate drinking water from areas used for waste processing, hides, or other messy activities. Archaeological evidence for exact sanitation practices can be difficult to interpret, but nobody needs formal microbiology to notice that some water sources make people sick more often than others. Experience teaches brutally effective lessons. Researchers continue debating how consistently early sedentary communities understood links between contaminated environments and illness. They certainly lacked modern germ theory, yet practical traditions may have reduced risks through observation and inherited habit. People can understand consequences without understanding microbes. You fill a container. It is heavier than expected. Water is ordinary only when somebody else carries it. Back near the shelter's morning activity has intensified. A few adults prepare to leave camp. They check cords, baskets, cutting tools, wooden implements, and carrying straps. Their destination may be only a short walk away, yet preparation still matters. A broken basket wastes gathering time. A forgotten tool wastes energy. Small mistakes become expensive. Children watch everything. One young child follows an adult who is tying a bundle. The child picks up a loose cord and imitates the movement. The knot fails immediately. The child tries again. Nobody stops the attempt. Learning begins through participation, often long before children can perform tasks reliably. Anthropologists studying small-scale societies have frequently observed children learning by watching copying and gradually joining productive work. Prehistoric childhood probably includes plenty of this quiet apprenticeship. Not every lesson is formal. Most are not. You notice another child carrying several sticks toward a hearth. The bundle is small enough to be manageable but large enough to matter. Work is scaled to ability. A child who cannot hunt can still gather fuel. A child too young to travel far can watch a younger sibling. Everyone contributes eventually. The camp becomes brighter as the sun clears the horizon. Warm light reaches the shelter walls and turns damp surfaces golden. Smoke that looked grey before now appears almost blue against the morning sky. The cold begins retreating. Your hands relax. Somebody laughs nearby after a dog steals a scrap and escapes before being caught. The animal slows at a safe distance, chewing with complete confidence. Apparently prehistoric crime pays occasionally. The irritation passes quickly. Food is too valuable for repeated theft, but dogs also serve useful roles around settlements. Their exact relationships with humans vary by place and period, yet they may help with warning hunting, scavenging, warmth, and companionship. They also specialize in opportunism. That part feels timeless. As breakfast preparations continue, you become aware of another subtle feature of the morning. People talk constantly, not loudly, not continuously, but information moves through conversation. Someone mentions tracks seen yesterday. Another person describes plants ripening farther downstream. An older woman reminds someone about damaged roofing material. A visitor may bring news from another camp. This is how daily decisions form. There are no written notices, no weather report, no market schedule. Knowledge travels through mouths and memories. By now the settlement is fully awake. The cries of children have become play. The grinding stones continue their steady rhythm. Dogs move lazily between patches of sunlight. Several adults disappear along paths leading toward woodland and river. You stand for a moment near the entrance of your shelter and listen. What seemed like random noise now reveals structure. Each sound belongs to some task. Each task belongs to survival. The ancient morning does not begin with a single moment. It gathers. A glowing ember becomes flame. A whisper becomes conversation. One bird call becomes many. Darkness becomes grey light, then gold. And somewhere among the smell of smoke, wet grass, warm food and river water, you realize that another ordinary day has already begun. Soon attention will turn toward the first meal. Not because anyone has invented breakfast as a formal occasion, but because your stomach has begun making a very convincing argument. Section 4. Hunger becomes impossible to ignore once the smell of warming food reaches you from the hearth. There is no breakfast table waiting nearby, and nobody gathers around matching bowls at a fixed hour. Morning food depends on what remains from yesterday, what was stored safely, and what can be prepared without wasting precious fuel. You sit close enough to the fire to feel warmth against your knees. A shallow container rests near the embers, holding a thick mixture of crushed seeds and water. The surface bubbles slowly while someone stirs it with a wooden implement darkened by repeated use. It is not exactly porridge. It is close enough. Across many prehistoric communities, people process seeds, nuts, roots, and grains long before agriculture becomes fully established. Grinding stones from archaeological sites reveal that plant foods can require considerable preparation before they become easier to chew, digest, or cook. Breakfast therefore begins yesterday. Seeds must be collected first. Husks must be removed. Hard grains may need grinding. Nuts require cracking. Roots need washing. Meat may require drying, roasting, or smoking. Nothing appears instantly. You watch a woman lift several cracked shells from a small basket and separate edible pieces with practiced fingers. Nearby, another person breaks a dried strip of meat into smaller portions before placing them close to the heat. The combination smells surprisingly good. Smoke adds a warm bitterness to everything. The morning air still carries dampness from the river, so the smell of roasting food becomes especially noticeable. Your stomach responds before your mind has decided whether the meal looks appetizing. You are learning quickly. Prehistoric food often looks less elegant than it tastes. A child receives a small handful of softened nuts and begins eating immediately. Another child reaches toward the warming meat and has a hand gently moved away. Patience appears to be ancient. So does impatience. Nobody here thinks in terms of breakfast foods, lunch foods, or dinner foods as fixed categories. If meat remains from the evening before, it may be eaten in the morning. If berries are plentiful, they may become the first meal. Food follows availability. Convention comes later. This creates combinations that might seem unusual to you. Imagine crushed hazelnuts beside dried fish. Warm roots with leftover roasted meat. Seeds mixed with fruit. Perhaps marrow added to a thicker preparation. The goal is not culinary branding. The goal is energy. Yet taste still matters. Humans did not wait for restaurants before developing preferences. Plants can be roasted to improve flavor while smoke changes the character of meat and fish. Fat enriches otherwise bland foods, and certain herbs may add aroma or reduce unpleasant bitterness. Some ingredients are probably chosen simply because people enjoy them. That matters more than it sounds. Survival stories often reduce prehistoric food to calories as though everyone spends each day chewing whatever prevents immediate starvation. But ordinary people notice sweetness, texture, smell freshness, and variety. A familiar flavor can mean comfort. A spoiled flavor can mean danger. You are handed a portion of the seed mixture. The texture is coarse. Tiny fragments remain between your teeth and the flavor is earthy rather than sweet. A few crushed nuts have been added, making the mixture richer and slightly oily. You eat slowly. It is warm enough to soften the morning chill. Around you, other people continue working while eating. There is little reason to separate meals completely from ordinary tasks when daylight is valuable. Someone repairs a strap between mouthfuls. Another adult sorts dried plants. Children wander in and out. The dogs become increasingly interested. They have excellent timing. One sits just beyond the hearth, watching every hand movement with the expression of an animal that considers itself tragically neglected. Another circles behind the group, hoping someone less observant will drop something. Nothing falls. The dog waits. Hope is persistent. You notice that portions are all not identical. A young child receives softer food. An older person is given something easier to chew. People leaving on a longer journey may receive more portable foods, perhaps dried meat, nuts, or compact plant preparations. Food distribution reflects need. It may also reflect relationships and status. Archaeologists can sometimes estimate dietary differences through human remains, household refuse, and food deposits, although interpreting who received what portion remains difficult. Social rules surrounding food probably vary enormously among different communities. Experts still disagree about how strongly food sharing follows equality, kinship, prestige, age, or individual contribution in early settled societies. There is unlikely to be one answer. Your household has its own expectations. Someone places a small portion aside before finishing the meal. You cannot tell whether it is intended for a person absent from camp, a child waking later, or another purpose entirely. Not every action survives explanation. That uncertainty follows you constantly here. Archaeologists often recover burned food, animal bones, charred seeds, grinding stones, and cooking surfaces. They can reconstruct much of what people ate, yet the precise social meaning of a particular meal usually disappears. Who received the best piece? Who disliked a certain root? Who always asked for more? The ground rarely answers. Still, the ingredients tell a remarkable story. Depending on your location, wild cereals, legumes, fruits, nuts, tubers, leafy plants, fish, shellfish, birds, small game, or large mammals can contribute to diet. Coastal communities may depend heavily on marine resources, while river valleys offer very different possibilities. There is no universal Stone Age menu. The environment writes most of it. Season writes the rest. A food abundant for several weeks may disappear entirely afterward. This makes timing essential. People know when berries ripen, when fish move, when nuts fall, when roots store the most energy, and when animals gather in predictable places. You cannot simply decide what sounds good. The landscape decides first. This knowledge turns ordinary gathering into something closer to a moving calendar. Flowering plants announce future foods. Bird behavior can signal seasonal change. The condition of a particular tree matters. So does rainfall. People remember productive locations and return when conditions are favorable. A patch of plants can become a treasured resource. That does not mean it remains untouched between visits. Some researchers suggest that prehistoric communities may have actively managed useful landscapes before formal agriculture developed. Burning vegetation, protecting favored plants, scattering seeds, or selectively harvesting could gradually alter local ecosystems. The boundary between gathering and farming is not always neat. That is one of the most interesting uncertainties of this period. Did people intentionally encourage certain species for generations before anyone would recognize the practice as cultivation? In some places, probably yes. Exactly how conscious the process was remains debated. For you, the distinction feels unimportant. If a patch produces food reliably, you return. If certain actions improve it, you remember those actions. Categories belong to later scholars. Breakfast continues. Someone hands you a roasted root. Its outside is blackened from the fire, but the interior is soft and mildly sweet. Steam escapes when you break it open. You burn your fingertips slightly. Nobody appears sympathetic. Fair enough. You wait before trying again. The root has been transformed by heat, making it easier to chew and perhaps increasing the availability of nutrients. Cooking has already shaped human life for an extraordinarily long time before this morning. Fire changes what bodies can eat. It also changes social behavior. Cooking draws people toward the hearth and creates time for conversation while food softens. It allows some foods to be stored or processed differently and reduces certain risks from raw ingredients. The hearth is therefore more than a heater. It is part kitchen, workshop, gathering point, and social anchor. You notice small fragments of food around its edge. A seed has fallen into ash. A cracked shell lies beside a blackened stone. A fish bone from yesterday remains near the wall. These scraps look meaningless now. Thousands of years later, they may become evidence. A curious archaeologist might carefully remove soil from this very place, identify those fragments, and reconstruct parts of your morning meal. You would probably find this hilarious. Imagine strangers in a distant future becoming professionally excited about your discarded nutshell. Human history has stranger careers. Nearby, a person pours a little water into the cooking mixture and stirs again. Water is added carefully because collecting it requires labor. Fuel receives the same respect. Cooking methods must balance convenience with cost. Loom boiling consumes wood. Roasting near embers may require less attention. Hot stones can sometimes transfer heat into containers that cannot sit directly over flames, though. Specific techniques vary widely. People improvise with available materials. Containers are especially important. Before, widespread pottery in some regions, baskets, skins, wooden vessels, stone containers, and pits can all help store or process food. Some woven vessels may even be made sufficiently tight for certain liquids, especially when treated or lined. The technology is quiet but sophisticated. Pottery will eventually change food storage and cooking dramatically in many societies. but not everywhere at once. Again, history refuses to coordinate its schedule. You finish the last of your food. The meal has not been large, yet it feels satisfying because it contains fat, starch, and protein. More importantly, it gives you enough energy for whatever the day demands. Nobody lingers for long. Morning work is already waiting. Some adults collect baskets, others check tools. Children are directed towards small tasks with varying degrees of enthusiasm. The dogs finally receive scraps. Their patience has been rewarded. One gulps its portion immediately and then investigates whether everyone else has also been served, just in case administrative errors occurred. Apparently optimism survives domestication. The hearth remains warm as the household begins dispersing. A few leftovers are protected for later rather than wasted. Useful shells may be discarded nearby, while harder bones could be cracked, worked, or saved depending on their value. Food leaves almost nothing truly separate from daily life. Meals produce fuel. Bones become tools. Fat can serve other purposes. Fibers become cord. Waste itself attracts animals or enriches certain areas around settlements. Every meal has consequences. You stand and brush fine ash from your hands. Outside sunlight has climbed higher, burning away the last traces of river mist. The air now smells greener, warmer, and less smoky. Your stomach is quiet. For the moment. Around you, people begin moving outward from the shelters toward water, woodland, open ground, and familiar gathering places. The settlement stretches awake into the wider landscape. And as you follow them, you understand something basic about eating 10,000 years ago. Food is never just something placed before you. It is a chain of knowledge. Someone recognizes it. Someone collects it. Someone carries it. Someone processes it. Someone cooks it. Then finally you eat. The first meal is finished. The work behind the next one has already begun. Section 5. The path away from the shelter leads naturally toward water, because nearly everything eventually leads toward water. You notice this more clearly as the settlement begins spreading into its daytime rhythm. People carry baskets, wooden containers, tools, skins, and small bundles along tracks worn smooth by repeated feet. Some paths disappear toward trees, others climb higher ground. The busiest trail descends toward the river. Water is not simply something you drink when you feel thirsty. It shapes where people sleep, where animals gather, which plants grow, and how far anyone can comfortably travel. Without it, this settlement disappears. You follow several adults down the familiar slope while sunlight strengthens above the valley. The ground remains damp from morning dew, and your feet press darker marks into patches of soft soil. Reeds whisper beside the path whenever a breeze moves across them. The river becomes audible before fully visible. Water slides over stones with a low continuous sound, broken occasionally by splashes near the bank. Somewhere downstream a bird calls sharply and then disappears into the vegetation. The air smells cooler here. Mud-wet leaves, algae, and fresh water replace much of the smoke lingering around the shelters. You crouch near the bank. The surface reflects fragments of sky, but the current distorts everything into wavering blue and silver shapes. Small insects hover above shallow pools near the reeds. Someone beside you studies the water before filling a container. That hesitation matters. Not every stretch of river is equally useful. People learn which banks remain firm, which shallows become muddy, and where dangerous currents deepen unexpectedly. They remember locations where animals frequently drink and where waste from camp might wash downstream. Experience creates an invisible map. Safe water points become part of that map. This knowledge is essential because water is heavy. A single trip may appear simple until you carry enough for several people cooking, cleaning, and food processing. There are no pipes quietly delivering fresh water to every household. Every mouthful has traveled. Usually someone carried it. You lift a filled container and immediately feel its weight pull against your arms. The water shifts inside as you walk, making the load harder to balance. After only a short distance, your shoulders begin noticing every step. Nobody else seems impressed. They have been doing this for years. Regular water gathering likely falls differently across age, gender, season, and community, but somebody must perform it constantly. In a settled place, the task repeats day after day with almost boring reliability. That boredom keeps everyone alive. Human communities have always faced a simple geographical problem. You need water often. Large animals need it too. Predators know this. So do insects. A riverbank offers abundance while concentrating risks into the same narrow area. I begin noticing tracks around the muddy edge. Some are clearly human. Others belong to deer or similar animals that approach during the night. Smaller prints cross them at several angles, while deeper marks suggest something heavier visited recently. The people beside you notice immediately. One kneels and touches the edge of a print. Another scans the opposite bank. Nobody panics. Fresh tracks are useful information. Animals returning regularly to water can become predictable, and predictability matters to hunters. Drinking places provide opportunities for observation trapping or planning future hunts. The river feeds people in several ways. Fish move beneath its surface. Birds gather nearby. Edible plants grow along wet margins. Animals leave tracks in soft ground. Clay or useful stones may also appear along its banks. Water creates entire neighborhoods of resources. That is why prehistoric settlements so often cluster around rivers, lakes, springs, wetlands, and coastlines. Reliable water reduces one enormous uncertainty. Still, reliability is relative. Rivers rise, springs weaken, pools dry, floods destroy. A settlement beside water may enjoy abundance for years and then face dramatic change after an unusual season. The river you see today is not guaranteed tomorrow. People understand that deeply. An old adult points toward a line of debris caught high in shrubs, several steps above the current bank. Branches and dried vegetation remain tangled there from a previous flood. You imagine water reaching that height. The peaceful river becomes less comforting. Flooding can replenish fertile ground, create new wetlands, move fish, and renew plant resources. It can also destroy shelters, scatter stored food, and force families toward higher ground. Water gives, water takes. Communities learn its moods through memory. A child growing up here hears stories about previous floods and dry seasons long before facing one personally. Older people remember where water once reached, which springs survived drought, and which crossing became dangerous after heavy rain. Oral knowledge works as survival infrastructure. No map is required. The valley is remembered through stories. You continue downstream toward a broad, shallow area where several people are already working. One rinses roots in the current. Another cleans a container. Someone else inspects a woven fish trap positioned where water narrows between stones. The trap looks almost disappointingly simple. Its design is not. Fish traps, weirs, nets, hooks, harpoons, and baskets allow prehistoric communities to exploit rivers without relying entirely on dramatic spear throwing. In many environments, these quieter methods can provide dependable food. Fishing may demand patience more than strength. You peer into the trap. Something flashes. A small fish turns suddenly against the woven sides. The person checking it reaches in with quick, practiced hands. Breakfast may be over, but another meal has just become more likely. There is satisfaction in the moment without celebration. This is ordinary success. The fish joins another inside a container kept close to the water. You notice that work near the river leaves traces everywhere. Broken reeds lie along the bank. A patch of mud has been churned by the feet. Small piles of stones form an intentional arrangement near the current. Some modifications may help guide fish or stabilize equipment. Humans are not merely using the landscape. They are adjusting it. This raises an interesting archaeological puzzle. When does environmental management become agriculture? The answer becomes surprisingly slippery. People can redirect water, encourage certain plants, burn selected vegetation, maintain fishing structures, or protect productive patches without becoming farmers in the later familiar sense. Scholars continue debating how to define these intermediate behaviors. Daily life ignores the debate. If moving 3 stones improves tomorrow's catch, you move 3 stones. You walk farther along the bank. The sun now warms the back of your neck, though cooler air still rises from the water. Flies circle over damp organic material near one stagnant pool. Someone steers a child away from it. The cleaner current lies several steps farther. Nobody explains germs. They do not need to. People can notice that foul-smelling or stagnant water is unpleasant even without understanding microscopic causes of disease. Repeated experience can create rules that reduce danger long before anyone knows why those rules work. The details remain uncertain. Archaeologists cannot easily reconstruct every hygiene practice from 10,000 years ago, but settled life creates new sanitation problems. More people mean more waste, more animals mean more contamination, more stored food attracts more pests. Where water enters and leaves a settlement becomes increasingly important. A poor choice can spread illness quietly. You look upstream. The drinking area lies away from several messier activities near camp. Whether this separation is deliberate hygiene, convenience, custom, or all three is impossible to know. Still, patterns become traditions. Traditions survive because they often work. You dip your hand into the current. Cold water presses around your fingers, almost numbing them despite the warming day. Tiny particles of sand move beneath your palm. The sensation feels clean. Nearby, someone splashes water across their face. Another person washes sticky plant residue from a tool. Water supports comfort as well as survival. It cools skin. It softens food. It loosens dirt. It helps process hydrous fibers, clay, and plants. It carries things away. That last ability is both useful and dangerous. What leaves one person upstream may arrive beside another downstream. Settled communities eventually face this problem everywhere. The river is therefore not only a resource, it is a shared system, and shared systems create rules. I begin noticing subtle boundaries. Certain places are approached for drinking, others are used for washing. A separate muddy area attracts animals. Children play in the shallows but are discouraged from moving toward deeper current. The landscape is socially organized even without signs or fences. Everyone knows, you are the outsider who must learn. One child seems delighted by your uncertainty. He points toward a apparently harmless patch of mud near the bank. You step there. Your foot sinks almost to the ankle. The child laughs immediately. Excellent. Prehistoric practical education continues. You pull yourself free while trying to preserve some dignity. The mud is cold and sticky, squeezing unpleasantly between your toes. An older woman watches from nearby with the patient expression of someone who has witnessed countless foolish decisions. You have contributed to local entertainment. History rarely records such achievements. A stranger thousands of years later may imagine people of this era constantly performing solemn rituals beneath dramatic skies. Meanwhile, you're losing an argument with mud. Ordinary life is kinder to the imagination. It is also more recognizable. Children tease, adults get tired, dogs steal food. People complain about heavy loads. Someone probably chooses the easier water path whenever possible. Human nature does not begin with writing. By midday, several containers have been filled and carried back toward the settlement. The movement never truly stops. Water used during cooking will need replacing. Children will drink. Animals may require attention. Food processing consumes more. If the weather becomes hotter, demand rises quickly. The settlement exists inside a daily radius defined partly by this effort. Move too far from dependable water and every task becomes harder. Stay too close to flood-prone ground and another problem appears. Location is compromise. That becomes one of the quiet forces shaping human history. As communities become more permanent, access to water encourages houses to cluster in favored places. Paths deepen through repetition. Storage expands. Fields may eventually appear nearby. Population grows where resources allow it. A simple spring or river bend can become the anchor around which generations organize their lives. You look back towards the settlement. Smoke rises above the low roofs, barely visible beyond reeds. From here, the shelters seem small, yet the river explains why they're there. The waterway has been bringing humans, animals, plants, fish, mud, sand, stone, and opportunities together long before anyone built these particular homes. It may continue doing so long after they vanish. You lift another container. The weight pulls downward immediately. Your arms protest again. There will be no heroic song about this trip. No monument will remember it. But without countless journeys exactly like this one, ordinary life cannot continue. You climb toward the shelters, feeling water shift with every step. Behind you, the river keeps moving. Ahead, the settlement waits for what you carry. And somewhere between those two places, you begin to understand that 10,000 years ago, civilization may still be distant, but dependence already has a geography. Water decides where you return. Water decides where you stay. And for much of your day, water quietly decides where you go next. Section 6. By the time you return from the river, the sun has climbed high enough to warm the settlement properly. The dampness that clung to the morning grass is fading and thin smoke rises more quickly through the brighter air. You set down the water container and flex your fingers, relieved to feel the weight leave your arms. Then you notice your clothing again. It is easy to forget when everyone around you dresses from materials gathered, hunted, traded, twisted, scraped, woven, softened, and repaired by hand. Nothing arrives ready-made. Every piece carries labor. You look down at what covers your body. Depending on where you live, the materials may include animal, hide, plant fibers, woven grasses, leather, thongs, furbark fibers, or combinations of several techniques. In colder regions, fitted skin clothing can trap warmth effectively and protect against wind. In warmer places, lighter coverings make more sense. The environment decides the wardrobe. So does available technology. You run your fingers along a seam. The stitching is surprisingly neat. A fine cord passes through regularly spaced holes made with a pointed tool, perhaps bone or stone. The seam bends easily without immediately pulling apart. You had expected something crude. That expectation was yours, not theirs. Clothing 10,000 years ago could require highly specialized knowledge. Preparing hides alone may involve scraping away tissue, stretching, drying, softening, smoking, applying fats, and repeatedly working the material until it becomes flexible enough to wear. A fresh hide is not a jacket. Not remotely. Without proper treatment, it can stiffen, rot, smell strongly, or become uncomfortable against skin. Transforming it into useful material demands patience and experience. You watch someone working on a hide near the edge of camp. The sound is repetitive. Scrape, drag, pause, scrape again. A stone tool moves across the surface while the hide is stretched against a wooden support. Fine material gathers along the edge as the worker adjusts pressure carefully. The smell is much stronger here. It's earthy, animal, fatty, and slightly sour. You instinctively move half a step away. The worker does not. Perhaps you have just insulted several hours of skilled craftsmanship. Fortunately, nobody seems concerned. Hide preparation can be unpleasant, but the result is valuable. Clothing coverings, straps, containers, bedding, footwear, and shelter components may all depend on processed animal skins. One animal can become many objects. That efficiency matters. You notice another person handling bundles of plant fiber. This work looks gentler, though appearances are misleading. Loom strands have been separated, cleaned, twisted, and arranged for cordage. Fingers roll fibers together into stronger lengths, joining them through repeated twisting. The cord looks modest. It is not. Cordage is among the great quiet technologies of human life. With strong fiber, you can tie tool handles, carry loads, suspend containers, build traps, repair shelters, make nets, fasten clothing, and create more complicated structures. Without cord, many other technologies become harder. Archaeologists often recover stone and bone more easily than plant fibers because organic material decays. This creates a distorted picture in which prehistoric people sometimes appear surrounded mostly by stone. They were not. Much of their world was soft. Wood, bark, fiber, leather, fur, feathers. Grasses and woven materials probably surrounded them constantly, yet those materials often vanish from the archaeological record. What survives is not everything that existed. That is an important uncertainty. Researchers still debate how widespread sophisticated textile production was in many regions because the evidence disappears so easily. Impressions in clay, rare, preserved fibers, specialized tools, and wear patterns offer clues, but entire traditions may have vanished without leaving obvious traces. You may be looking at skills future archaeologists never see. A woman nearby lifts a womand. It is narrow but carefully patterned. She checks its edge, then threads another fiber through with the help of a small pointed implement. The finished piece could become a belt carrying strap fastening or decorative trim. There is no industrial loom. There is still weaving. Simple weaving, twining, knotting, plaiting, and net making can all produce useful objects long before complex textile workshops exist. Again, the word primitive becomes increasingly useless. The work requires rhythm. Hands must maintain tension. Fibers must be prepared consistently. Mistakes weaken the structure. You try twisting two short strands together. Your first attempt loosens immediately. Your second becomes uneven. A child nearby watches with open interest. Then the child demonstrates the motion more smoothly than you did. Excellent. You have once again been defeated by prehistoric elementary education. The child grins. You continue practicing. Clothing also reveals social identity. A practical garment can still communicate age, skill, family connection, regional style, personal taste, or status. Small shells, animal teeth, beads, pigments, carved pendants, and decorative stitching may transform an ordinary covering into something distinctive. People care how they look. This should not surprise you. Yet older portrayals of prehistoric life often imagined clothing as shapeless scraps thrown over bodies only for warmth. Archaeological finds suggest something more thoughtful. Personal appearance matters deeply. You see this in a young adult adjusting a narrow band around the head. Several small beads are attached to it. They catch sunlight whenever the wearer moves. The beads contribute nothing obvious to warmth. They are there because appearance itself has value. Perhaps they mark affiliation. Perhaps they carry memory. Perhaps they simply look good. Sometimes a bead is just a bead. Historians cannot always resist assigning symbolic meaning to every unusual object, while prehistoric people may occasionally have decorated things for the ancient reason that decoration is enjoyable. That possibility feels refreshingly ordinary. A man returning from the woodland wears a hide garment repaired at one shoulder with a patch of slightly different material. The repair is visible, but nobody seems embarrassed by it. Why would they be? A useful garment is too expensive in labor to discard because of damage. Repair is normal. The patch tells a small story. Perhaps the original seam tore during travel. Perhaps an animal snagged it. Perhaps the wearer simply used it for years. Clothing accumulates history. The same is true of footwear. You notice several kinds around the camp. Some people wear simple leather coverings tied around the foot and ankle. Others move barefoot where terrain allows. Footwear depends strongly on season ground conditions and local custom. A sharp landscape encourages protection. Cold ground demands insulation. Soft summer earth may not. You inspect a leather shoe near one shelter. Its sole is worn thinner at the heel and outer edge. The shape reflects thousands of steps. That kind of wear can tell archaeologists surprising things about movement posture and use the complete prehistoric footwear survives only under exceptional conditions. Most simply decomposes. One quirky survival detail comes from plant stuffing. People in colder or wetter environments can pack grasses, bark fibers, or other dry vegetation inside footwear for insulation and moisture control. The method sounds unimpressive until your feet become cold. Then it becomes brilliant. You push a little dry grass between your fingers. It feels springy and light. Layered properly, it traps air. Air provides warmth. No synthetic insulation required. I begin to understand how clothing systems work as combinations rather than single garments. A hide layer blocks wind. Fur traps warmth. Cord holds pieces together. Plant fiber fills gaps. A belt secures tools. Small choices build comfort. Comfort matters because discomfort drains attention. Cold hands cannot work efficiently. Wet feet become injured. Chafing makes walking miserable. Prehistoric clothing is therefore survival technology fitted directly to the body. It must move with you. You watch a hunter crouch to adjust a strap at the waist. Bedfowl, small objects hang from it, a pouch, a tool pea, perhaps a piece of cord and something wrapped in hide. The belt acts like portable storage. Without pockets as you know them, bags, slings, straps, pouches and belts become essential. A person leaving camp needs hands-free. Carrying systems solve that problem. A woven bag nearby is filled with collected plants. Its strap is broad enough to distribute weight across the shoulder. Another container can be carried against the back. Technology here is often designed around the human body. You wear it. You tie it. You carry it. You balance it. The design has been tested by generations of ordinary experience. Bad designs disappear quickly. Good ones persist. The afternoon air grows warmer. Someone removes an outer covering while working in direct sunlight and folds it nearby. Another person keeps shoulders protected from wind coming down the valley. There is no single outfit for the entire day. Layers respond to temperature. You realize how often prehistoric people must adjust clothing because they spend so much time outdoors. Weather is not something observed through a window. It touches skin constantly. The breeze enters seams. Rain finds weak stitching. Sun dries damp leather. Smoke settles into fur. Everything acquires the smell of environment and hearth. You lift one hide covering briefly. It smells heavily of smoke. That may actually be useful. Smoking can help preserve certain hides and discourage some insects depending on treatment methods. It also creates a smell that would probably follow you everywhere. Your prehistoric wardrobe has a signature fragrance. Campfire, animal, and effort. Luxury brands can wait. An older woman sits in shade repairing a narrow tear. Her hands move slowly but confidently. The pointed needle appears to be made from bone. Such needles represent a remarkable improvement in clothing technology because they allow finer, more controlled sewing than simple piercing and lacing. Bone needles are known from much earlier periods than this one. By 10,000 years ago, sewing traditions already have deep histories. You sit nearby and watch. She does not rush. Each stitch enters close to the previous one. The thread is pulled snug but not tight enough to distort the hide. The repair gradually disappears into the older seam. This work looks peaceful. It is also economically important. Replacing the entire garment would require obtaining another hide and processing it through many exhausting steps. A careful repair saves days of labor. Maintenance is wealth. You start noticing repairs everywhere now. A basket has a newer strip woven into one side. A strap is reinforced with an extra knot. A shoe has a second patch near the toe. Even a decorated band has been retied where fibers weakened. Ordinary prehistoric life is full of mending. That may be one of its most familiar qualities. Humans become attached to useful things. We fix them. We improvise. We complain about them. Then we keep using them. Late sunlight settles across the settlement, bringing out the warm colors of hidewood, grass, and earth. Someone shakes dust from a fur covering before returning it indoors. The fibers catch the light. Nearby, a child wears a garment clearly made with room to grow. Practicality has survived again. You touch your own sleeve and feel the irregular surface under your fingertips. It is not smooth. It is not uniform. But it is warm, flexible, repairable, and made from materials this landscape provides. Nothing about it is accidental. The cut matters. The seam matters. The cord matters. Even the patch matters. As evening approaches, cooler air begins sliding once more through the valley. You pull the garment closer around your body almost without thinking. That simple movement connects you with everyone around you. Clothing here is not fashion separate from survival. It is protection, identity, memory, technology, and labor worn against the skin. And tomorrow, before anyone leaves camp, somebody will check a strap, retie a cord patch, a tear, or soften another stubborn piece of hide. Because 10,000 years ago, getting dressed is never just getting dressed. It's carrying the work of many hands into the day. Section 7. Morning work begins with tools already waiting where they were left the evening before. You notice them differently now. Yesterday, a scraper looked like a shaped stone. Today, you understand that it represents time, judgment, raw material, repeated sharpening, and the skill of someone who knows exactly how much force stone can tolerate before it breaks. Nothing here is casual. A useful tool may serve for months. Some may last longer. Others survive only minutes before being reshaped into something else. You crouch beside a low working area near the shelter wall. Several flakes of stone lie scattered across the packed earth. Their edges catch the morning light with a dull glassy shine. One is sharp enough to slice skin easily. You avoid touching that one. A man sitting nearby holds a larger stone core in one hand and a hammerstone in the other. He turns the core slowly. His eyes study angles you barely notice. Then he strikes. The sound is crisp. A thin flake breaks away. It lands beside his knee. He examines the fresh surface before rotating the core again. Nothing about his movement is random. Stone knapping depends on understanding fracture. Certain rocks, including flint chert, obsidian, and other fine-grained materials, can break predictably when struck correctly. A skilled craftsperson controls where force travels through the stone. The result can be extraordinarily sharp. Some fresh stone edges are sharper than in many metal blades. That fact feels almost strange when you look at the simple object resting on the ground. It has no polished handle, no manufacturer's mark, no dramatic appearance. Yet it could cut meat, hide, fiber, wood, or plant material efficiently. A tool does not need to look impressive. It only needs to work. The craftsman picks up the flake and runs a thumb near the edge without touching it directly. Then he makes several smaller adjustments with another tool. Tiny chips fall away. The cutting edge becomes more regular. You listen to the repeated tapping. Stone against stone creates a clean, delicate rhythm, unlike the deeper sounds of chopping wood. Nearby, someone uses a scraper against high. Farther away, another person strikes bone. The settlement has its own workshop music. You try holding a hammerstone. It feels comfortably rounded. Its surface is worn smooth in several places where repeated impacts have changed the boulder. You imagine hundreds of blows landing through the same grip. The tool records its history through wear. Archaeologists do the same thing. Microscopic marks on stone edges can reveal whether a tool probably cut meat, scraped hide, worked wood, or harvested plants. Experiments with replica tools help researchers compare known wear patterns with ancient examples. A chipped stone can therefore preserve traces of behavior. The person who used it disappears. The scratches remain. You turn toward a small collection of tools arranged near a woven container. There are cutting flakes, scrapers, pointed pieces, bone implements, and several objects whose purpose you cannot immediately guess. One seems almost too small to matter. It may have been inserted into a wooden handle. Composite tools change everything. Instead of relying on a single material, people combine stone, wood, bone, antler, sinew, fiber, resin, or natural glue into one working object. A spear can have a wooden shaft. Its point may be stone or bone. Cordage helps secure it. Resin strengthens the joint. Each material solves a different problem. You begin appreciating the complexity hidden inside apparently simple equipment. A broken spear is not necessarily useless. The shaft can be repaired. The point can be replaced. The binding can be renewed. The components matter separately. Repair is often easier than rebuilding from nothing. You watch someone warming dark resin near a small fire. The substance softens gradually. Its smell is strong and slightly sweet mixed with smoke. The person applies a small amount around a tool fitting, then wraps fiber tightly around the joint. Adhesives are ancient technology. People learned long before this period that naturally sticky materials could become stronger through heating, mixing, or careful preparation. The recipes may vary. Some are probably guarded knowledge. Exactly how specialized adhesive production becomes in different communities remains difficult to judge. Archaeologists can identify residues on surviving tools, but many organic compounds vanish over thousands of years. Scholars still debate how much technological knowledge was concentrated in individual specialists rather than widely shared across households. You cannot solve that question by watching one morning. You can see, however, that skill varies. One person shapes stone quickly. Another works bone more confidently. An older woman repairs a basket with effortless precision. A younger adult needs help attaching a point to a shaft. Nobody appears equally good at everything. That feels familiar. Expertise creates dependence. A skilled knapper may produce better cutting edges for others. Someone experienced with wood knows which branches bend without splitting. Another person understands how to prepare strong cord. Knowledge moves between people through observation, exchange, teaching, and perhaps reputation. A good craftsperson becomes valuable, not because money exists, because competence does. You follow a man carrying several unfinished wooden shafts toward the edge of camp. Wooden tools are everywhere, yet they are almost invisible in the archaeological record compared with stone. This is one of the great distortions of prehistoric history. Stone survives beautifully. Wood does not. If you judge this community only from objects preserved thousands of years later, you might imagine people obsessed with rocks. In reality, wood may dominate everyday technology. Digging sticks, handles, bowls, frames, stakes, shafts, clubs, paddles, and countless other objects can disappear completely after abandonment. The prehistoric world is much more wooden than museum displays suggest. You take one unfinished shaft. The surface feels rough under your palm. It has already been straightened somewhat, but small knots and raised fibers remain. The maker uses a stone blade to shave it gradually. Thin curls of wood fall onto the ground. The smell is fresh and dry. Sunlight warms the exposed grain. The work takes patience. Too much pressure could weaken the shaft. Too little leaves uneven surfaces. The hand must repeat the same controlled movement dozens of times. A child sits nearby, copying the motion on a smaller stick. The child's tool is duller. That seems wise. Training begins safely where possible. Eventually, however, every useful skill must become real. A badly made digging stick can snap. A weak binding can fail. A dull scraper wastes hours. Technology has consequences. I begin understanding why tools are treated carefully. They are stored where people can find them. Edges are protected. Points are checked. Bindings are inspected before travel. Good raw material may be saved for important tasks instead of wasted on practice. Stone quality matters greatly. Some settlements lie near excellent sources. Others do not. This creates exchange. A particularly fine piece of flint or obsidian may travel many kilometers from its geological source. Archaeologists can sometimes trace stone chemically or visually back to specific regions. That reveals movement and contact across landscapes. A small blade can contain a long journey. You pick up a dark glassy fragment. Its surface reflects your face faintly. Obsidian is volcanic glass, and when properly fractured, it produces exceptionally sharp edges. It also has one inconvenient quality. It can be brittle. A beautiful cutting edge is useless if handled carelessly. There is probably a prehistoric lesson hiding there. Someone takes the fragment from you before you test it. Reasonable decision. A more peculiar object appears beside a basket. It is a stone with a hole worn through part of its center. At first you imagine decoration. Then someone threads a cord through it. The exact purpose remains unclear to you. Weights, nets, sinkers, perforated tools, spindle-related objects, and symbolic items can sometimes resemble one another after thousands of years. Archaeologists occasionally spend entire careers arguing over objects that prehistoric people probably understood instantly. That may be one of history's quieter jokes. A person living here could answer in 3 seconds. Future scholars may publish 40 papers. You move toward another work area. Several bone pieces lie beside a fat stone. One has been polished to a narrow point. Another has a rounded end. Bone is lighter and tougher than many stones for certain tasks. It can become needles, points, owls, fish hooks, ornaments, handles, and specialized implements. Antler offers different qualities again. Materials are chosen according to what they do best. Nothing is universally superior. Stone cuts beautifully. Bone can flex. Wood provides length. Fiber binds. Resin joins. Hide cushions. Technology here is about combinations. Kists. You notice an alwell being pushed through leather. The point enters cleanly. A small hole appears. Another follows. Soon a repair seam takes shape. That tiny implement supports clothing bags, straps, and perhaps shelter materials. A tool smaller than your finger can influence half the household. This is what makes prehistoric technology so interesting. Importance does not always match size. A grinding stone may be too heavy to carry far. A needle weighs almost nothing. Can transform daily life. You walk toward the central hearth carrying a small cutting flake someone allows you to use. A bundle of plant fibers needs trimming. You press the edge carefully. The fibers separate almost immediately. You expected resistance. There is almost none. The edge is astonishingly effective. I'll become slightly more respectful, then slightly nervous. People using these tools understand both usefulness and danger. Children must learn which edges are safe to handle and which are not. Adults likely accumulate small cuts regardless. Hands here tell stories. You notice calluses along fingers and palms. Some are thick from carrying. Others come from repeated tool grips. A person's body adapts to technology just as technology adapts to the body. The relationship becomes visible through wear. By afternoon, sunlight falls directly across the work areas. Stone flakes glitter against dusty ground. Wood shavings gather beside a shelter. The smell of resin lingers near warm ash. A steady tapping continues from the napping area. Nobody calls this industry, yet it is production. Tools are being made, repaired, sharpened, reused, exchanged and taught. The entire settlement depends upon this quiet flow of objects. Food gathering needs baskets. Hunting needs points. Clothing needs needles. Shelters need cutting and binding tools. Firewood needs chopping and carrying. Fishing requires hooks, traps, nets or spears. Every task rests on another task. A tool allows work. Work maintains the tool. You return the cutting flake. The owner looks at its edge. A tiny section has dulled where you used it. He adjusts it with a few precise strikes. The repair takes seconds. Skill makes maintenance look easy. Without that skill, you would probably ruin it. Another lesson learned. As evening approaches, finished objects return toward the shelters. A repaired spear rests against a wall. Several sharp flakes disappear into a small container. The bonnet awl is tucked beside sewing materials. A grinding stone stays where it is far too heavy for unnecessary movement. Everything has a place. Possessions are few compared with later households, but few does not mean unimportant. Each object sits within a network of effort. Some came from animals, some from trees, some from riverbanks, some from distant stone sources. Every tool carries the landscape in miniature. You hold one final object before handing it back. It is an ordinary scraper. Its edge is worn. Its surface fits comfortably into the palm. Someone has used it many times before you. Someone may use it many times afterward. Perhaps it will eventually be discarded beside the shelter. Perhaps it will be lost during travel. Perhaps another person will reshape it until almost nothing remains. Thousands of years later, somebody might find it. They may place it carefully inside a labeled tray. They may measure it, photograph it, and discuss its function. But right now it is simply useful. That is enough. The sun lowers behind the settlement while tools vanish into baskets, bags, and familiar corners. Tomorrow they will emerge again. They will cut, scrape, drill, grind, pierce, bind, shape, and repair. And as you watch the last stone edge disappear into storage, you understand something simple. 10,000 years ago, wealth is not measured by how many objects surround you. It is measured by whether the objects you have can keep working. Section 8. By mid-morning, the settlement belongs to children almost as much as it belongs to adults. You notice them everywhere. One carries sticks toward a hearth. Another follows an older relative carrying a small basket. Two younger children chase each other around the edge of a shelter until someone tells them without much success to stay away from the tools. Their world is not separate from adult life. It overlaps constantly. There is play, certainly, but there is also work. A child only a few years old may begin helping with simple tasks that seem almost invisible to everyone else. Carrying small bundles, gathering easy plants, watching younger siblings, fetching tools, or keeping an eye on a fire can all become part of daily routine. Nobody waits until childhood is over. Learning begins immediately. You follow a group toward the edge of the settlement where several adults are collecting useful plants. The children move with less efficiency. They stop to inspect insects. They throw stones. They argue over a stick that appears to possess enormous political importance. Then an older girl calls them back. Her voice sounds practiced. She cannot be much more than 10 or 11, yet two smaller children obey her without question. Childcare is shared. Older siblings may spend substantial time supervising younger ones, especially when adults are gathering, processing food, repairing shelters, or traveling farther from camp. This does not mean childhood is joyless. It means responsibility arrives early. The group reaches a patch of low vegetation. An older woman kneels and points to two plants growing almost side by side. To you, they look similar. To her, they are obviously different. She touches one leaf, then the other. The children watch. One plant is useful. The other is ignored. No lecture follows. The distinction is repeated through gesture, smell, touch, and practice. This is how knowledge enters memory. In communities without books, information must live inside people. Children therefore grow up surrounded by constant instruction, much of it informal. They hear which plants are safe. They learn where snakes hide. They discover which clouds suggest rain. They recognize animal tracks. They memorize water sources. They learn which trees provide good fuel and which branches smoke too heavily. A mistake can matter. You crouch beside one child who is digging with a shortened wooden stick. The tool is clearly made for smaller hands. The child pushes it into loose soil, pries upward, and exposes a narrow root. The first attempt breaks it. The child frowns. An adult shows a different angle. The second attempt works better. Nobody applauds. Nobody needs to. The lesson continues. Anthropologists studying many traditional foraging societies have often observed children learning through participation rather than through formal separation from adult work. Archaeologists cannot directly watch prehistoric teaching, of course, yet small tools, footprints, activity patterns, and comparison with later communities suggest that children were active participants rather than passive dependents. Exactly how much work they performed remains uncertain. Scholars still debate how childhood responsibilities varied between early farming communities and more mobile hunter-gatherer groups. The answer probably changed with age, season, local ecology, and family structure. Still, one fact is difficult to avoid. Children had to become competent. Survival knowledge was too important to postpone. You see this clearly when a boy, perhaps 8 years old, discovers animal tracks near damp ground. He calls an adult. The adult does not immediately explain what made them. Instead, he asks the boy to look again. The child studies the marks. He checks their size. He notices where they disappear into grass. He gives an answer. The adult corrects him gently. The boy kneels closer. Learning becomes a conversation with the ground. Tracks are not merely footprints. They reveal direction, speed, size, sometimes age. Broken vegetation can add more information. Tongue may tell another part of the story. A skilled tracker reads the landscape almost like writing. You cannot. Not yet. To you, mud remains mud. The children are already ahead. Later, several of them begin a game near the shelters. They throw miniature spears toward a target made from a bundle of grass. The weapons are light. The target is close. Accuracy varies wildly. One child misses by several steps and immediately claims something about the wind. The wind is barely moving. Excuses have ancient roots. The adults nearby ignore most of the game. Yet the movements clearly imitate hunting. Throwing, aiming, approaching quietly, and reading distance can all be practiced through play. Children learn serious skills while doing something enjoyable. The boundary between education and entertainment becomes difficult to separate. Another group has arranged stones into small patterns on the ground. You cannot tell whether they are playing a counting game, copying adult activities, or inventing rules known only to themselves. This is one of the frustrating limits of archaeology. Children's play rarely survives clearly. A small stone circle might be ritual. It might be practical. It might be the prehistoric equivalent of a game abandoned when someone called everyone to eat. Future scholars may never know. One quirky possibility appears in the tiny fingerprints sometimes preserved in ancient clay and plaster. At several archaeological sites, researchers have identified impressions likely made by children. Some appear in places connected with construction or craft work. Perhaps young hands helped shape building material. Perhaps they simply touched something adults told them not to touch. Both explanations feel possible. You imagine a child pressing fingers into wet plaster. An adult sighs. 10,000 years pass. Archaeologists become delighted. Ordinary mischief becomes evidence. Back in the settlement, a young girl sits beside someone weaving a basket. She works with shorter fibers. Her pattern is uneven. The adult beside her does not take the work away. Instead, she adjusts one section and lets the girl continue. Skill requires repetition. Children must be allowed to fail where failure is affordable. A poor practice basket is annoying. A poorly identified poisonous plant is different. The level of supervision changes with your risk. You'll begin noticing this everywhere. Children carry firewood, but smaller ones stay away from large flames. They use simple tools before sharper ones. They accompany adults on nearby gathering trips before traveling farther. Responsibility grows gradually. Competence earns freedom. That pattern may be more important than age alone. A child who learns quickly can contribute more. Another may need longer. Individual ability matters. So does personality. Some children are cautious. Some are reckless. Prehistory has no magical cure for that. One small boy climbs onto a fallen log after being warned not to. He slips. He lands in soft vegetation. For several seconds, silence follows. Then he looks around to see who noticed. Everyone noticed. No serious harm is done. His dignity suffers. Education continues. You smile. The day remains gentle, but the risks surrounding children are real. Open water lies nearby. Fires burn inside shelters. Sharp tools are common. Wild animals move through the landscape. Falls, infections, bites, and accidents can become dangerous quickly. Parents and relatives must balance protection with teaching independence. Constant supervision is impossible. The community itself becomes part of childcare. An aunt may correct a child. An older sibling may guide one away from danger. A neighboring adult may offer food. Responsibility spreads through relationships. This cooperative approach may be one reason human childhood can remain so long. Human children develop slowly compared with many animals. They need years to master language, social rules, food knowledge, tool use, navigation, and local ecology. That extended learning period is expensive. It also produces astonishing flexibility. A child raised here can become expert in this valley. A child raised elsewhere might learn coastlines, forests, mountains, or dry grasslands instead. Human childhood prepares people for culture as much as environment. The two are inseparable. By afternoon, some of the younger children become visibly tired. Their movements slow. Arguments become easier. One child starts crying because another has taken a piece of cord. The object is immediately returned. Crying continues anyway. Apparently principle matters. An adult lifts the child, briefly speaks softly, then returns to work. The disturbance fades. You hear insects humming in the warm grass. Smoke drifts from the shelters. A wooden tool knocks rhythmically against stone. The children gradually settle into quieter activities. One sits near an elder listening to a story. You cannot understand every word, but the structure is clear. A place is mentioned. An animal is imitated. The child laughs. Then the elder becomes more serious. Stories entertain, but they can also preserve memory. A tale about a dangerous river or the crossing may teach geography. A story about an animal may encode behavior. A remembered journey may explain where food appears during a difficult season. Myth, history, humor, and practical advice can coexist. The child does not need categories. The story is enough. You realize that education here surrounds every moment. There is no school building. There is no classroom bell. There are no written examinations. But there are constant tests. Then you recognize the plant. Then you tie the knot. Then you follow the trail. Then you carry water without spilling it. Then you keep a younger child away from the fire. Then you remember the route home. Failure brings correction. Success brings more responsibility. As the sun lowers, several children return from gathering fuel. Their bundles are small but useful. They drop the sticks beside the hearth and immediately begin talking about something that happened near the trees. The story grows more dramatic with each telling. An ordinary bird becomes enormous. A rustling bush becomes suspicious. Adults listen with half smiles. Children exaggerate. Another timeless tradition. One older child helps distribute food. A younger one carries a container carefully with both hands. Nobody treats their contribution as symbolic. Their work matters because every small task reduces someone else's burden. A settlement survives through accumulated effort. Children slowly join that system. Not all at once, not equally, but steadily. You watch the youngest among them fall asleep against an adult before darkness fully arrives. The child's hands are dirty. A narrow scratch marks one knee. There is plant fiber caught in the hair. The day has included work, play, mistakes, lessons, laughter, and tears. Tomorrow will probably look similar. That repetition is how knowledge becomes instinct. Years from now, the child who struggled with a digging stick may teach another small pair of hands. The girl weaving an uneven basket may become the person everyone trusts with difficult repairs. The boy misreading tracks may eventually recognize an animal from a single broken blade of grass. Skill begins awkwardly. Everyone here knows that. Night settles gradually across the shelter. Children gather closer to fires and familiar bodies. Their voices soften. The settlement becomes quieter. And as you listen to the last conversations fading into the darkness, you understand that childhood 10,000 years ago is neither endless play nor relentless labor. It is preparation. Patient, practical, communal preparation. Because every child here is learning something larger than a task. They are learning how to belong to this landscape. Section 9. The next morning, you begin noticing how much of the settlement's stability depends on work that rarely looks dramatic. A group of women leaves camp carrying baskets, digging sticks, cutting tools and lengths of cord. No one announces a hunt. No one prepares for danger. There is no tense silence before departure. Yet the food they bring back may matter more to daily survival than any single successful kill. You follow them toward the edge of the valley. The air is cool and clean, still holding a trace of smoke from the sleeping shelters behind you. Dew clings to low plants and the ground gives slightly beneath your feet. Birds move through the bush. Insects rise whenever someone brushes against tall grass. The women walk confidently. Their pace is steady rather than hurried. They know exactly where they are going. One carries a child against her hip. Another has a smaller child following beside her. A third wears a woven bag across the shoulder, leaving both hands free for work. Gathering is not simply wandering through nature and picking whatever looks edible. It requires detailed knowledge. You must know which plants are safe. You must know when they are worth collecting. You must recognize whether a root is mature, whether a fruit is ripe, and whether insects have spoiled stored seeds. Timing changes everything. Some foods are abundant for only a short period. Miss the season and the opportunity disappears. You reach a patch of open ground where several plants grow in clusters. One woman kneels immediately. She uses a digging stick to loosen the soil around a root without breaking it. Her movements are efficient. The tool enters at an angle, then levers upward. A thick root appears. She inspects it briefly and places it inside the basket. You try the same technique. Your stick slips. The root snaps. Again, a body is surprised. You are developing a reputation. The woman shows you where to place the point. Your second attempt is better. The work still feels awkward. After several roots, your shoulders begin to ache. Gathering may look quiet, but it is physical. You bend, dig, carry, reach, cut, walk, then repeat everything many times. A productive patch can take hours to harvest. The baskets become heavier as the morning continues. Plant foods may have provided a substantial share of calories in many hunter-gatherer societies, especially where edible roots, nuts, fruits, seeds, or grains were reliable. The exact percentage varies enormously. Environment decides much of it. Some communities depend heavily on hunting. Others rely more on fishing. In many places, gathered foods provide an essential and predictable foundation. This makes gathering knowledge economically powerful. A hunter may return with nothing. A person who knows where edible plants are growing can often return with something. Predictability matters. You notice that the women collect several different foods rather than focusing on one species. One basket receives roots, another fills with small seeds. A handful of berries disappears quickly into a child before reaching any container. No body objects. A little food is eaten immediately. Most is carried home. Diversity reduces risk. If one food fails, another may still be available. This matters especially during seasonal transitions. The landscape rarely produces everything at once. A good gatherer understands sequence. When one resource declines, another begins. Knowledge turns the year into a chain of opportunities. You pause beneath a tree. The woman beside you points toward branches containing nuts not yet ready for collection. She touches the shell and shakes her head. Later, that single gesture carries memory. She knows what this tree produced last year. She may know whether animals usually reach it first. Perhaps she remembers who collected here before winter. The landscape is personal. Places hold expectations. You begin seeing the valley less as scenery and more as storage waiting to mature. Plants are future meals. Trees are future fuel. Reeds are future baskets. Animal paths are future information. Every useful patch has timing attached. One particularly interesting detail is that gathering itself may change the environment. People do not always passively take what grows naturally. They may clear competing vegetation, burn selected areas, scatter seeds, protect useful plants, or return repeatedly to productive patches. These actions can gradually reshape local ecosystems. Long before formal fields dominate landscapes, people may already be managing them. Researchers disagree about how deliberate some of these practices were in different regions. A burned patch might improve hunting visibility. It might encourage edible plants. It might achieve both. Archaeological evidence can show repeated burning plant changes and increasing concentration of useful species, but motive remains difficult to prove. You watch one woman remove several unwanted stems around a productive plant. She does it quickly. Perhaps it is habit, perhaps management, perhaps merely convenience. Future scholars would love an explanation. She simply keeps working. The group moves toward a stand of taller vegetation. Here another type of labor begins. Seed heads are cut or stripped into baskets. The tiny grains appear unimpressive. They are also labor-intensive. Collecting them is only the first stage. Later, they may need drying, threshing, winnowing, grinding, soaking, or cooking. Plant foods often demand work long after harvest. This is easy to forget. A piece of meat can look more dramatic than a basket of seeds, but a basket can feed several people repeatedly. Grinding stones back at camp exist because gathering creates processing work. Much of that work may fall to women in many communities. I begin thinking about how history remembers labor. Hunting leaves spear points. Large animal bones attract attention. Cave art displays impressive animals. Gathering leaves subtler traces. Seeds burn. Fibers decay. Digging sticks disappear. Baskets vanish. The labor can become archaeologically quiet. That does not mean it was socially unimportant. Quite the opposite. Ethnographic studies of many foraging peoples have shown that women's gathered foods can provide a reliable share of household nutrition. But prehistoric gender roles were not identical everywhere. Women may hunt, men may gather. Children help both. Age, pregnancy, skill, season, and local traditional matter. There is no single prehistoric job chart. Still, tasks are often divided. Efficiency encourages specialization. A person caring for a nursing infant may choose work closer to camp. Someone without childcare responsibilities may travel farther. Older adults may focus on tasks using knowledge more than speed. Women and groups adapt socially as well as technologically. You see that flexibility now. One woman carries a baby while gathering slowly near the path. Another moves farther into thicker vegetation. An older woman remains near the productive root patch, identifying plants for two younger children. Everyone contributes differently. The work fits the person. Near midday, the baskets are noticeably fuller. The weight changes posture. Straps press into shoulders. People begin resting more often. You sit beneath partial shade. The smell of crushed leaves clings to your hands. Soil is packed beneath your fingernails. Your palms feel rough from the digging stick. A child offers you several berries. You accept them carefully. They are tart, then sweet. The flavor is stronger than expected. Fresh fruit is one of the small pleasures of gathering. Not everything must be saved. A few berries disappear immediately. Someone laughs when the child hides another handful. Apparently, prehistoric taxation remains negotiable. The rest period does not last long. Food still needs carrying home. Before leaving, one woman checks the surrounding area carefully. She seems to be estimating what remains. The group does not strip every plant. That may be intentional conservation. Or perhaps the remaining foods are not worth collecting. You cannot know. This is another scholarly uncertainty. How consciously did prehistoric foragers regulate harvesting to protect future yields? Evidence from later traditional societies suggests that many communities developed detailed rules about sustainable use. Whether those exact principles existed here cannot be assumed. But people who depend on the same places repeatedly have strong reasons not to destroy them. Experience punishes waste. Now begin the return journey. The basket on your back feels heavier with every step. The strap rubs against your shoulder. Your legs feel the uneven ground more sharply. You understand now why carrying technology matters so much. A good strap saves energy. A good basket distributes weight. A poor one turns several kilometers into misery. The women continue talking as they walk. Conversation moves between practical subjects and what sounds like teasing. One mentions something that causes everyone else to laugh. The child walking beside you repeats the phrase without understanding why it is funny. That makes the adults laugh harder. Work and social life remain intertwined. Nobody performs labor in complete silence unless the task demands it. Gathering trips create time for teaching, gossip, planning, and observation. They also connect people emotionally. Shared work creates shared memory. When the settlement comes into view, children run ahead. Someone near the shelters notices the full baskets. There is no dramatic welcome. The return is expected. That is precisely why it matters. Reliable food rarely arrives with ceremony. It arrives because someone knew where to go. The biscuits are set down near a working area. Immediately the next stage begins. Roots must be cleaned. Seeds must be separated. Berries must be sorted. Some plants are divided for drying. Others will be cooked soon. The gathering trip ends, but the labor does not. You kneel beside the group and help remove dirt from roots. Your fingers are tired. The repetitive movement becomes almost soothing. Children sit nearby, stealing occasional edible pieces when adults are not looking. Dogs investigate everything. One is pushed away from a basket. It waits 3 seconds, then returns from another angle. Persistence remains admirable. By late afternoon, food has been transformed into piles, bundles, and containers. Some will be eaten tonight. Some may last days. Some could be saved much longer if properly dried or stored. This is household security being built in small increments. You realize that daily survival often depends less on spectacular success than on dependable repetition. Gather, carry, process, store, repeat. The work may not become legend. It still feeds everyone. As evening light softens across the settlement, you watch the women finish sorting the last plants. Their hands move with the confidence of people whose knowledge has been tested many times. They know what can be eaten, what should be avoided, what needs soaking, what becomes bitter after storage, what ripens next week, what disappeared early this year. That knowledge is wealth. It exists inside memory, conversation, and practiced hands. No written inventory records it. No ruler controls it. Yet every person near the hearth benefits from it. The smell of cooking roots begins drifting through the camp. Somewhere a child laughs. A grinding stone starts its slow rhythm again. And you understand that much of ordinary life 10,000 years ago is sustained by work history often overlooks. Quiet work, skilled work, work repeated so faithfully that an entire community can depend upon it. Section 10. The next morning you discover that hunting begins long before anyone sees an animal. There is no sudden charge into the wilderness, no dramatic shouting, no heroic sprint across open ground with a spear raised against the sunrise. Instead you wait. You listen, you watch, then you wait again. A small group leaves the settlement before the day becomes warm. You follow with several hunters carrying wooden shafts, stone points, cords, and light containers for anything useful found along the way. The air is cold enough to sting your nose. Mist lies low across the grass and moisture darkens the edges of your clothing. Each step produces a soft crushing sound beneath your feet. Then everyone stops. You almost walk into the person ahead. A hunter raises one hand. Nobody speaks. You hear birds in the distance and the gentle movement of leaves overhead. For several seconds, nothing else happens. Then the hunter points toward the ground. Tracks. You crouch. At first they look like shallow marks in damp soil. The others see much more. One person studies the depth. Another checks where the edges have begun collapsing. A third looks for broken stems nearby. They are estimating when the animal passed and where it may have gone. Tracking is patient interpretation. You cannot simply follow footprints like marks painted on a path. Animals turn. They stop. They cross hard ground. They move through vegetation that hides obvious signs. A skilled tracker reads small disturbances, a bent blade of grass, a fresh scrape on bark, a patch of disturbed dust, dung that still holds moisture. The landscape becomes a trail of tiny clues. You are not very good at this. When asked where the tracks continue, you choose the wrong direction. Nobody mocks you loudly. That is worse. A small smile passes between two hunters. You continue walking. Hunting in many prehistoric communities requires extensive knowledge of animal behavior, terrain, season, wind, and weather. Technology matters, but patience often matters just as much. A spear cannot help if you never approach closely enough. Noise becomes your enemy. So does scent. The group begins moving more slowly through the trees. You notice how carefully people place their feet. Loose branches are avoided. Dry leaves are crossed where possible. Someone tests the wind by lifting a little dust and watching its direction. You feel a breeze against your cheek. The hunters immediately shift position. Animals may smell humans long before humans see them. Approach from the wrong direction and the morning ends with nothing. That happens often. This is something later storytelling tends to forget. Successful hunts leave impressive remains. Failed hunts leave almost nothing. Archaeological sites show animal bones and weapon points, but they cannot show every empty-handed return. Prehistoric hunting probably includes disappointment as a normal condition. You walk for another hour. Nothing appears. The sun rises higher. The forest smells of damp bark moss, old leaves, and warming soil. Small insects begin moving around exposed skin. One lands on your neck. You resist the urge to slap it immediately because sudden movement feels inappropriate. The insect seems delighted with the arrangement. Eventually the group reaches a narrow rise overlooking open ground. Everyone lowers themselves behind brush. Now you wait properly. The position gives a broad view of a shallow valley where grazing animals may pass. No animals are present. You sit. Minutes stretch. Someone adjusts a spear point. Another chews something quietly. One hunter watches the far slope without moving. I'll begin wondering how long this continues. Long enough. Waiting is labor too. It requires discipline. Movement catches attention. Conversation carries. A restless hunter can ruin an opportunity prepared through hours of tracking. So you become still. Wind moves across the grass in slow waves. A bird lands nearby. It studies you briefly, then continues searching the ground. You start noticing sounds you ignored earlier. Leaves rub together above your head. A branch creaks. Tiny claws scratch bark somewhere behind you. Farther away, something splashes near water. For a while, every sound seems important. Most are not. That is another skill. Experienced hunters separate meaningful signals from ordinary noise. You react to everything. They react only when necessary. At last, one hunter shifts slightly. His eyes focus on the far edge of the clearing. You follow his gaze. Nothing. Then you see movement. A small group of deer-like animals emerges slowly from cover. They are far away. Too far. The hunters remain completely still. The animals lower their heads and feed. One lifts its head repeatedly. Its ears turn toward the breeze. You hold your breath without meaning to. Nobody throws a sear. Nobody charges. The distance is wrong. The animals are alert. A careless attempt would waste energy and warn them. So the hunters do something very impressive. Nothing. You watch the animals for several minutes. Then they disappear behind vegetation. The opportunity is gone. No one seems surprised. Hunting depends on judgment about when not to act. This may be harder than acting. A poor decision can damage a weapon, cause injury, or scatter animals from a useful area. Restraint has value. The group rises slowly. Another route is chosen. You continue. By midday, heat settles across the valley. The cold mist feels like something from another day. Wet gathers beneath your clothing and dust begins sticking to your lower legs. You drink carefully from a small amount of carried water. There is not enough to waste. The hunters stop under shade. Food appears from a pouch. A few nuts. something dried, perhaps a piece of roasted root. The meal is small. Nobody has caught anything yet. This raises the obvious question. Why spend so much effort on hunting if gathering is often more predictable? Because successful hunts can provide concentrated energy, fat, protein, hides, bone, sinew, antler, and other valuable materials. A large animal can support many needs at once, but success is uncertain. This uncertainty shapes social behavior. In many foraging societies, meat from larger kills is shared widely. Sharing reduces risk because tomorrow another hunter may be fortunate. Exactly how prehistoric groups divided meat remains difficult to reconstruct. Scholars still argue about the balance between household control, community sharing, prestige, obligation, and individual ownership in different early societies. The rules probably vary. Human beings rarely agree on one food distribution system for 10,000 years. A quirky detail emerges during the rest. One hunter carries a small object made from bone with several shallow marks along its surface. It might be practical. It might be decorative. It could record something. You have no way to know. Future archaeologists would have the same problem. Objects associated with hunting are sometimes interpreted as tallies, charms, ownership marks, or symbolic pieces. Some probably are. Others may have purposes that disappeared completely. The hunter uses the object to adjust a cord. So much for your theory. After resting, the group heads toward a shallow marsh. Here the strategy changes. Tracks are easier to see near mud. Animal movement becomes more predictable around water. You pass hoofprints, bird tracks, and signs of smaller animals. The hunters inspect everything. Not every animal is worth pursuing. Energy matters. A chase consuming more calories than the meat provides is a poor bargain. Prehistoric hunters must constantly evaluate return against effort. Large prey can be rewarding. Small prey may be easier. Fish, birds, rabbits, turtles, shellfish, and other resources can matter greatly depending on local conditions. The glamorous mammoth has excellent public relations. The quiet rabbit may appear on the menu more often. You continue along the marsh. Suddenly one hunter kneels. A fresh track. Another person points toward reeds. Everyone lowers their bodies. This time the group moves with greater purpose. You follow slowly, trying not to imitate your usual talent for stepping on the loudest branch available. The reeds grow taller. Their dry upper leaves brush your arms. The smell of wet mud becomes stronger. Then you hear movement ahead. A quick rustle. Silence. Another rustle. A hunter signals you left. Two people separate. You remain with the others. Minutes pass. Your heartbeat feels much louder than it probably is. An animal bursts from the reeds. Everything changes briefly. One hunter moves forward. A spear flies. It misses. The animal changes direction and disappears. Then the marsh becomes quiet again. That is all. No triumphant music. No dramatic victory. One missed throw. The hunter retrieves the spear. Examines the point. It is still usable. Someone says something that makes another person laugh. Apparently failure is ordinary enough to joke about. That may be necessary. Hunting carries frustration. Without humor, every missed opportunity would become exhausting. The group continues rather than returning immediately. Later, a smaller animal is caught through a method far less dramatic than throwing a spear. A simple trap positioned along a known route has worked. The result will not feed the entire settlement. It still matters. Traps are a useful reminder that prehistoric hunting is not always direct pursuit. Snares, nets, pits, drives, barriers, and cooperative strategies can all reduce dependence on individual strength. Technology allows humans to make patience productive. A trap waits while you sleep. A net works across space. A drive coordinates many people. The best hunter may be the person who understands animal habits most deeply. By late afternoon, the group begins returning. The load is modest. No large animal hangs from poles. Nobody looks ashamed. A day without major success is not a disaster because survival depends on many strategies working together. Gathering continues. Fishing continues. Stored food remains. Other hunters may return tomorrow. Risk is spread across activities. You understand now why the full community matters. One successful specialist cannot feed everyone forever. A network of skills can. As the settlement comes into view, smoke rises against the evening sky. Children notice the returning group. Several run closer. They look immediately for meat. Children are subtle. The small catch receives attention. The missed spear does not. Back near the shelter's tools are checked again. The stone point is examined for damage. Cord is loosened. Mud is scraped from a shaft. Nothing is simply thrown aside because the day is finished. Tomorrow depends on maintenance tonight. You sit near the hearth with tired legs. The smell of cooked plants mixes with smoke. Someone has already begun preparing the small animal brought back from the marsh. The amount of food seems almost disappointing after an entire day of effort. Then you remember something. The hunt was never only about today. Tracks were learned. Animal locations were observed. A useful route was confirmed. A trap succeeded. A water place was checked. Information came home too. That knowledge may improve tomorrow's chances. Hunting is therefore not a sequence of constant victories. It is observation stretched across days. You wait. You miss. You remember. You return. Sometimes eventually the valley gives something back. And as night settles around the hearth, you realize that prehistoric hunting feels less like endless action and more like disciplined uncertainty. Mostly you listen. Mostly you watch. Mostly you wait. Section 11. By now you've learned that the valley is crowded with information. The problem is that most of it looks like leaves. You walk beside several gatherers as the morning light spreads across low hills beyond the settlement. The air is cool enough to sharpen every smell, especially damp soil, crushed grass, and the faint sweetness of flowering plants. To your eyes, the landscape seems generous. Green things grow everywhere. To experienced eyes, it's divided into hundreds of categories. Food, medicine, fiber, fuel, poison, seasonal warning, animal habitat, and many plants that are simply ignored. One woman stops beside a low cluster of leaves. She bends one stem between her fingers and smells it. Then she passes it to a younger girl. The girl copies her. No one eats anything. They move on. You ask through gesture whether the plant is dangerous. The woman gives a small, uncertain movement, then points toward her stomach and shakes her head. Perhaps it causes sickness. Perhaps it tastes terrible. Either way, the lesson is clear. Do not put random prehistoric greenery in your mouth. This sounds obvious. It is not. Wild landscapes contain many plants that resemble one another closely. Some edible species have bitter relatives, irritating lookalikes, or parts that become useful only after careful preparation. Knowledge protects you from mistakes. It also turns difficult foods into the valuable ones. You reach a patch of roots growing in firmer soil. The group knows these plants well. They identify them by leaf shape, location, and the season rather than digging every root to check. The useful part lies underground. Without experience, you would walk past dinner. A digging stick enters beside the plant. Soil breaks apart with a dry scraping sound. The root appears slowly pale beneath darker earth. Someone wipes it clean and cuts away a damaged section. The fresh surface smells faintly sweet. You are handed a small piece. It is not offered for eating. Not yet. The woman points toward the settlement. Cooking first. That detail matters. Some wild foods become safer or more digestible through roasting, soaking, pounding, leaching, or repeated heating. Others may require toxic compounds to be removed before anyone can eat them comfortably. Processing knowledge is part of gathering knowledge. The plant itself is only half the recipe. Archaeological evidence increasingly shows that prehistoric diets could include an enormous diversity of plant foods. Seeds, grasses, fruits, nuts, legumes, leaves, tubers, bulbs, and underground storage organs all appear in different environments. Many of these foods leave fragile traces that makes them easy to underestimate. Charred seeds may survive. Starch grains can cling to tools. Microscopic plant remains sometimes remain on grinding stones, but an entire basket of leaves can vanish without a trace. The landscape therefore fed people in ways that stone tools alone cannot reveal. You move uphill. Here vegetation becomes drier and more aromatic. Every step releases new scents. One plant smells sharp and resinous when crushed. Another produces something almost like mint. A third makes your fingers sticky. An older gatherer rubs that sticky substance between thumb and forefinger, then applies it to a small wooden object. You cannot tell whether she is testing glue medicine scent or something else. Prehistoric plants refuse to stay inside modern categories. A single species can provide food, fiber dye, medicine, insect repellent, or ritual significance. Its use may also change with season. Young leaves can be edible when older ones become tough. Roots may be the best before flowering. Seeds appear only briefly. Bark peels more easily during certain months. A skilled gatherer carries a calendar without writing one. The year lives in observation. I begin noticing how people look ahead. They do not only collect what is ready today. They examine what will be useful next week. A woman checks several nut-bearing trees and finds the developing crop promising. She marks the location mentally. Another inspects berry bushes that are still hard and green. Nobody needs to write anything down. The group will remember. This ability seems almost impossible to you. The valley contains thousands of individual plants, yet certain trees, patches, springs, and slopes remain familiar across years. People know which places are reliable. They also know which places sometimes disappoint. Memory includes failure. One tree produced poorly last season. A marsh dried early. A patch of roots was damaged by animals. That information changes future decisions. Gathering is therefore not simple collection. It is risk management. You follow the group toward a shaded slope. Someone suddenly reaches backward and stops a child. There is a plant beside the path. Nothing about it looks threatening. The child had been about to touch its leaves. The adult demonstrates caution without fear. She points to the plant, then rubs her own forearm and makes an irritated expression. The child understands. You understand too. Some plants harm without being eaten. Sap can irritate skin. Thorns puncture. Fine hairs burn. Seeds can be toxic. A landscape full of food is also full of small punishments. Learning which ones matter begins early. Children hear names repeatedly. They watch preparation. They learn what can be tasted raw and what must never be sampled casually. They may also learn stories that make dangerous plants easier to remember. A frightening tale can be an excellent memory device. You wonder how many myths begin as safety instructions. No scholar can answer that confidently. Researchers still disagree about how often stories, ritual rules, and food taboos functioned primarily as practical ecological knowledge rather than social or spiritual tradition. The two purposes may not have been separate at all. A plant can be dangerous and sacred. A food can be practical and symbolic. Later categories may divide things that people here experience together. Around midday, the group rests beneath trees. The baskets are partly filled. Your fingers smell of soil and crushed leaves. Tiny scratches cross your hands from stems and rough bark. The warmth of the day has brought insects out in force. One lands near your eye. You wave it away. Another immediately replaces it. One gatherer pulls several aromatic leaves from a bundle and rubs them against exposed skin. The scent becomes intense. Whether the plant genuinely discourages insects or simply makes everyone smell more interesting is difficult to judge. Some prehistoric communities probably used aromatic plants for pest control. Direct proof is rare. Organic repellents leave almost nothing behind. This is one of those small technologies that could have been common yet archaeologically invisible. You try the leaves. The insects do seem slightly less enthusiastic. Or perhaps they have simply moved to your neck. Scientific certainty remains elusive. After resting, the group reaches a cluster of shrubs bearing dark fruit. This time everyone begins collecting quickly. The berries stain fingertips almost immediately. Their skins are thin and some burst inside the basket. You taste one. Sweetness arrives first, then acidity. The flavor feels wonderfully fresh after so much dried and roasted food. Several children eat nearly as much as they collect. Adults allow a little theft, only a little. Seasonal abundance invites enjoyment. When certain fruits ripen, people may eat them in large quantities because preservation options are limited and the season is short. Some can be dried. Others may be mashed and mixed, fermented accidentally, or consumed quickly. Fermentation is an especially curious possibility. Wild yeasts naturally colonize sugary fruits. Leave crushed fruit sitting under the right conditions and alcohol can appear without anyone understanding the chemistry. Humans likely encountered natural fermentation long before deliberately brewing sophisticated drinks. Whether communities around 10,000 years ago regularly produced fermented beverages varies by region and remains debated. Some archaeological findings suggest very early intentional fermentation. Others remain controversial. Still, the idea of someone discovering that forgotten fruit pulp became unexpectedly cheerful feels entirely plausible. Human experimentation has deep roots. The gatherers continue filling baskets. A woman tastes one berry from a particular shrub, then rejects the rest. Perhaps they are too sour. Perhaps insects have damaged them. Perhaps she simply dislikes them. That last possibility interests you. Prehistoric knowledge is not only survival knowledge, it includes preference. People know which varieties taste better, which roots cook more evenly, which nuts store longer, which plants produce stronger fibers. Selection based on these qualities can gradually alter human behavior toward particular species. Over generations, repeated preference becomes important. This is especially relevant during the transition toward cultivation. People may begin protecting the most productive stands. They might collect seeds from favored plants. They could clear competitors. They may unintentionally spread certain species around camps through discarded seeds. The boundary between wild and managed landscape starts to blur. Agriculture does not need to begin with someone dramatically announcing its invention. It can emerge from repetition. The group leaves the berry patch with stained hands. Purple marks appear on one child's face. Nobody needs archaeological interpretation for that. The child has been sampling aggressively. Farther along, you come across a stand of tall grasses. Several seed heads are nearly mature. A gatherer pulls one between her fingers. The seeds fall into her palm. She examines their size. Some are kept, others are dropped. These tiny decisions matter. When people repeatedly favor larger seeds or plants whose grains remain attached longer, human harvesting can eventually influence which traits become common. Domestication unfolds through such pressures, yet you are still far from neat fields covering the valley. Wild foods remain essential. Even early farming communities often continue hunting, fishing, and gathering for generations. Why abandon useful knowledge? A cultivated crop can fail. Wild resources provide backup. The old strategies remain valuable while new ones develop. By late afternoon, the group turns toward an home. The baskets contain roots, berries, seeds, leaves, and several bundles whose purpose you still cannot identify. One might be medicine, another may be fiber, a third could simply become kindling. You no longer assume every plant belongs in a cooking pot. The return journey follows a slightly different route. This is deliberate. People check another productive patch while already nearby. Efficiency matters. A gathering trip collects information even when it collects no food. You notice fresh animal browsing on several shrubs. Someone remarks on it. A certain flowering plant is earlier than expected. Someone else notices the soil near one spring feels unusually dry. That matters too. Every observation joins the community's picture of the season. When you finally see smoke above the settlement, the baskets feel heavy. Your shoulders ache beneath the carrying strap. Yet the trip has changed how you see the valley. Yesterday it was beautiful wilderness. Now it looks almost crowded with invisible labels. Eat this. Dry that. Dig here. Avoid those leaves. Return when the berries darken. Cut this stem for cord. Remember this tree. Do not drink from that pool. An ordinary walk has become a library. Only the books are alive. Back at camp, the gathered foods are sorted immediately. Some roots go toward the hearth. Seeds are spread for processing. Leaves are hung or bundled. Berries disappear suspiciously quickly. The knowledge behind the collection remains invisible. You cannot weigh it in a basket. Yet without that knowledge, the basket would be nearly empty. As dusk settles, you sit beside the hearth and watch someone clean soil from the roots collected earlier. The smell of roasting plants begins rising into the evening air. You understand something now that would have seemed obvious only after learning it. Nature does not simply provide food. People must know how to find it. They must know when to take it. They must know what to do with it afterward. And 10,000 years ago, that knowledge may be one of the most valuable possessions anyone can carry. Section 12. By late afternoon, the settlement seems to gather itself around fire. You notice this before anyone says anything. People drift back toward the shelters, carrying baskets, tools, roots, fish, small bundles of wood, and whatever else the day has produced. Children become easier to find because most of them are suddenly hungry. Dogs notice the change too. They begin hovering with renewed professionalism. The hearth inside your shelter has burned quietly for hours. Now it becomes active again. Ashes pushed aside. Fresh fuel is added. A few flames rise around blackened wood, and the familiar smell of smoke spreads through the room. You sit nearby and feel heat against your legs. Outside, the air has already begun cooling. Inside, evening starts with food. Cooking appears simple until you watch closely. A root collected earlier must be cleaned before it reaches the fire. Seeds need crushing. Fish require preparation. Dried foods may need a soaking or warming. Hard ingredients become softer only after enough time near heat. Nothing happens instantly. Someone places several roots beside the embers rather than directly inside the flame. The placement is careful. Too much heat will burn the outside before the center softens. Too little will waste fuel. The cook turns them slowly. Their skins darken. A sweet earthy smell begins to rise. You recognize the same root you were warned not to eat raw earlier. Fire changes it completely. This is one of cooking's great powers. Heat makes many foods easier to chew and digest. It can destroy some harmful organisms and reduce certain natural toxins. It also opens foods that would otherwise provide much less energy. Humans have been cooking for an extraordinarily long time before your visit. By 10,000 years ago, fire is already ancient technology. Nobody remembers a world without it. That makes the hearth seem almost ordinary. Perhaps that is why it is so important. You watch someone stir crushed seeds and water inside a heat-resistant container. Depending on region, the vessel might be pottery, stone, wood, basketry, or another material suited to the technique. Pottery is becoming increasingly important in many early settled communities. In other regions, it remains absent. People cook perfectly well without ceramic pots. One method uses heated stones. Stones warmed in the fire can be transferred carefully into liquid held inside containers that cannot sit over direct flame. The hot stones release their heat slowly. More can be added when necessary. The idea sounds inconvenient. It works. Human beings are very good at solving the problem presented by whatever materials happen to be nearby. You watch a stone being lifted with wooden tools. It disappears into liquid with a heavy splash. Steam rises immediately. Nobody looks impressed. You are impressed enough for everyone. Cooking technology transforms ordinary ingredients. Seeds become softer. Roots become sweeter. Tough tissue breaks down. Fat melts. Dried food becomes pleasant again. The same process also changes smell. Soon the entire shelter is filled with aromas that seem richer than the raw ingredients suggested. Smoke curls upward. Roasting roots release sweetness. Fish gives off a salty, oily scent. Something herbal enters the mixture. Your stomach begins negotiating impatiently. The hearth does more than prepare calories. It reorganizes the household. People naturally sit around it. Tools are repaired nearby. Children listen to conversations. An older person warms stiff hands. Someone dries damp clothing at a safe distance. Light extends activity beyond sunset.
Performs many jobs.
It is heater, lamp, kitchen, meeting place, and workshop. That efficiency makes the hearth one of the most important spaces in the home. Archaeologists often identify repeated hearth locations through ash-burned stones, charcoal, and heat-altered soil. Sometimes hearths remain in nearly the same place through repeated rebuilding. A fire can outlast one version of a house. You look at the blackened floor. How many meals have happened here? Nobody could count them. The ash is layered history. A quirky detail lies inside that ash. Tiny burned fragments can preserve meals for thousands of years. Charred seeds, nutshells, fish bones, and bits of plant material sometimes survive because burning prevents complete decay. A cook who drops food into the fire may accidentally create evidence for future archaeology. Dinner mistakes become scientific data. You watch a child lose one seed into the embers. There goes another research project. The child seems unconcerned. Food preparation continues. A stone tool crushes nuts against a flat surface. The sound is dull and rhythmic. Fragments are gathered rather than wasted. Someone mixes them into the thicker seed preparation. Fat from another food is added. The mixture becomes richer. Cooking is not merely about making one ingredient edible. It allows combination that matters nutritionally and socially. A handful of seeds alone feels modest. Seeds mixed with nuts, roots, fat, herbs, or meat can become something much more satisfying. Recipes do not need writing. They live through repetition. Children watch proportion. Adults remember texture. Someone knows when the mixture smells right. Taste becomes instruction. You try stirring for a while. The wooden implement drags heavily through the thickening food. Your arm begins tiring. The cook takes it back. Apparently your contribution has reached an acceptable limit. A woman adds water carefully. Not too much. Fuel is precious, but so is time. A watery meal would require longer cooking. The relationship between fuel and food affects daily choices. Some ingredients may be chopped smaller so they cook faster. Others may be roasted while another dish simmers. Heat is managed like any other limited resource. Dry wood burns differently from damp wood. Hardwoods may give longer-lasting embers. Small sticks raise flame quickly. People know these differences intimately. A badly managed cooking fire wastes hours of gathered fuel. This is why fire tending becomes skilled work. The flames are never simply left alone. Someone shifts a log. Another reduces air. Embers are gathered closer. The fire responds. It is almost like feeding an animal that must never become too hungry or too wild. Historians still debate the exact social roles surrounding cooking in many prehistoric communities. Who cooked most often? Was responsibility divided by gender, age, household, or occasion? Did certain people specialize in food processing? The surviving evidence rarely gives simple answers. What is clear is that cooking requires sustained labor. Collecting fuel is labor. Preparing ingredients is labor. Grinding seeds is labor. Cleaning containers is labor. Keeping fire alive is labor. The meal arrives only after all of it. You begin seeing why food preparation occupies so much domestic space. At one side of the hearth, several fish are being roasted slowly. Their skin tightens under the heat. Oil begins dripping onto hot stone. Each drop produces a sharp hiss. The smell immediately attracts every dog in the settlement. At least it feels that way. One dog sits beside the doorway. Another lies nearby pretending to be asleep. Its eyes remain open. A third has positioned itself behind a child. This seems strategic. Children drop things. The dogs understand probability. A piece of cooked root falls. The nearest dog moves faster than anyone else. Gone. The child protests. The dog has no regrets. Gentle chaos returns to the room. You realize that the hearth also concentrates conflict. People crowd together. Children reach toward food. Smoke stings eyes. Dogs steal scraps. Someone blocks the doorway. Another person wants more space near the warmth. Domestic irritation existed long before walls had separate rooms. Still, the hearth repeatedly draws everyone back. There is something soothing about watching controlled flame. The light moves across faces differently from daylight. Expressions appear softer. Outside becomes darker. Inside becomes smaller. Conversation slows. Someone tells a short story while stirring food. Another responds with laughter. The children become quieter as they listen. Meals organize memory as naturally as they organize bodies. People can discuss where food was found, which hunt failed, which patch should be revisited, which relative might arrive tomorrow. The hearth gathers information along with smoke. You are handed a roasted root. This time you wait before touching the center. Progress. The skin has become charred and brittle. Inside the flesh is soft and steaming. The flavor is sweeter than before with a smoky edge from the fire. You eat slowly. A piece of fish follows. It is salty without added salt, rich with natural oil and slightly smoky. The combination feels almost luxurious after a day spent walking. Prehistoric cooking can be surprisingly varied. Roasting is only one option. Food can be baked in pits, dried near smoke, heated on stones, simmered, steamed or wrapped in leaves depending on local technique. Earth ovens provide another clever solution. A pit can be heated with stones filled with food covered and left to cook slowly. This method uses retained heat efficiently. It also requires planning. A meal might begin hours before anyone eats. Some foods can even cook overnight. The idea of slow cooking is ancient indeed. You imagine waking to food already softened beneath earth and hot stones. For once, prehistory sounds convenient. Then you remember that someone had to dig the pit. Convenience remains relative. Cooking also helps preservation. Smoking and drying reduce moisture, making meat or fish last longer than fresh food. Roasting can prepare foods for storage. Certain plant foods keep better after processing. This matters during abundance. A large catch has value only if people can eat or preserve it before spoilage. Without preservation, success becomes waste. You see strips of food suspended above and beside the hearth. Smoke reaches them constantly. The smell penetrates everything. Your clothing, your hair, your bedding, food, even skin. Smoke may discourage insects and slow spoilage under some conditions. It also makes the entire household smell unmistakably inhabited. From outside, a shelter can be recognized by scent before you reach its doorway. The smell means warmth. It means food. It means people. Darkness has now settled completely beyond the entrance. The firelight becomes the brightest thing in your world. Everything outside seems farther away. You hear night insects. A dog gives one low bark. Wind brushes the shelter covering. Inside, the meal continues. Someone distributes the thicker seed mixture. Portions are modest. Nobody piles food carelessly. The day's ingredients required too much effort for that. Leftovers may become tomorrow morning's meal. Nothing about dinner is isolated from tomorrow. You finish eating and feel heat spreading through your body. The effect is physical. Warm food after a cooling day creates comfort that goes beyond calories. The body relaxes. Hands stop feeling cold. Conversation becomes easier. Children against adults. The pace of activity slows. Fire has changed not only the food, it has changed the mood. You understand why hearths can become emotional centers. People return to the same place every evening. They recognize the sounds. They recognize the smells. They recognize where each person usually sits. Routine creates belonging. Even in a world without permanent certainty, the hearth offers repetition. It says that today has reached its quieter end. Tomorrow will begin from these embers. Before sleeping, someone covers part of the fire with ash. The flames disappear gradually. Red light remains beneath the grey surface. Enough heat may survive until morning. The same careful act you watched earlier happens again. The circle closes. Outside lies cold darkness. Inside lies stored fire. That difference feels enormous. You settle onto bedding as the last smells of roasted food linger in the shelter. Smoke hangs softly overhead. A child is already asleep. Someone whispers near the hearth. The dogs have finally stopped negotiating for scraps. For a while, you watch the embers pulse beneath ash. 10,000 years ago, cooking is already so familiar that nobody treats it as miraculous. Yet nearly everything around you depends upon it. Food becomes safer. Calories become easier to obtain. Evenings become warmer. Stories last longer. Families gather closer. And in the center of ordinary life, a small controlled fire quietly turns raw landscape into home. Section 13. The dog sleeping near the doorway wakes before you. You hear its claws scrape softly against the packed floor, followed by a low breath through its nose. For a moment, the animal remains completely still, staring toward the entrance covering. Then its ears relax. Whatever it heard has passed. You open your eyes. The hearth is only a dull red glow, and the shelter remains mostly dark. Someone nearby turns beneath a hide while another person reaches toward the embers without fully sitting upright. The dog circles once. Then it lies down again. This small scene tells you something important about life 10,000 years ago. Humans are not living alone. Dogs have already been part of the human world for thousands of years. By the time you enter this settlement, their exact path from wild wolves to companions remains one of prehistory's most fascinating debates. Domestication began much earlier than farming. That matters. Dogs are not simply farm animals that appeared after villages. They belong to an older relationship. You push aside the entrance covering and step into cold morning air. The dog follows immediately. It stretches with its front legs extended, shakes its body, then trots toward another shelter. 2 more dogs are already awake. None looks exactly like a modern household pet. Their bodies are lean. Their legs are strong. Their coats vary in texture and color. They appear capable of traveling long distances without much difficulty. They also know exactly where breakfast scraps might appear. One approaches a woman cleaning yesterday's cooking area. Its tail moves cautiously. The woman ignores it. The dog moves closer. Still nothing. It sits. Patience begins. You have seen this strategy before. Dogs may have changed greatly over thousands of years, but hopeful staring has achieved remarkable continuity. Eventually the woman tosses a small scrap toward the animal. The dog catches it before it reaches the ground. Negotiations conclude successfully. Human food waste is probably one reason early dogs remained close to camps. A settlement produces bones, skin scraps, discarded organs, and spilled grains and other edible leftovers. Animals able to tolerate humans gain access to a valuable resource. Humans gain something too. A dog notices movement. A dog smells danger. A dog hears strangers approaching before you. That exchange may have helped strengthen the partnership over generations. Researchers still argue about precisely how domestication began. One possibility suggests that less fearful wolves gradually approached human camps and scavenged from discarded food. Animals tolerant of people received more opportunities to feed and reproduce. Another possibility emphasizes deliberate human involvement. People may have raised young wolves, hunted alongside them, or incorporated certain animals directly into social groups. The process could have included both pathways. There may never have been one single beginning. You watch a child kneel beside one of the dogs. The animal lowers its head. Small fingers scratch behind one ear. Nothing about the interaction looks experimental. It looks familiar. That familiarity may be the most important evidence of all. By this period, dogs are not merely wild animals hovering near camp edges. In many communities, they are socially embedded. Archaeological burials sometimes place dogs carefully in graves, including examples suggesting emotional significance rather than simple disposal. Some are buried alone. Others appear alongside humans. Such treatment hints that dogs could occupy a special category. Not human, not simply prey. Something in between. You follow several people toward the woodland. 2 dogs come with the group. Nobody calls them formally. They simply join. Their behavior changes as soon as the settlement falls behind. The playful wandering stops. Both animals begin moving ahead, noses close to the ground. They investigate patches of vegetation, old tracks, and places where scent collects near tree roots. Their world is dominated by smells you barely notice. A path that looks empty to you may be crowded with information to them. One dog suddenly freezes. Its head rises. The people behind it stop. The dog sniffs toward a thicket. For several seconds, nothing happens. Then a small animal bursts through dry vegetation and disappears uphill. The dog lunges forward. The hunter gives a short call. The dog stops after only a few strides and returns. That response is valuable. An animal that cannot be controlled may scatter prey, waste energy, or disappear. Cooperation requires communication. How sophisticated prehistoric hunting partnerships became remains uncertain and probably differed between regions. Dogs could help track wounded animals, locate prey flush, small game, or warn hunters about nearby creatures. They may also create problems. Create problems. A hungry dog can steal food. An excited dog can ruin an ambush. A pack can become dangerous around children or strangers if poorly managed. Partnership is not automatic harmony. It requires rules. You see those rules at midday. The group rests beside a stream. People eat first. The dogs remain nearby. One creeps too close to an open food pouch. A sharp vocal warning stops it immediately. The dog lowers its head. It waits. Only after the meal are several small pieces given to the animals. This hierarchy seems obvious to everyone involved. Food sharing exists. So does discipline. A dog that contributes little and steals constantly is an expensive companion. Keeping animals requires calories. That is especially significant in difficult seasons. During times of abundance, scraps may be plentiful. During hunger, every mouth matters. Historians and archaeologists still debate how dogs were fed across different prehistoric societies. Some probably consumed household waste, while others may have received deliberate portions. Stable isotope studies from ancient remains sometimes suggest dogs ate diets linked closely to humans. In certain places, they may even have eaten foods people valued less. That makes practical sense. A dog can digest parts of an animal humans might avoid. It can also clean up leftovers that would otherwise attract scavengers. The partnership becomes ecological as well as emotional. After the rest, you return toward camp. One dog carries something in its mouth. At first, you assume it has found food. Closer inspection reveals a piece of old bone with almost no edible material remaining. The animal seems extremely pleased. Nobody asks why. We need no scholarly debate. Back at the settlement, dogs move between household spaces without complete freedom. Some are welcome near hearths, the others remain mostly outside. A mother gently pushes one away from a sleeping infant. Another dog curls beside an older person in the sunlight. Individual relationships clearly matter. One animal may trust a certain household more than another. A child may favor one particular dog. Some dogs are calm, others are nervous. One seems determined to bark at every unfamiliar sound. Personality survives domestication too. A curious archaeological tidbit concerns dogs and warmth. In cold conditions, sleeping close to dogs can provide additional body heat. Later historical cultures are known to have valued this practical warmth, and prehistoric communities may have done the same. The evidence is difficult to prove directly. Still, when evening temperatures drop, the idea becomes very believable. A warm animal beside your feet is useful technology with ears. The problem is that it occasionally scratches. You discover this firsthand. During the afternoon, one dog settles beside you while you repair a cord. The animal begins kicking rapidly at its side. You move away. Fleas are another form of prehistoric companionship. Nobody appears surprised. Dogs can bring parasites into human living spaces. They can also attract predators or compete for food. Domestication creates benefits and costs together. The relationship survives because the benefits must often outweigh the inconvenience. Near sunset, the dogs suddenly become alert. It happens almost simultaneously. One animal raises its head, another stands. A third gives a low bark from the settlement edge. Conversation quiets. Several people turn toward the same direction. You hear nothing at first. Then faint footsteps approach along the path. A small group of humans appears between the trees. Visitors. The dogs bark more loudly now. The arriving people stop at a respectful distance. Voices are exchanged. Only after familiar recognition do the animals relax. This is security without walls. Dogs extend human senses beyond the visible settlement. Their hearing reaches farther into darkness. Their noses detect animals or strangers carried on wind. At night, this becomes especially important. Humans sleep deeply. Predators do not schedule appointments. A dog that wakes first can buy precious seconds that may explain part of the bond. The visitors enter camp. The dogs inspect them carefully. One receives a familiar touch on the head. Apparently, these people have been here before. Another visitor carries food. This earns immediate canine enthusiasm. Social networks include animals now. A returning traveler may be remembered not only by humans but by the dogs that shared previous evenings around the fire. I begin imagining how much prehistoric movement dogs witness. Seasonal migrations, new camps, floods, hunts, births, deaths, strangers arriving, children growing. A dog may spend its entire life moving through the same human network. That makes it part of memory. Perhaps this explains why some dog burials receive such care. A useful animal can also become a familiar presence. Utility and affection need not be opposites. Modern people sometimes assume emotional attachment to animals is a recent luxury created after survival became easier. The archaeological record suggests otherwise. Humans appear capable of loving animals while still depending upon them practically. Those two relationships can coexist. Night comes slowly. The settlement settles around several glowing hearths. Dogs choose places near entrances, walls, or resting people. One circles repeatedly before lying down. Another rests its muzzle across its paws. The noisy dog remains near the edge of camp. Perhaps everyone secretly appreciates that one after sunset. You sit beside the shelter doorway. The air smells of smoke, damp fur, cooked food, and cooling earth. Beyond the firelight, the landscape becomes indistinct. Something moves far away. You cannot identify it. One dog notices. Its ears turn. The animal listens for several moments. Then it relaxes. You find yourself relaxing too. That may be the relationship in its simplest form. You watch the dog. The dog watches everything else. Later, when you lie down, the same animal from the morning settles near your feet. Its body radiates gentle warmth through the bedding. You hear its breathing, slow, steady, familiar. 10,000 years ago, humanity has already created a partnership unlike almost any other. Dogs travel with people. They eat beside them. They warn them. They hunt near them. They annoy them. They protect food while occasionally stealing it. They may even receive burial when their lives end. The precise beginning remains hidden in a much older past. But here beside this prehistoric hearth, the result feels completely ordinary. A dog is sleeping beside you, and somewhere beyond, the shelter darkness continues moving through the valley. Section 14. The visitors who arrive near sunset do not leave the next morning. Instead, they settle into the edge of the camp as though they already understand where they fit. One woman sits beside a hearth repairing a cord with someone from your household. Two men compare stone points. A child from the visiting group follows local children toward the river. Nobody behaves like complete strangers. That is your first clue. The people around you may live in a small settlement, but their social world stretches far beyond it. You have already seen unfamiliar materials inside baskets and around belts. Now you begin to understand how they arrived. The visitors have brought objects, not many. Everything carried across distance must justify its weight. One man unwraps a small bundle of hide and reveals several pieces of pale stone, unlike anything collected nearby. The edges are smooth. The color is distinctive. A local toolmaker examines them carefully. He turns one piece in the morning light. Then he smiles. The stone has traveled. Perhaps the visitor collected it directly from a distant outcrop. Perhaps another group passed it along. Perhaps it has already changed hands several times. You cannot know. Archaeologists regularly discover stone tools made from raw materials originating far from the places where they were found. Obsidian is especially useful for tracing movement because volcanic sources can often be identified precisely. Some pieces traveled astonishing distances. That does not necessarily mean one person walked the entire route. Exchange can move an object farther than its owner ever travels. A shell can begin near a coast. It can pass between families, then between camps. Eventually it may rest around the neck of someone who has never seen the sea. You notice exactly such a shell among the visitors' ornaments. It is small. Its surface has been carefully pierced. A cord runs through it beside several beads. The nearest coastline may be far beyond your experience. Yet the shell is here. Objects carry geography. They also carry stories. A child touches the shell and asks something. The wearer answers with a gesture toward the distant horizon. Everyone seems interested. Perhaps the story is about travel. Perhaps it is about the person who gave it. The shell might represent kinship exchange, memory, beauty, or status. Future archaeologists will see the object. They may never recover the story. That gap becomes familiar to you. The camp is full of visible evidence attached to invisible meaning. During the morning, food is shared. The visitors contribute dried material from their packs. The local household provides cooked roots and seeds. Nobody calculates an exact exchange, at least not openly. Hospitality has value. So does obligation. People who share today may expect help later. A visitor welcome during one season can become a host during another. Social networks reduce danger because no single valley remains reliable forever. A drought changes everything. A flood changes everything. Animals move elsewhere. Plants fail. A group with friends in another region has options. Relationships can therefore become survival technology. That sounds cold. The relationships themselves are not. People laugh. They tease one another. Someone recognizes an old story and interrupts before the ending. A woman embraces one visitor warmly. A child clearly remembers another. These are not merely economic transactions between anonymous groups. They are human ties. Kinship may connect settlements across considerable distances. Marriage partnerships can create links between communities. Seasonal gatherings bring people together. Hunting areas overlap. Ceremonies may attract visitors. Information spreads through these movements. You hear it happening now. A visitor describes a river farther north. He gestures with both hands to show unusually high water. Several adults listen closely. Another person mentions animals seen along a particular route. Someone asks about a distant group. The answer becomes quieter. You cannot follow every detail, but the process is obvious. News travels with people. There are no messages arriving faster than footsteps. Yet information still crosses landscapes. A traveler can report where animals have moved. They can describe whether another community has food. They can warn about conflict. They can announce a death. They can carry rumors. That last category is probably ancient. You watch two people whisper glance towards someone across camp and then stop talking when that person approaches. Human communication has achieved continuity again. A quirky detail emerges from an object placed beside the hearth. One visitor has brought a lump of red pigment. Ochre. It looks unremarkable until ground into powder. Then the color becomes rich and striking. Ochre has been used by humans for tens of thousands of years. It appears in Browell's art, body decoration, hide processing, and other contexts. Its exact purpose varies. Sometimes it may be practical, sometimes symbolic. Often archaeologists cannot tell. The local woman takes a small amount. In return, she offers several finished beads. No dramatic bargaining occurs. The exchange seems almost casual. You wonder whether the value was agreed long before. Trade here does not require coins. It requires relationships and shared expectations. Some objects may be exchanged immediately. Others may be gifts creating future obligation. A person can give something valuable today and receive help months later. Anthropologists have documented such systems in many small-scale societies. Whether every prehistoric exchange worked this way remains uncertain. Historians still argue over how formalized long-distance exchange became in early settled communities. Was there something resembling regular trade? Were most goods moving through kinship and gift networks? Did specialists travel specifically to exchange materials? Different regions probably use different systems. The archaeological record shows movement clearly. The social rules behind that movement are harder to recover. By mid-Acer, several local people prepare to accompany the visitors partway along their route. You go with them. The landscape beyond the settlement no longer feels empty. Each trail could connect to another community. Each ridge may hide familiar camps. A crossing place can become a meeting point. You walk beside a visitor carrying stone blanks inside a woven bag. They knock softly against one another with each step. The sound is surprisingly delicate. Farther along the group stops beside a prominent tree. Several marks have been cut into its bark. You cannot tell whether they indicate direction, ownership, memory, or nothing systematic. The visitors immediately recognize the place. That matters more. Landmarks organize travel. A distinctive hill, a split boulder, a spring, a grove, a bend in the river. Without maps, routes live through remembered sequences. Walk until the dark ridge. Follow water south. Turn where two streams meet. Cross near the old tree. Instruction becomes stories attached to terrain. Children learn these routes gradually. Adults may know journeys requiring several days. Some individuals travel much farther. A person with relatives elsewhere can move through a chain of familiar places. Hospitality extends the range of safe movement. I begin to understand why isolation is often exaggerated in popular images of prehistory. Small settlements do not necessarily mean small worlds. People can live in communities of dozens while belonging to networks involving hundreds. Seasonal gatherings may bring larger groups together. These meetings offer practical benefits. Partners can be found, materials exchanged, stories spread, disputes discussed, techniques observed, new styles copied. Culture moves with people. Imagine one community discovering a better basket weave. A visitor notices. They copy it. Months later, the technique appears in another valley. No inventor or receives a patent. Human knowledge simply travels. The same can happen with tool shapes, fishing methods, decorative styles, food preparation, and ritual practices. Innovation does not remain local forever. Exchange networks become channels for ideas. You reach a rocky rise where the visitors will continue without you. The view opens across several distant valleys. Smoke rises faintly from somewhere beyond the nearest ridge. You almost miss it. One visitor points. Another settlement. Perhaps. Maybe only a temporary fire. The distance makes certainty difficult. Still, the sight changes your sense of scale. Your camp is one point among many. The people there know others. Those people know still others. The landscape contains a web. It is invisible until someone moves through it. Before parting, one local man gives the visitor a bundle wrapped in hide. You cannot see what is inside. No immediate return gift appears. Nobody looks concerned. The obligation may travel forward. That possibility is important. Value is not always settled on the same day. Trust can function like storage. You help someone now. You remember. They remember. Perhaps their relatives remember. Social debt can endure. Of course, relationships also fail. Not every neighboring group is friendly. Competition over resources can produce tension. Old disputes may survive. Visitors might be watched carefully. Hospitality does not eliminate suspicion. You saw that when the dogs barked yesterday. Strangers are evaluated before being welcomed. The same network that carries goods can also carry conflict. Information helps with that too. Knowing which route feels safe matters. Knowing where another group is camping matters. Knowing who married whom may matter surprisingly much. Social geography becomes as important as physical geography. I begin the walk back toward the settlement. The afternoon sun is warm. Grass brushes against your legs. The smell of crushed herbs rises whenever someone steps off the path. Behind you, the visitors become smaller. Eventually, they vanish behind the ridge. Their objects remain. A piece of stone sits in a local basket. Ochre waits near the hearth. News has entered conversation. Perhaps a marriage invitation has been discussed. Perhaps someone will leave with them next season. The settlement feels unchanged. It is not. Connections have been renewed. Back at camp, people examine the imported stone again. A toolmaker tests one piece with a careful strike. A clean flake separates. Several people watch. The material works beautifully. It may become a knife-point scraper or something smaller. Whatever it becomes, its origin will remain distant. A tool shaped here can carry the memory of another landscape. That is one reason archaeology sometimes reveals networks larger than expected. Stone moves, shell moves, pigment moves, people move. Ideas move with all of them. As evening arrives, the story of the visitors is repeated around the hearth. Children listen to the description of distant water. One adult asks the same question twice. Someone corrects a detail. Memory begins organizing the news. Tomorrow another person may tell the story differently. That is how information lives. You sit near the fire while a newly acquired stone flake catches orange light. It came from somewhere beyond the hills. Someone knew where to find it. Someone carried it. Someone decided to give it away. Now it belongs to another household. The journey is quiet, but it connects worlds. 10,000 years ago, ordinary life may happen inside a small settlement. Your relationships do not stop at its edge. They follow rivers. They cross ridges. They travel with shells, stone pigments, stories, marriages, warnings, and remembered favors. And as darkness covers the distant paths, you understand that no prehistoric community truly stands alone. Section 50. The first signs of farming do not look like a revolution. They look like people returning to the same patch of ground. You notice this after several days in the settlement when a woman carries you beyond the usual gathering areas toward a gently sloping field near the river. At first, nothing seems unusual. Grasses move in the morning breeze. Birds rise from low vegetation. The earth smells warm and slightly damp beneath the strengthening sun. Then you begin to see patterns. Certain plants grow more densely here than elsewhere. Their seed heads are larger. The ground between them appears disturbed. Several people are working with digging sticks and simple cutting tools. Nobody calls this agriculture. Nobody announces that human history has changed. They are simply tending useful plants. Around 10,000 years ago, communities in several parts of the world are beginning to rely more heavily on cultivated foods. In Southwest Asia, cereals such as wheat and barley become increasingly important. Legumes are also managed. Farther east and elsewhere, completely different plants will enter domestication through local processes. There is no single birthplace for all farming. There is no universal agricultural package. What you are watching is one version of a much wider human experiment. A woman bends beside a cluster of grain. She separates weeds growing too close to the useful stems. Another person presses a digging stick into the soil around a small planted area. The motions resemble gathering work you already know. That is important. Early cultivation grows from familiar skills. People who have spent generations understanding wild plants already know when seeds ripen, where they grow well, and how weather affects them. Farming does not begin with ignorance. It begins with expertise. The difference is subtle at first. Instead of only finding plants, people encourage them. Instead of returning to whatever nature produces, they begin influencing what will appear next season. Perhaps seeds are scattered intentionally. Perhaps productive patches are weeded. Perhaps certain stands are watered, protected, or harvested carefully. Gradually, the relationship changes. You kneel beside one of the workers. The soil feels loose beneath your fingers. Small fragments of plant matter remain mixed through it. A few seeds are pressed into shallow ground. The process looks almost too simple to become historically important. Seed enters earth. Rain follows. Plant grows. Except, of course, nothing's guaranteed. Too little rain ruins the crop. Too much can damage it. Birds eat seeds. Rodents discover stores. Wild grazers trample young plants. Insects arrive. People compete for the same productive ground. Farming does not remove uncertainty. It reorganizes it. You hear a rustling sound near one cultivated patch. A child shouts. Several birds lift from the grain. The child throws a clod of earth after them. It misses everything. The birds settle farther away. Guarding crops may become another daily task. A field creates food. It also creates employment for determined children. One youngster stands nearby holding a stick and taking the responsibility extremely seriously. 3 minutes later, the same child is chasing an insect. Agricultural security remains imperfect. Perfect. You continue through the plot. Some plants are visibly different from the wild grasses beyond. That difference hints at one of the most important processes in domestication. When people repeatedly collect seeds from plants with useful traits, those traits can become more common over generations. Large seeds may be fumbled. Plants whose seed heads remain attached longer are easier to harvest. Uniform ripening can become useful. Human preference begins shaping plant evolution. The plants shape human behavior in return. A crop that must be harvested during a narrow window demands attention. You cannot simply leave for several weeks. You must return. You must watch. You must work. This is where farming begins changing time. A mobile community can follow resources across a landscape. A cultivating community becomes partly tied to places where labor has already been invested. Clear ground today. Plant tomorrow. Protect afterward. Harvest later. Store for winter. The calendar becomes increasingly crowded. You notice this in the way people speak about the field. They discuss not only what is available now, but what will need doing soon. One area must be cleared. Another is nearly ready. A storage container needs repair before harvest. A child must remember to keep animals away. Future labor begins occupying present thought. That is a new kind of responsibility. Yet the people around you have not abandoned older ways. Someone returning from the woodland carries gathered nuts. Fish still come from the river. Hunting parties still leave camp. While plants remain important, this mixture is historically realistic. Early farming communities often continue relying on hunting, fishing, and gathering for long periods. Cultivation adds another strategy before it replaces anything completely. Why give up a reliable wild food simply because grain is growing nearby? Human beings prefer options. The valley offers several. You walk toward a small enclosure near the settlement. Inside are animals. They are not identical to modern livestock. Their bodies are leaner. Their behavior seems less docile, but they remain close to people in a way that wild herds do not. Goats or sheep in parts of Southwest Asia are among the animals becoming increasingly managed during this broad period. People may control movement, selectively kill certain animals, protect young, and gradually influence breeding. Domestication again emerges through repetition. The animals provide meat. Eventually they can offer milk, fiber, hides, dung, and other benefits depending on species and later practices. But keeping animals also creates problems. They eat constantly. A goat appears especially talented at this. It reaches toward a bundle of vegetation placed too close to the enclosure. A woman pushes it away. The goat waits. Then it tries from another angle. You feel immediate sympathy for anyone who ever attempted prehistoric livestock management. Animals convert plants into useful resources. They also destroy gardens with breathtaking efficiency. A child is sent to move them away from a cultivated patch. This requires patience. The animals possess none. You hear bells only in imagination. There are no metal livestock bells here. Instead, voices, sticks, dogs, fences, and close observation help manage movement. Dogs may assist in some herding roles, although exactly when specialized herding behavior becomes widespread remains uncertain. The relationship between humans and managed animals is still evolving. Researchers continue debating how quickly domestication transformed both human societies and animal populations in different regions. Did people first protect wild herds near settlements? Did deliberate breeding begin early? How much control existed before skeletal changes became obvious? Archaeological evidence gives clues, but the process is gradual enough to resist simple labels. For you, the animals are simply another responsibility. They need water. They need forage. They can become sick. They escape. They attract predators. They leave dung. That last detail quickly becomes unavoidable. The smell around the enclosure is stronger than anything in the cultivated field. Warm animal odor mixes with trampled earth and waste. Flies gather. Living close to livestock creates new environmental pressures. Dung can eventually become useful. It may enrich fields. In some regions and later periods, dried dung becomes fuel where wood is scarce. Whether the people around you intentionally use it in all these ways is uncertain. Still, the raw material is certainly abundant. Very abundant. One of history's quieter agricultural resources begins underfoot. You step carefully. By midday, work shifts toward grain processing. A group returns to the settlement carrying bundles of cut stalks. The dry stems brush against clothing with a soft rasping sound. Seeds rattle faintly inside the heads. Harvesting is only the beginning. The grain must be separated. Chaff must be removed. Seeds may need drying. Then comes grinding. You already know what that sounds like. Soon the steady scrape of stone against stone fills the work area. Agriculture creates calories. It also creates repetitive labor. This becomes one of the major changes in ordinary life. A dependable grain crop can support larger populations and longer settlement, but cereals demand processing. Grinding grain by hand is slow. You kneel beside a grinding stone and try again. Your hands have improved since the first morning, not dramatically. The upper stone moves back and forth across the grain. Seeds crack. Flour begins collecting along the edge. Fine dust sticks to your fingers. The motion strains your shoulders. Someone nearby can perform it for far longer without complaint. You understand why skeletons from some early farming populations show repetitive stress associated with particular forms of labor. Daily routine enters the body. Agriculture may also change health in less welcome ways. Greater dependence on the limited range of staple crops can reduce dietary diversity. Living in denser settlements can increase exposure to disease. Close contact with animals creates additional opportunities for pathogens. Dental problems can become more common as carbohydrate-rich foods increase. The transition to farming is therefore not a simple march toward easier lives. It offers advantages. It creates costs. Some early farmers may work harder in particular ways than neighboring foragers. This complicates the old story that agriculture automatically improves everyone's existence. Why adopt it then? Population growth may matter. Climate may matter. Storage may matter. Social competition may matter. Reliable access to favored foods matters. Different explanations fit different places. The reasons probably accumulate rather than arrive singly. There is another consequence. Stored grain can become property in a new way. A field represents labor invested in one place. A storage pit contains future meals. Those resources can be counted, guarded, inherited, exchanged, or stolen. Increasing permanence may therefore change your social relationships. Who controls a productive plot? Who owns the harvest? Who decides how stores are shared? You cannot answer those questions from one household. Neither can archaeologists with complete confidence. The emergence of farming may eventually contribute to greater inequality in some societies, but that outcome is neither immediate nor universal. For now, food remains heavily embedded in household and community relationships. People still share. People also remember who worked. Late afternoon brings a softer light over the cultivated area. You return there with several others. The field no longer looks unimpressive. You can now see months of labor hidden in it. Seeds were selected. Ground was prepared. Plants were watched. Animals were chased away. Water conditions were remembered. Harvest timing was discussed. The patch is a storehouse still rooted in earth, and that changes how people see the land. A gathering place can be left and revisited. A cultivated place asks you to stay connected, not necessarily forever, but longer. Season after season, paths deepen between house and field. Storage improves. Shelters become worth repairing. Children grow up knowing the same plot. The village becomes harder to leave. The great transformation happens almost silently. No king orders it. No law announces it. No monument celebrates the first successful planting. A family simply returns, then returns again. You stand among the grain while evening wind passes through the stalks. Their dry heads brush together with a whispering sound. Beyond them, wild plants still cover the valley. The distinction between managed and unmanaged landscape remains blurred. Tomorrow people will fish. Someone may hunt. Children will gather wood. Women will collect wild foods. And somebody will come back here to inspect the crop. That combination defines this moment. Old ways remain. New habits grow beside them. 10,000 years ago, farming has not yet conquered ordinary life. It has only begun making demands upon it, and those demands will become difficult to ignore. Section 60. The more settled the community becomes, the more crowded ordinary life begins to feel. At first, the change is almost pleasant. There are more voices in the morning, more hearths burning, more children moving between houses, and more hands available when heavy work appears. Then you begin noticing the inconveniences. They are everywhere. A dog digs beside a storage area. Someone has left fish remains too close to a path. Smoke from one shelter blows directly into another. A child steps into something unpleasant and reacts with immediate outrage. Permanent settlement has advantages. It also introduces the ancient problem of living near neighbors. You walk through the center of the village during a warm morning, and the air feels heavier than it did earlier. Several cooking fires are already burning. Smoke drifts between houses instead of escaping across open country. The smell of damp wood mixes with food animal waste, old ash drying hides, and packed soil warmed by sunlight. Nothing is unbearable. Everything is noticeable. A small mobile camp can move when an area becomes dirty. A settled village cannot solve problems so easily. Houses remain. Storage remains. Fields remain. Waste accumulates. Paths become permanent. The land begins recording people more deeply. You notice this beside a household where broken animal bones have been piled near the wall. Some have been cracked for marrow. Others carry cutting marks. Flies move between them. A dog noses through the pile until someone chases it away. The dog returns shortly afterward. Persistence remains one of its strongest technologies. Fuse is a serious concern in permanent settlements. Food scraps attract scavengers. Animal remains smell. Broken tools create hazards. Ash must be removed from hearths. Human waste must go somewhere. There are no municipal workers arriving quietly before sunrise. Every household manages its own mess. Archaeologists often find rubbish pits, midden deposits, and concentrated discard areas around early villages. These remains are incredibly valuable to modern researchers. To the people living here, they are simply garbage. Future scholarship begins with someone deciding where to throw a fishbone. You follow a narrow path between two houses. The space feels tighter than before. One wall has been repaired outward, slightly reducing the passage. A basket sits inconveniently near the entrance opposite. Two people carrying loads meet in the middle. Neither can pass. They pause. One backs up. The other continues. No argument occurs. Still, you sense mild irritation. Crowding changes behavior. When houses multiply, private activity becomes public almost automatically. Neighbors hear conversations. Children enter other households. Dogs wander. Smoke crosses boundaries. Tools are borrowed. Food smells reveal what someone is cooking. It becomes difficult to disappear. Human beings are social. They are also occasionally tired of one another. That tension feels extremely old. Near one house, a woman is repairing a section of roof damaged by weather. Her neighbor helps hold woven material in place. The work takes both of them. Later, the same neighbor complains about water running from that roof toward her own wall. Cooperation and irritation coexist comfortably. You may depend on someone and still find them annoying. Civilization will not improve this much. The village foyer floor becomes drier as the day warms. Dust rises whenever people cross the busiest paths. Children kick it into the air. Animals add their own contributions. In wetter seasons, the same paths become mud. Repeated footsteps compress the ground. Rainwater collects in shallow depressions. Drainage begins to matter. Some households place stones where the earth remains wet. Others clear small channels. These simple adjustments are early responses to density. Nobody needs urban planning vocabulary. They just want dry feet. The location of hearths matters too. Indoor fires keep houses warm, but smoke creates constant exposure. Eyes sting. Throats become irritated. Soot settles on roofs and walls. Opening a doorway helps ventilation, but cold weather makes that less comfortable. There is always a trade-off. Warmth. Smoke. Fresh air. Cold. Choose carefully. You sit inside one shelter while food cooks. Smoke gathers under the roof before drifting toward an opening. At first, your eyes water. After several minutes, you move closer to the entrance. The household members remain farther inside. They are accustomed to it. That does not mean it is harmless. Long-term exposure to indoor smoke can damage lungs and irritate respiratory systems. Early settled communities probably lived with this problem constantly. Some house designers likely managed smoke better than others. Researchers still disagree over how effective ventilation systems were in many early villages, because roofing structures rarely survive clearly. A roof opening may have carried smoke. It may also have admitted rain. Domestic architecture becomes a balancing act. Outside, another problem waits: rodents. You first notice them through grain. A storage basket has been disturbed. Tiny fragments lie on the floor nearby. One edge shows fresh damage. Someone checks the container and immediately understands. A mouse or similar animal has found dinner. Stored food creates new ecological opportunities, not only for humans. Once grain, seeds, nuts, and other supplies remain concentrated near houses, small animals begin exploiting the abundance. Rodents can reproduce quickly. They contaminate store. They attract predators. They damage containers. They are incredibly difficult to persuade to respect household boundaries. This may be one reason cats eventually become valuable around farming communities, although that relationship develops differently across regions and later periods. For now, dogs occasionally chase small animals. People set traps. Containers are raised. Food is covered. Nothing works perfectly. A quirky detail appears when someone suspends a storage bag from a roof support using a narrow cord. The idea is obvious. Make the food harder to reach. A rodent may still attempt the journey. Prehistoric theft inspires prehistoric engineering. Storage itself becomes more sophisticated as communities stay longer. Some foods are kept in baskets. Others may enter pitspins, jars, or raised containers depending on region and technology. Dryness matters. Airflow matters. Insects matter. Mold matters. A beautiful harvest can become useless if stored badly. That creates another source of anxiety. You can see food. You cannot always see spoilage beginning. Someone opens a container of stored seeds. A sour smell rises. Several people inspect the contents. A portion near the bottom has become damp. It is removed quickly. The loss is not catastrophic. It is still frustrating. Months of labor can disappear through moisture. Permanent life introduces delayed disappointment. A harvest can fail after being harvested. The settlement is also becoming louder. Grinding stones operate for long periods. Children shout between houses. Animals call. Wood is chopped. People argue. Someone laughs from behind a wall. There are peaceful moments, but the silence is rare during daylight. I begin missing the open gathering paths. Then someone invites you toward the river. The change feels immediate. Even a short distance from the houses, sound softens. Smoke thins. The smell of wet vegetation replaces household odors. You understand why people may continue spending much of the day outside. A village offers security. The surrounding landscape offers breathing room. When you return, a disagreement has started near two adjoining households. You cannot understand every word. The issue appears to involve stored wood. One pile sits between walls. Both sides gesture toward it. An older person arrives. Conversation becomes quieter. Eventually the wood is divided. Nobody celebrates. The argument ends. This small dispute reveals something important. More permanent living creates more questions about ownership. Which family controls this storage space? Who repaired that wall? Who may collect from a nearby tree? Who owns harvested grain? Who can use a particular working area? Mobile life has property too. Settled life can make boundaries harder to avoid. A house remains in one place. So does the wall beside it. Relationships become attached to geography. That can produce cooperation. It can also produce conflict. Archaeologists sometimes infer household organization from architecture, storage features, and repeated rebuilding. Yet they cannot always determine how ownership actually worked. Some spaces may have belonged to families. Others may have been communal. Rights could change by season, marriage, age, or kinship. Scholars continue debating how private property developed in early farming communities. The ground shows structures. It does not explain every rule. By afternoon, heat intensifies. The smells around the settlement grow stronger. A waste area attracts insects. Someone covers part of it with soil. Another person carries refuse farther away. People are clearly responding to unpleasant conditions. They may not understand bacteria. They understand smell. They understand flies. They understand that some places become difficult to live beside. Practical sanitation begins with experience. You notice that waste is not discarded entirely at random. Certain areas receive repeated dumping. Other spaces remain cleaner. Paths are maintained. Drinking water is approached separately. This organization does not eliminate disease risk. It reduces chaos. Disease becomes more important as settlements grow. People living close together transmit infections more easily. Water can become contaminated. Waste accumulates. Livestock increase contact with parasites and pathogens. Larger populations create conditions where some illnesses can spread more effectively. This is one of the hidden costs of settlement. A village stores food. It also stores germs. Of course, people here do not think of microbes. They think of sickness. A child with fever. A cough moving through several households. Stomach illness after poor water. Patterns may be noticed without causes being understood. Experience becomes tradition again. Certain water is avoided. Spoiled food is discarded. Sick people may be cared for separately or kept near family depending on custom. Some practices help. Others probably do nothing. A few may make things worse. Medicine remains a mixture of observation, plant knowledge, ritual, and uncertainty. The village survives anyway. Most days remain ordinary. That point matters. Permanent settlement is not a disaster. It creates new problems because it creates new possibilities. Food can be stored in larger quantities. Heavy grinding stones no longer need frequent transport. Houses can be improved over years. Children grow within familiar spaces. Neighbors help with building. Knowledge accumulates locally. Fields can be tended. Animals can be managed. The benefits are substantial. The costs simply arrive with them. Toward evening, the village becomes calmer. Smoke rises from cooking fires again. People sit outside where air moves more freely. Children play along the main path. Someone repairs the roof from earlier. The neighboring woman helps again. Apparently the drainage dispute has not destroyed civilization. The two talk while working. You sit nearby and listen to the village settling. A baby cries. A dog barks. Grinding stops. Then another grinding stone begins somewhere farther away. A man complains when smoke blows directly into his face. Someone laughs at him. For a moment, nothing feels prehistoric. It feels like a neighborhood. That may be the most revealing detail. 10,000 years ago, larger settlements are changing human life in profound ways. Yet those changes arrive through small inconveniences. More waste, more noise, more repairs, more rules, more help, more arguments, more people close enough to hear you arguing. As darkness gathers, between the houses, firelight appears through several doorways. The village looks warmer now, less crowded, almost peaceful. You know better. Tomorrow someone will chase rodents from grain. Someone will complain about smoke. Someone will repair a wall. Someone will borrow a tool and forget to return it. And somehow through cooperation habit, irritation and compromise, everyone will continue living together. Section 17. By now you understand that finding food is only the beginning. Keeping it is another problem entirely. Morning sunlight reaches the settlement while several households open storage containers and inspect what survived the night. Nobody assumes yesterday's abundance will remain useful simply because it was gathered successfully. Food changes. It dries. It molds. It attracts insects. It attracts rodents. It becomes tomorrow's security only if someone protects it carefully. You sit beside a woman sorting nuts collected several weeks earlier. She lifts them one by one, turning each shell between her fingers before placing it into one of two piles. Some appear perfectly dry. Others are rejected immediately. One smells wrong. Another shows a tiny opening where an insect entered. Nothing dramatic has happened, but a small portion of a winter food is disappearing. This is why storage matters. 10,000 years ago, seasonal abundance can create more food than a household needs immediately. Nuts may fall within a short autumn period, fish may gather, predictably seeds can ripen together, and a successful hunt may produce more meat than people can eat fresh. Without preservation, abundance becomes temporary. With preservation, summer can feed winter. The idea sounds simple. The work is not. You follow several people toward a sunny area near the edge of the village. Thin strips of food lie across raised racks where air can move around them. Some are fish. Others are meat. The surfaces have darkened as moisture leaves. Drying slows spoilage because many organisms responsible for decay require water. Nobody here knows that explanation. They know the result. Dry food lasts. Wet food does not. That practical knowledge is enough. The smell around the racks is strong but not unpleasant. Sun-warmed fish mixes with smoke from nearby hearths and the dry scent of grass. Flies circle constantly. A child waves them away using a leafy branch. The task appears boring. It also protects valuable food. A dog sits nearby watching the entire operation. Someone points away from the rack. The dog remains seated. A second warning follows. The dog relocates approximately 2 steps and considers the disagreement settled. Food preservation creates jobs for everyone. Smoking provides another method. Insider shelter strips hang where hearth smoke reaches them without exposing them directly to strong flame. The process dries the surface while filling the food with compounds produced by smoke. The flavor becomes stronger. So does the smell. You can detect smoked food before entering the house. The air inside is thick and warm. Your eyes begin watering almost immediately. The people working there barely react. A woman checks one strip by bending it. Texture tells her something. She returns it to the rack. More time. Preservation depends on judgment. Too little drying leaves moisture. Too much may make food unpleasantly hard. Smoke must reach the surface without cooking everything too quickly. The right conditions change with weather. A dry, windy day helps. Several days of damp weather create trouble. I begin to see why people watch clouds with such seriousness. Weather can spoil food even after it has been gathered. The same is true for seeds. Nearby grain and wild seeds have been spread across woven mats. Someone runs fingers through them, exposing lower layers to sun and air. The grains make a dry whispering sound. Small stones and unwanted plant fragments are removed. The work continues slowly. Once dry, the seeds can be moved into containers, but even then danger remains. Moisture can enter from the ground. Rodents can chew through fibers. Insects may already be hiding among the grain. Storage is a contest. Humans build barriers. Other creatures test them. You visit a storage pit near one household. Its opening has been carefully protected. The interior stays cooler than the exposed ground above, which can help stabilize stored foods depending on local conditions. Pits are useful. They can also trap moisture. Construction must suit the soil. A badly prepared pit can turn valuable grain into a damp, sour disappointment. You remember the spoiled seeds discovered earlier. Nobody has forgotten them. One man is now repairing the pit lining. The work is patient and unglamorous. Future meals depend upon it. Archaeologists often find storage pits, bins, silos, jars, baskets, and other features in early settled communities. Their increasing presence tells an important story. People are thinking farther ahead. Storage means believing you will return. You do not bury months of grain beside a house if you expect never to see that place again. A storehouse anchors people socially and physically. It contains labor from the past. It also creates expectations about the future that can change the meaning of property. Who owns the seeds? Who controls the pit? Who receives food if another household has a poor harvest? Historians still argue about how early stored surpluses affected inequality, leadership, and household independence. More storage can encourage sharing. It can also encourage guarding. The evidence differs sharply between sites. No single social pattern explains every village. You see only one household. Here several containers seem associated with particular families, while some foods are clearly shared during meals. The distinction is flexible. Perhaps it changes during scarcity. Hunger can rewrite rules quickly. That possibility hangs quietly over every preservation effort. The people around you know seasons of plenty. They also remember lean periods. One older woman points toward the surrounding hills and describes something that happened years earlier. You catch repeated gestures towards snow-empty baskets and distant travel. Perhaps a severe winter. Perhaps a failed harvest. Her listeners understand. Stored food is memory made physical. Each dried strip says that difficult days may return. This does not make people constantly anxious. It makes them careful. I'll begin working beside a group cracking nuts. The shells resist more than expected. Your first strike sends one nut rolling into the dirt. A child retrieves it before the dog can. The next attempt works. Inside is a pale kernel rich with the fat. High-energy foods like nuts can be exceptionally valuable because they store relatively well when dry. The challenge is processing them. Shelling hundreds takes time. Grinding takes more. Some nuts require roasting. Others may need soaking or additional treatment depending on species. There is no free pantry or pantry. Every preserved calorie contains labor. A quirky possibility appears in another container. The contents smell slightly sour and fermented. You recognize the scent from food that has changed without becoming completely spoiled. Fermentation can preserve certain foods by encouraging microorganisms that make conditions hostile to more dangerous competitors. People can discover the effect without understanding microbiology. Leave food under particular conditions. Taste the result carefully. Repeat what works. Over generations, accident can become tradition. Exactly how common deliberate fermentation was in different communities 10,000 years ago remains uncertain. Evidence is difficult to distinguish from ordinary decay. Residues survive imperfectly. Researchers debate whether some early vessels held fermented beverages, sour grain mixtures, or simply foods that spoiled before burial. You look into the container. Nobody appears afraid of it. That seems meaningful. A woman removes a small portion and mixes it with fresh food. Perhaps fermentation is intentional here. Perhaps you are about to regret your confidence. You taste only a little. The flavor is sharp, not terrible. You decide that prehistoric cuisine continues to surprise you. Food preservation also involves heat. Some roots are roasted before storage. Seeds may be parched. Meat can be cooked before additional drying. Different methods reduce moisture, alter texture, and discourage pests. The people around you rarely use only one technique. Drying combines with smoking. Cleaning combines with sorting. Storage combines with regular inspection. Preservation is a process, not a single moment. You realize this when someone opens another basket and immediately spreads its contents across a mat. Nothing looks obviously wrong. Still, the grain will be aired in sunlight before returning to storage. Prevention is easier than rescue. That principle feels strikingly modern. The containers themselves receive constant attention. A woven basket must remain intact. A damaged edge invites insects or rodents. A lid must fit. A pit lining must stay dry. A hanging bag must remain beyond the reach of animals. Every storage technology creates its own maintenance. You watch a woman repair a basket using fresh fiber. The new material is lighter than the older weave. The patch stands out clearly. Nobody cares about perfect appearance. The basket must work. Around midday, heat presses down over the settlement. This is useful for drying but uncomfortable for people. You move into partial shade while the food remains in sunlight. The smell of warm grain mixes with dust. Tiny insects move across the mats. Hands remove them immediately. One child becomes fascinated by a beetle and forgets the actual task. An adult redirects the child. The beetle escapes. Perhaps it considers this a successful harvest. Food must also survive thieves larger than insects. Rodents remain constant competitors. Birds watch drying racks. Dogs exploit mistakes. Wild scavengers may approach at night. People therefore store some foods inside houses or elevated spaces. Others remain in pits. Some are suspended. There is no perfect solution. Even humans create problems. Children snack. Visitors arrive. Household may need to share unexpectedly. The food that was meant for later becomes food for now. Storage plans bend around social life. That may be one reason surplus carries more than nutritional value. A household with extra food can host guests. It can help relatives. It can survive illness. It can support someone unable to work temporarily. Stored food becomes social resilience. It can also create prestige. A person able to offer food during scarcity gains influence. Whether this develops into formal hierarchy depends on many other factors. For now, generosity remains visible. Late in the afternoon, a neighbouring household receives a portion of dried fish. The exchange is casual. No immediate payment appears. You recognise the pattern from visiting groups. Food moves through relationships. Today's surplus can become tomorrow's obligation. Nothing needs to be written. People remember. As the sun lowers, preserved foods disappear gradually into their protected places. Racks are checked. Containers are covered. Dry seeds are gathered from mats. The air cools. Smoke thickens again around evening hearths. You look at the settlement differently now. The houses contain more than people and tools. They contain time. A basket of nuts carries autumn into winter. Dried fish carries a successful catch beyond the day it happened. Stored seeds carry one harvest toward the next. Food preservation stretches the usefulness of the landscape across seasons. That changes everything. People can remain in one place longer. Children can be fed when gathering is poor. Illness becomes less immediately dangerous. Bad weather can be endured for a little while. Nothing becomes guaranteed, but uncertainty becomes negotiable. Night settles over the village. A woman checks one final storage basket before entering her shelter. She touches the lid, adjusts the covering, and leaves it alone. The gesture lasts only seconds, yet it contains months of experience. Protect what you have. Remember what's spoiled. Save what you can. Because 10,000 years ago, survival does not depend only on finding enough food today. It depends on persuading some of today to remain edible tomorrow. Section T. By the next afternoon, you begin noticing that survival is not the only thing people care about. The realization comes slowly. At first, you are watching a woman repair a hide garment beside the shelter wall. Her hands move with the same practical confidence you have already seen many times. Then she reaches for a small cord. Several beads hang from it. They are unnecessary. That is precisely why they matter. The garment would remain warm without them. The cord would still hold. The wearer would still survive the evening cold. Yet the beads are attached carefully along the edge where they catch the light whenever the hide moves. Beauty has entered the conversation. You look around the settlement again. Decorative choices are suddenly everywhere. A shell hangs beside one doorway. Red pigment marks the surface of a small object. A carved pendant rests against someone's chest. Several children wear simple strings of beads. Even an ordinary tool handle carries shallow lines cut into its surface. None of this feeds anyone. None is pointless. For a long time, popular images of prehistoric life reduced people to survival alone. Eat, hunt, sleep, avoid predators, repeat. Yet archaeological discoveries from periods far earlier than 10,000 years ago show ornament, pigment, engraving beads and objects requiring enormous effort beyond immediate physical necessity. Humans have been decorating themselves and their surroundings for tens of thousands of years. You are not entering the beginning of fashion. You are entering an already ancient tradition. A young woman sits near the hearth, turning a small pierced shell between her fingers. The shell is smooth from handling. A cord passes through a carefully made hole. You remember the visitors who carried similar objects from distant places. This one may have travelled too. The shell's pale surface contrasts with dark hide clothing. When the woman ties it near her neck, the effect is simple but deliberate. She checks its position, then adjusts it. That tiny gesture feels remarkably familiar. People care how things look. They care how they look. Human vanity thankfully does not require mirrors. Still, reflection exists. Calm water can show a face. Polished stone can catch shapes imperfectly. Another person's reaction may be enough. Appearance is social. A hairstyle can be recognized without seeing it yourself. You notice that hair is handled with more care than earlier stereotypes might suggest. Some people wear it tied back. Others use cords or bands. Long hair may be braided or gathered where work makes loose strands inconvenient. Practicality and decoration overlap easily. A useful tie can also be attractive. A bead can secure something while displaying identity. One object can carry several meanings at once. That makes interpretation difficult. Archaeologists find personal ornaments and naturally ask what they represented. Status, age, marriage, group identity, spiritual protection. All are possible. Sometimes several may be true simultaneously. Researchers still debate how reliably particular bead styles or decorative patterns can identify social groups in prehistoric communities. Shared styles may indicate contact. They may also spread through imitation without representing formal membership. A shell necklace does not come with instructions attached. You watch two women comparing bead arrangements. One points toward a darker piece and laughs. The other moves it to a different position. There is clearly an aesthetic judgment happening. Perhaps the first arrangement looked unbalanced. Perhaps some private joke is involved. Either way, no solemn ritual is required. Prehistoric people are allowed to have taste. This sounds almost embarrassingly obvious. It becomes important because museum displays often separate practical objects from artistic ones. Life does not. A basket can be beautifully woven and useful. A tool can be decorated and sharp. Clothing can protect the body while signaling identity. A storage container may display a pattern simply because someone enjoyed making it. The people around you never agreed to divide art from ordinary life. You follow an older woman toward a shaded working area. She is grinding a piece of red ochre against stone. Fine powder gathers beneath her hand. The color is intense. Red pigment is among the most persistent materials in prehistoric archaeology. Ochre appears at sites tens of thousands of years older than your settlement. Its uses are wonderfully varied. It can color skin. It can decorate objects. It may appear in burials. Some forms can help in hide processing or other practical tasks. A lump of ochre is not automatically ceremonial. Context matters. The woman mixes the powder with a small amount of liquid. The paste darkens. She touches it with one finger, then draws a short mark across a prepared piece of hide. The color catches immediately. You expected something duller. Instead, the red stands vividly against brown material. A child watches closely. The child reaches for the pigment. An adult redirects the hand. Naturally, the child waits until everyone looks elsewhere and tries again. A tiny red fingerprint appears on one leg. You suspect that this will not become a sacred symbol. The child looks pleased. A quirky prehistoric mystery may begin exactly this way. Archaeologists sometimes find finger marks, pigment traces, and tiny impressions whose meanings are impossible to recover. Was it ritual, decoration, practice, play, an accident? Future scholars can only infer. You are watching how easily serious-looking evidence can emerge from ordinary mischief. The thought is oddly comforting. Not every mysterious mark needs a mysterious explanation. Somebody may simply have had children. A man nearby is working on a bone pennon. The object is small enough to disappear inside your palm. Use a sharp stone edge to smooth one side. Then he makes shallow incisions near the bottom. The lines are regular. Perhaps they count something. Perhaps they imitate a pattern. Perhaps they mean nothing beyond visual rhythm. You cannot tell. Neither could a future archaeologist with certainty. That uncertainty does not diminish the object. It makes the person behind it feel more present. Someone chose those lines. Someone thought the surface looked better afterward. The act took time. Time is valuable. Therefore, beauty must have value too. You begin thinking about what decoration communicates. A person can recognize relatives through facial features. Clothing and ornaments add another layer. A bead type may signal where someone comes from. A particular arrangement might mark age or family. Visitors may bring styles from elsewhere. Children imitate adults. Young people may innovate simply because young people often do. Fashion can spread without writing. One attractive idea travels farther than many tools. You already saw exchange networks carrying stone and shells across distant landscapes. Decorative styles may move along those same routes. Someone sees a pattern during a seasonal gathering. They copy it later. Another person modifies it. Soon neighboring communities share related designs. Culture travels through admiration. By midday, several people gather beneath a shelter extension where the sunlight is softer. One is decorating a woven band. Another smooths a pendant. A third works colored material into a cord. The atmosphere is relaxed. Conversation drifts between them. Hands continue moving while voices rise and fall. Crafting creates social time. Repetitive work leaves room for stories. You hear laughter. Someone corrects another person's technique. A child attempts to join and produces a knot so complicated that nobody immediately knows how to undo it. The knot receives considerable attention. Eventually it is cut. The child appears offended by this criticism of innovation. Gentle prehistoric avant-garde. You sit beside them and run your fingers across a finished woven band. The texture is firm but flexible. Alternating fibers create a subtle pattern. No pigment was necessary. Structure itself becomes decoration. Weaving can produce visual effects through repetition, color differences, and direction. Many such objects would decay entirely. Their beauty disappears from archaeology. This loss is enormous. Imagine judging the modern world only by objects made from stone and fired clay. Most clothing would vanish. Most furniture would vanish. Most paper would vanish. Many toys, baskets, ropes, wooden carvings, and decorations would disappear. The surviving picture would be distorted. Prehistory suffers from exactly this problem. Organic beauty is especially fragile. Flowers in hair vanish. Paint on skin vanishes. Feathers vanish. Wooden ornaments often vanish. Hairstyles vanish completely. A vast portion of personal appearance can leave almost no trace. You must therefore resist imagining people dressed only in whatever archaeology preserves best. The real settlement may have been far more colourful. Natural dyes can come from plants, minerals, bark berries and other materials. Exactly which colours were widely used here remains uncertain. Some dyes do not survive well. Pigments preserved on durable objects provide only fragments of the original palette. Still earth tones need not mean visual monotony. Red ochre alone can produce striking variation. Black charcoal can mark surfaces. Pale shells catch light. Animal teeth create contrast. Different hides carry different colours naturally. Beauty grows from available materials. An older man walks past wearing a pendant made from an animal tooth. The tooth hangs near his chest. You wonder whether it came from an animal he hunted. Perhaps someone else gave it to him. Maybe it belonged to a parent. Objects can hold biography. A pendant is portable memory. This is one reason personal ornaments fascinate archaeologists. They stay close to bodies. They can travel with people. They may appear in burials. They can reveal connections between identity and material culture. Yet meaning remains stubbornly personal. A necklace might tell others who you are. It might remind only you of someone absent. Later in the afternoon, several children begin decorating themselves with harmless plant materials. One pushes small flowers into a cord. Another places leaves around the wrist. These decorations will not survive the evening. That does not make them meaningless. Temporary beauty may have been common. Perhaps people painted skin before gatherings. Perhaps fresh plants decorated hair. Perhaps certain scents were preferred. One would necessarily leave clear archaeological evidence. The possibility expands the social world around you. Appearance can change for special occasions. Visitors may dress differently from household members. Young adults may pay closer attention to ornament when other groups arrive. Some behaviours are so predictable across human societies that you cannot help wondering how deep they run. Still, caution matters. You cannot simply project every modern fashion instinct backward. The meanings of decoration are culturally specific. What looks beautiful to you may seem strange here. What looks ordinary to them may feel ceremonial to you. Even colour symbolism varies widely. That is why scholars avoid assigning universal meanings too quickly. Red does not automatically mean blood, life, death, fertility, or power. Sometimes red is simply available and visually strong. Context must do the work. Toward evening, the woman with the shell necklace returns to the hearth. Firelight makes the pale ornament glow warmly against her clothing. Nobody comments on it now. Perhaps they already did earlier. Decoration becomes part of normal appearance once worn. You notice another person's patched garment. The repair uses a contrasting strip of hide. Instead of hiding the different small stitches, emphasize the edge. Was that intentional? Possibly. A repair can become design. Practical necessity creates aesthetic opportunity that feels wonderfully human. Something breaks. You fix it. Then you decide the repair should look good. As darkness approaches, beads and pendants become less visible. Their surfaces still catch brief flashes of firelight. The settlement softens into warm browns, black shadows, and glowing red embers. You think back to your first impression of this world. You saw scarcity, simple shelters, limited possession. Now you see selection. People choose one shell over another, one pattern over another, one color over another. Even with few possessions, individuality survives. Perhaps it becomes more visible precisely because each object requires so much effort. A necklace assembled slowly may be kept for years. A decorated tool can move between generations. A repaired garment carries traces of many hands. Beauty becomes durable when objects are durable, and when decoration is temporary, memory preserves what archaeology cannot. Someone remembers how a relative braided hair. Someone remembers a particular red pattern. Someone copies a bead arrangement seen years earlier. Style travels through human memory. You lie near the hearth that night while a small pendant rests beside someone's sleeping place. Outside, insects pulse softly in the grass. Smoke moves slowly beneath the roof. Your fingers still carry a faint trace of red pigment. It stains the skin. By tomorrow it may fade. That seems appropriate. Much of prehistoric beauty has done exactly that. It existed. It mattered. Then it vanished. But for tonight, 10,000 years ago, nobody needs a museum to confirm it. You can see it everywhere. Section 19. The first burial you notice is almost invisible. There is no towering monument. No carved stone announces name. No wall separates the dead from the living. Instead, an older woman leads you toward a quiet space beside one of the houses where the ground looks slightly different from everything around it. The soil has been disturbed, then carefully closed again. A few stones mark the place. Nothing more. You stop there because everyone else does. Conversation lowers automatically. A child who had been talking loudly becomes quiet after noticing the adults. The shift in atmosphere is unmistakable. Someone is buried beneath your feet. This fact changes the settlement. You have grown accustomed to houses containing sleeping places, storage baskets, hearths, tools, food, children, and dogs. Now you realize they may also exist beside graves. In several early settled communities, the dead were buried beneath house floors, close to buildings, or within areas repeatedly used by the living. The exact customs varied widely. Some people were placed in individual graves, others were buried with additional bodies. Remains were later disturbed intentionally. In some communities, skulls received special treatment. Death did not necessarily remove a person from domestic space. Sometimes it brought them closer. You kneel near the stones. The soil feels firm and dry beneath your fingertips. Nothing visible tells you who lies below. Perhaps an elder. Perhaps a young adult. Perhaps a child. The people around you already know. That difference matters. To an archaeologist, a burial is evidence. To this household, it is someone. A person once sat beside the hearth. Someone heard their laugh. Someone remembers their habits. Perhaps they slept where you slept last night. The grave contains a body. The settlement contains the relationship. This is where archaeology becomes painfully incomplete. Bones can reveal age estimates, injuries, diet, disease, and sometimes biological relationships. Burial position can be recorded. Objects placed nearby can be catalogued. Pigments can be detected. Yet grief does not fossilize. Neither does affection. You watch the older woman touch one of the stones. Her movement is brief. She says something quietly. Nobody answers. You do not know whether she is addressing the dead, remembering them, or simply explaining the place to the child beside her. All three feel possible. People 10,000 years ago almost certainly possessed complex ideas about death, but their exact beliefs are often beyond recovery. Archaeologists can observe what people did. Why they did it is harder. A body placed carefully in a grave suggests intention. A burial near a house suggests social meaning. Objects placed with the dead suggest choices, but none of these automatically tells you what people believed happened afterward. Historians still disagree over how directly burial practices can reveal ideas about ancestors' spirits, identity, or an afterlife. The safest answer is that death mattered socially. That is already enough. The group moves back toward the house. You follow. It feels strange to step through the doorway knowing someone may lie beneath or beside the floor. Yet nobody behaves nervously. The dead are not treated as contamination automatically. They may belong to the household's history. Living space and memory overlap. I'll begin noticing details you ignored before. One floor area is slightly raised. A patch of plaster appears newer than the surrounding surface. An older hearth was abandoned and rebuilt nearby. Could a burial be beneath it? Perhaps. In some prehistoric settlements, houses contain repeated layers of occupation, repair, rebuilding, and burial. Household may remain associated with one place across generations. Walls change, roofs change, people change. The location persists. That creates a powerful form of continuity. Imagine growing up above the place where a grandparent rests. The house becomes more than shelter. It becomes genealogy made physical. You do not need writing to preserve family connection when the landscape itself carries memory. A doorway can remind you who built it. A hearth can recall someone who tended it. A burial can anchor a lineage to the ground. This may become especially important as communities grow more settled. Land begins attracting longer histories. Fields receive repeated labor. Storage pits hold family resources. Houses are rebuilt in familiar places. Ancestors can become connected to claims of belonging. If your dead are buried here, your relationship to this place becomes harder to describe as temporary. That possibility interests archaeologists greatly. Did ancestor burial strengthen household rights to land? Did graves express family identity? Did certain lineages use burial to justify access to productive areas? There is no single answer. Social systems differ between settlements. Still, the combination of houses, storage, cultivation, and nearby dead suggests that permanence is becoming emotional as well as economic. You belong where your memories live. A child nearby asks about the grave. An adult answers patiently. The child listens with complete seriousness. You wonder how often children hear stories about people they never met. This is how ancestral memory can stretch beyond living generations. A grandmother describes her mother. A father mentions an uncle. A story connects a child to someone whose body is beneath the floor. Memory creates kinship across time. No written family tree is necessary. Names survive in voices, at least for a while. Eventually some details fade to details fade. That too is human. A particularly curious practice from some Neolithic communities involves reopening graves and removing skulls after decomposition. In parts of the ancient Near East, certain skulls were later modified with plaster to recreate facial features. Eyes might be represented with shells or other materials. The result can look startling to modern viewers. These objects are sometimes called plastered skulls. Their exact meaning remains uncertain. Were they portraits of revered ancestors? Did they represent social identities rather than specific individuals? Were they displayed, stored, used in ceremonies? Scholars continue debating these questions. You are not necessarily in a community practicing exactly that custom, but the existence of such traditions in this broader era reminds you how diverse relationships with the dead can become. A skull is not automatically treated as horror. It can become memory that feels unsettling only because your own customs are different. Death practices always appear strange from outside. The people around you would probably find modern cemeteries equally peculiar. Rows of strangers buried far from household floors. Very inefficient family visiting. The thought carries a little gentle humour, though nobody nearby is joking. By midday, ordinary activity resumes around the burial space. A woman grinds seeds only several steps away. Children cross the path. A dog sleeps in sunlight. Someone repairs a basket. This is perhaps the most striking thing. The dead are near daily life. There is no requirement for constant solemnity. People mourn. Then they cook. They remember. Then they gather water. A grave can remain sacred without making every nearby moment ceremonial. Life continues around it. You hear laughter from inside the house. The sound reaches this burial place clearly. For one strange moment, living voices and silent ground seem part of the same household. Later you visit another burial area farther from the central houses. This grave is different. Several objects were apparently placed with the dead. A small ornament remains associated with the location. Perhaps food once accompanied the burial. Perhaps clothing did. Organic materials would not necessarily survive. Burial goods attract attention because they seem symbolic. Yet even here, interpretation requires care. An object might equip the dead for another world. It might represent identity. It could be a gift from mourners. It might simply be something the person wore when buried. Meaning is never automatic. You touch nothing. Everyone else seems to understand this boundary. The place belongs to someone absent. That is enough reason for respect. The smell of warm earth rises round you. Wind moves through dry grass. From farther away comes the repeated tapping of stonework. The settlement remains audible even here. You realize that death does not create silence. It creates another layer beneath ordinary sound. A younger man joins the group. He points toward the grave and tells a story. His gestures suggest a journey. Perhaps the buried person traveled far. Perhaps they died elsewhere and were brought back. Perhaps only part of them returned. Transporting bodies can be difficult, especially in warm conditions. Some societies may bury people temporarily before moving selected remains later. Others leave the dead where death occurs. Custom respond to practical conditions as well as belief. Again, ritual and practicality do not need separate bodies. Bodies decay. Predators exist. Soil can be difficult. Weather matters. Communities develop traditions within those realities. Toward evening, you return to the settlement center. Smoke begins rising more heavily from hearths. Children carry fuel. Someone prepares fish. The familiar smells of cooking and ash spread between houses. You pass the first grave again. This time it feels less mysterious. You know approximately where it lies. So does everyone else. So cool. That knowledge changes how people move. Nobody places a rubbish pile there. Children do not dig into it. The space remains quietly protected. Rules can preserve memory without signs. You imagine years passing. The child who learned the story today grows older. Perhaps the house is rebuilt. Perhaps another burial occurs nearby. Perhaps the settlement eventually expands over the area. Memory accumulates. One generation becomes two. Two become several. The living inherit not only tools and techniques, but obligations to remember. That may be one of the foundations of community. Shared ancestors create shared history. Shared history can create stronger identity. Even disputes may involve the past. Who belongs here first? Whose relatives built this house? Whose dead rest beneath this floor? Questions of memory can become questions of power. Yet they can also create comfort. During grief, a nearby burial keeps someone physically close. A person remains within familiar ground. The household continues around them. You do not know how people here imagine death. Perhaps they believe the dead watch over the living. Perhaps they fear certain spirits. Perhaps ancestors offer protection. Perhaps death is understood through ideas that have no modern equivalent. You cannot recover the exact words, but you can see behavior. Bodies are treated deliberately. Places are remembered. Stories are told. The dead remain socially present. That tells you enough to feel the weight of the evening. As darkness settles, you sit near the hearth inside the house. Firelight moves across the floor. Somewhere beneath or beside this space lies someone who once knew the same light. The thought is strangely peaceful. You hear a child breathing nearby. A woman folds a heap. Someone places tomorrow's tools against the wall. Nothing stops. That continuity may be the point. Death interrupts one life. It does not stop the household. The fire burns again. Food is prepared again. Children grow. Stories remain. And beneath the ordinary floor, memory becomes part of the architecture. 10,000 years ago, the dead do not always disappear into distant ground. Sometimes they stay close enough to share the house in silence. Section 20. Morning begins with someone who does not rise. At first, this seems unremarkable. People wake at different times, and yesterday's work left several bodies tired enough to welcome extra sleep. But the woman beside the far wall remains beneath her hide after the hearth is awake. A child touches her shoulder. She answers quietly. Something is wrong. You notice how quickly the household changes. Voices soften. Someone moves closer. A hand touches the woman's forehead, then rests briefly against her neck. There is no thermometer, no written medical guide, no clinic beyond the next hill. There is only observation. She feels hot. Her breathing is faster than usual. When off first water, she drinks only a little. The people around her have seen fever before. They may not understand infection as you do, but they recognize patterns in sickness through generations of experience. Certain symptoms are familiar. Some illnesses pass. Others become dangerous. Nobody can know which this will be on the first morning. That uncertainty is part of prehistoric life. 10,000 years ago, even ordinary ailments can become serious when effective modern treatments do not exist. A small wound may become infected, stomach illness can cause dangerous dehydration, and respiratory disease can weaken someone rapidly. Yet prehistoric people are not helpless. They have knowledge. They provide care. They use plants, heat, water, food, rest, massage, splinting, and other practical treatments shaped by experience. Some remedies probably work. Some do not. A few may make matters worse. Medicine begins in uncertainty. You follow an older woman outside. She carries a small woven container and walks toward vegetation growing along a damp slope. The morning air smells of wet grass and wood smoke. Dew cools your ankles as you move. She stops beside several familiar plants. You recognize one from previous gathering trips. Today nobody is collecting it as food. The woman removes selected leaves and checks them carefully before placing them inside the basket. Plant knowledge has many uses. People who spend their lives surrounded by local vegetation notice effects that repeated experience reveals. Some plants reduce pain. Others can soothe irritated skin. Certain substances act as laxatives, stimulants, sedatives, or antiseptics. Many are useless medicinally despite strong traditions surrounding them. The difficulty is separating reliable effect from belief. Even modern researchers struggle with that question when interpreting prehistoric medicine. Archaeologists occasionally identify medicinal plants through preserved pollen, seeds, residues, or human remains. But proving intended medical use is extremely difficult. A plant found beside a burial might have been medicine. It might have been food. It might have grown there naturally. Context matters enormously. Researchers therefore continue debating how sophisticated prehistoric herbal treatment truly was in particular societies. The people beside you do not share that debate. They simply use what they know. Back inside the shelter, the leaves are crushed. Their smell becomes sharp and slightly bitter. A small amount is mixed with warm water. The sick woman drinks carefully. You have no idea whether the preparation lowers fever. Neither can you ask for clinical trials. What clearly helps is the water itself. Hydration matters. So does rest. Another adult takes over the woman's usual work. A relative keeps the children occupied. Food is prepared nearby. Care spreads through the household. This is easy to overlook when imagining prehistoric survival. An injured or sick person does not always face abandonment. Archaeological remains sometimes show individuals surviving serious injuries or disabilities long enough to require sustained support from others. Healed fractures are powerful evidence. So are cases where people lived despite conditions that would have made hunting, gathering, or walking difficult. Someone fed them. Someone protected them. Someone waited. Cooperation can become medical treatment before medicine becomes scientific. You see another example later that day. A man returns from a wood gathering trip with a cut across his palm. It is not severe. Still, everyone takes it seriously. The wound is washed. Debris is removed. A strip of clean material is wrapped around the hand. The man looks annoyed rather than frightened. His inconvenience may last several days. That matters because hands are essential. A damaged hand means less cutting, carrying, climbing, grinding, and toolmaking. Infection is the greater danger. Without antibiotics, a wound that looks minor can become unpredictable. People may notice that cleaning certain injuries improves outcomes. They may use honey plant resins, ash fats, or herbal preparations depending on local tradition and available resources. Some substances possess genuine antimicrobial properties. Others merely create a covering. A treatment does not need a laboratory explanation to sometimes work. Experience can preserve effective habits. It can preserve ineffective habits too. That is the difficulty. Suppose someone recovers after a ritual and an herbal drink. Which one helped? Perhaps neither. Perhaps both helped psychologically while the immune system did the physical work. Prehistoric people cannot separate these possibilities systematically. Neither could most societies for much of later history. You walk toward the river with a younger woman carrying used cloth in a container. The water is cold. She rinses the material away from the main drinking place. That separation catches your attention. Practical hygiene can emerge without germ theory. People notice smell dirt, decay insects, and recurring sickness. They learn habits from consequences. Still crowded settlement brings growing risks. You saw that yesterday. More people live close together. Waste accumulates. Animals remain nearby. Rodents visit stored food. Shared water can become contaminated. The very stability that makes village life attractive also creates better opportunities for disease. Sedentary communities change the ecology of illness. Some infections spread more easily where people gather repeatedly. Parasites find stable hosts. Livestock add another layer of contact. This does not mean every early village becomes permanently sick. It means the balance has shifted. You return past an animal enclosure. Flies gather near dung. A child walks barefoot nearby. The connection feels as obvious to you. It is invisible at a microscopic level to them. Yet they may understand that certain places are dirty. That distinction matters. Knowledge does not need to reach the correct biological mechanism before producing useful behavior. By afternoon, the feverish woman is sleeping. Her breathing sounds calmer. Nobody announces recovery. They wait. Waiting is a major part of prehistoric medicine. The body must do most of the work. You sit outside where sunlight warms the shelter wall. An older man joins you and slowly rubs one knee. The joint seems stiff. Perhaps years of kneeling, carrying, walking, and repetitive labor have taken their toll. Chronic pain belongs here too. Archaeological skeletons often preserve signs of osteoarthritis, healed injuries, dental disease, and repetitive strain. Ordinary life wears bodies down. Grinding grain affects shoulders and backs. Long distance walking stresses joints. Carrying loads leaves its own consequences. Age does not need to be extreme before pain appears. The man warms a smooth stone near the fire. Later he holds it against the sore area through folded material. Heat relaxes stiffness. No complicated theory is required. The treatment simply feels better. Massage may serve the same purpose. So may rest. Some of the oldest medical knowledge is probably this basic. Cold can numb. Heat can soothe. Pressure can reduce discomfort. Immobilizing a broken limb can help it mend. Clean water can wash injury. These observations belong to anyone paying attention. Dental pain is harder. You notice an older woman chewing only on one side of her mouth during the evening meal. Several teeth are badly worn. A lifetime of coarse food can grind tooth surfaces significantly. Stone-ground cereals may contain tiny mineral particles that increase wear. Cavities also become increasingly relevant in some farming populations as carbohydrate-rich foods become more common. A painful tooth has few pleasant solutions. There are no anesthetic dental clinics waiting beyond the ridge. People may use plant preparations for pain. Damaged teeth can sometimes be removed. Other times sufferers simply endure. A toothache sounds trivial beside dramatic prehistoric dangers until you have one. Then the saber-toothed predator can wait. One quirky strand of evidence suggests that prehistoric dentistry may occasionally have been more inventive than expected. At some ancient sites, researchers have found teeth showing deliberate drilling or other manipulation. The best-known examples vary in age and interpretation, but they reveal that humans sometimes attempted direct treatment of dental problems surprisingly early. Whether such procedures were common is another question. Probably not. Still, imagine allowing someone to approach an aching tooth with a stone drill. Suddenly, your appreciation for modern appointments increases considerably. Pain treatment must have blended practical and ritual responses. A healer may know plants. They may also know chants, gestures, stories, or ceremonies believed to influence illness. Calling such practices foolish would miss their social role. Ritual creates structure during uncertainty. It gives frightened people something to do. It gathers support around the patient. Expectation itself can influence how pain is experienced. Even when a ritual does not cure infection, care can still matter emotionally. You see something like this after sunset. The sick woman wakes again. Her fever remains, but she drinks more water. An elder sits beside her and speaks in a low rhythmic voice. The words are repeated gently. Another relative holds her hand. The room becomes quiet. No dramatic ceremony follows. The effect is intimate. You cannot tell where medicine ends and comfort begins. Perhaps nobody here would separate. Childbirth brings even greater uncertainty. You have seen children everywhere in the settlement, but their presence hides the physical risk behind every successful birth. Pregnancy and delivery can become dangerous without surgical intervention, blood transfusion, antibiotics, or modern monitoring. Experienced women probably carry specialized knowledge about labor positions, timing feeding, and postpartum care. Midwifery may be among the most important bodies of practical knowledge in any community. Yet direct archaeological evidence for the details is frustratingly limited. Birth usually leaves fewer durable traces than death. Historians reconstruct much through skeletal evidence, comparative anthropology, and broader knowledge of human biology. What happened inside a particular prehistoric birth space often disappears almost completely. The silence feels enormous. For every grave archaeologists discover, there were countless recoveries never recorded. Children survived fever, cuts healed, bones knitted. Women recovered after childbirth. Older people continued living with painful joints. Ordinary care produced ordinary survival. You look again at the woman resting beside the hearth. Someone has placed water within reach. Her children sleep nearby. Another adult has taken responsibility for tomorrow's food gathering. She is temporarily unable to contribute. The household adjusts. That flexibility is perhaps the most powerful treatment available here. Humans carry sick companions through dependence. No individual is productive every day. Children require years of support. Injuries happen. Pregnancy changes workloads. Age slows bodies. A society demanding constant equal contribution from every person would collapse quickly. Instead, assistance moves back and forth across a lifetime. Today you receive care. Later perhaps you provide it. Night deepens around the shelter. The smell of crushed medicinal leaves lingers beneath stronger wood smoke. Outside you hear dogs shifting in the darkness. The feverish woman sleeps again. Her hand feels cooler than it did this morning. That may mean improvement. It may mean nothing. Nobody know yet. So the household continues its quiet watch. There is fear here, but there is also patience. And as the embers settle toward red, you understand that prehistoric medicine is rarely a miracle hidden in forgotten herbs. More often it is something simpler. A wound cleaned carefully. A painful joint warmed. A feverish person given water. A child held through the night. Knowledge helps where it can. The body does the rest. And when uncertainty remains, people remain beside one another. Section 21. The next morning, the village feels slightly larger than it did yesterday. Nothing has changed in the number of houses. No new family has arrived, yet several objects lying near the hearth come from places far beyond the valley. And once you begin noticing them, the settlement seems connected to an enormous invisible world. A dark piece of volcanic glass catches the light. A pale shell hangs from a cord. Red pigment rests inside a small container. None of these materials belongs naturally to the immediate landscape. Someone brought them here. You sit beside the toolmaker as he turns the dark stone between his fingers. It is obsidian. Its surface shines almost like black water. When struck correctly, it fractures into edges so fine that you hesitate to touch them. The material is beautiful. It is also extremely useful. Obsidian forms only in particular volcanic environments, which makes its archaeological presence especially informative. Researchers can often compare the chemical composition of an ancient obsidian tool with known geological sources that allows them to reconstruct movement across astonishing distances. A tiny flake can reveal a large network. The piece beside you may have traveled through several communities before reaching this hearth. Perhaps nobody here has ever visited its source. That possibility feels strange at first. Then you remember modern objects often travel farther than their owners. The principle is not modern, only the scale changes. A traveller can carry several pieces of stone to relatives. Those relatives exchange some with another group. Months later, one piece reaches a settlement beyond another ridge. Human hands become the road. You watch the toolmaker strike the obsidian. A thin blade separates keenly. Everyone nearby notices. Good stone attracts attention. Poor stone wastes effort. A cutting edge made from high-quality material can perform tasks faster and more precisely, so communities have strong reasons to seek reliable sources. Some people may travel directly to quarries. Others obtain stone through exchange. The exact system differs from place to place. There is no prehistoric shipping company. There are relationships. You have already seen visitors bringing materials. Now you begin understanding how extensive those relationships may become. A nearby woman opens a small pouch. Inside are several shells. They are not food remains. Each has been pierced carefully. The nearest coastline is distant enough that you cannot imagine walking there casually. Yet marine shells appear surprisingly far inland at many prehistoric archaeological sites. Some travelled hundreds of kilometres. This does not prove continuous organised trade in the later commercial sense. It proves connection. People moved. Objects moved with them. Sometimes beauty moved farther than necessity. That matters. An inland community does not need a marine trade. Someone wanted it. Perhaps it looked unusual. Perhaps it signaled a relationship with distant people. Maybe it carried status. It could have marked identity. Or perhaps everyone simply agreed that shiny shells were worth the trouble. Prehistoric taste can be practical and delightfully unreasonable at once. The woman threads one shell onto a cord beside beads made from local material. The combination creates contrast. Distant and nearby materials become part of one object. You wonder whether anyone looking at the necklace knows where every piece originated. Probably not. Objects can outlive their stories. A gift changes hands. A child inherits it. The original journey becomes vague. Eventually only the object remains. This makes exchange networks difficult to interpret. Archaeologists can trade materials. They cannot always trace motives. A stone from far away may indicate trade. It might also reflect seasonal travel. A shell could be exchanged between strangers, or carried by someone visiting relatives. Researchers continue debating how specialized long-distance exchange became in early Neolithic communities. Were there people who traveled primarily to move valuable goods? Did most materials pass slowly through kinship networks? Did gatherings function as major exchange events? Different places probably used different combinations. The physical evidence survives more clearly than the social arrangement. You spend part of this morning walking with two adults toward a meeting place near a wide bend in the river. The path is familiar to them. It leads away from cultivated plots and toward higher ground where several routes intersect. You hear water below. Birds move through reeds. The air smells of warmed grass and river mud. The meeting place contains no permanent building. Still, people clearly use it repeatedly. The ground is packed. Several old hearth stains remain beneath loose soil. A few stone flakes lie near one tree. Locations do not need walls to become important. A crossing point can become a social hub. People traveling between valleys may stop here. Fishing groups may meet. Relatives can arrange gatherings around predictable seasons. News and materials change hands naturally when people occupy the same place. You wait. Once again, prehistoric life involves more waiting than dramatic reconstructions admit. Eventually, three figures appear on the opposite trail. They carry bundles. Greetings are cautious at first. Then recognition relaxes everyone. One visitor embraces the man beside you. Another laughs before even putting down her load. These people know one another. The bundles are opened slowly. You see stone blanks, dried food fibre, and something wrapped carefully inside hide. When the covering is removed, a polished stone object appears. Its surface is smoother than most tools you have seen. The craftsmanship is impressive. It may be intended for practical work. It may also carry prestige because so much labour went into making it. Highly finished objects can become valued partly because they embody time. An ordinary sharp flake can be produced quickly by someone skilled. A polished implement may require repeated grinding and smoothing over many hours. Labour becomes visible. The object changes hands. No immediate equivalent appears in return. This no longer surprises you. Exchanges does not always function as direct barter. The popular image of prehistoric people endlessly trading one fish for 3 stones is too simplistic. Gift exchange can create obligations stretched across time. Kin provide support without calculating each transaction. Prestigious goods may circulate during ceremonies or marriages. Food can be shared because refusing would damage relationships. Economies can exist without prices. People still understand value. You see this in the careful way the polished object is handled. Nobody leaves it lying near the river. A child reaches toward it. An adult moves it farther away. Some lessons require no translation. Another visitor produces a small lump of yellowish mineral. The local woman examines it. They discuss something you cannot follow. Perhaps pigment. Perhaps a useful stone. Perhaps medicine. The exact object matters less than the pattern. Materials carry knowledge. Knowledge. When an unfamiliar substance arrives, instructions may arrive with it. A person can demonstrate how to grind pigment, how to shape a different stone, how to prepare a plant, how to attach a new kind of point. Trade moves techniques as well as things. That may be one of its greatest effects. You imagine a new tool style spreading gradually. One person sees it at a seasonal gathering. They copy it at home. Their neighbour improves the binding. A visitor notices the improvement. Within generations, an idea can move across landscapes without anyone organizing its spread. Innovation travels socially. So does fashion. So does rumor. Not every imported idea is useful. Human beings probably adopted questionable trends 10,000 years ago too. One odd example may be decorative materials transported extraordinary distances, despite having almost no obvious practical function. Shells, rare stones, unusual pigments, and animal teeth sometimes moved farther than basic raw materials. This suggests people valued novelty. The unfamiliar itself may have been desirable. A bead from a distant coast can be interesting precisely because nobody nearby can collect one easily. Scarcity creates prestige. Prestige creates demand. The mechanism is older than luxury shops. You rest beside the river while exchanges continue. Food is shared. A story begins. One visitor describes a mountain route using gestures large enough that even you understand the difficult climb. Another person interrupts repeatedly. Apparently, geographical exaggeration is also ancient. The story produces laughter. Then conversation becomes more serious. A settlement farther away has experienced poor harvest conditions. Another area has more animals this season. One path is said to be dangerous after heavy water damaged a crossing. This information may be more valuable than the objects. Trade networks are information networks. A family deciding where to travel needs knowledge. A group facing food shortage benefits from knowing which relatives have surplus. Hunters gain from reports about animal movement. People seeking partners need to know where other communities will gather. News reduces uncertainty. Relationships provide access to news. I begin to understand why social isolation would be dangerous. A small settlement can survive ordinary years independently enough. A severe crisis changes that. If crops fail here but not elsewhere, friends matter. If one river floods, another valley may remain safe. If conflict blocks one route, alternative connections become valuable. The network creates resilience. It also creates vulnerability. Disease can travel with people. Conflicts can spread. A dispute between two families may involve relatives across several communities. Exchange networks do not guarantee peace. They merely create contact. Contact can produce cooperation. It can also produce competition. A valuable stone source may become contested. A productive fishing location may attract multiple groups. Seasonal gatherings can settle disputes or start new ones. You cannot romanticize connection. Humans bring generosity and tension along the same trail. By late afternoon, the visitors prepare to leave. Several objects have changed hands. So have stories. A young person from your group will travel with them for part of the journey. Perhaps farther. Nobody treats this as extraordinary. Mobility is woven into relationships. People leave. People return. Some marry elsewhere. Some bring partners back. Children grow up with relatives in multiple settlements. Gene flow follows social connection just as materials do. This matters biologically. Small communities cannot remain completely isolated for generation after generation without consequences. Wider marriage networks help maintain healthy population connections. Archaeologists sometimes infer such movement through burial patterns, isotopic evidence, genetics, and material culture. The picture remains incomplete, but movement is undeniable. You start walking back toward the village carrying one of the exchanged bundles. It contains stone, the weight pulls against your shoulder. A prestigious object still has been mass. This may explain why small valuable materials travel especially well. A shell weighs almost nothing. A bead fits anywhere. Pigment can be carried in compact lumps. Obsidian can provide many cutting flakes from one transported core. Portability shapes exchange. Humans favor value that can move. The afternoon light turns golden as your settlement comes into view. Children notice the returning group and gather nearby immediately. They want to see what arrived. The polished tool receives attention. So do the strange stones. One child is far more interested in the empty wrapping. Predictable, the objects are distributed among households. Some remain communal for now. Others clearly belong to individuals. A woman lifts a newly arrived shell toward the light. Someone else tests the edge of imported stone. A man repeats the news about the damaged crossing. The exchange continues after the visitors are gone. Their presence remains inside conversation. At the evening hearth, you watch the obsidian blade from morning being fitted into a handle. Its dark edge almost disappears in the low light. The stone began as volcanic glass in a landscape nobody here may know personally. Now it will cut plants or hide in this valley. That journey seems quietly extraordinary. Nothing about it required a market square. No merchant ledger. No road sign. No coin. Only people who knew other people, and those people knew others beyond them. You look toward the darkness outside. The paths disappear almost immediately after leaving the firelight. Yet now you can imagine them continuing, across rivers, through forests, over ridges, toward coasts, toward stone sources, toward settlements whose smoke you may never see. The village is small. The human world is not. 10,000 years ago, ordinary life already belongs to networks stretching far beyond one household. Stone carries skill. Shell carries distance. Pigment carries color. Stories carry warning. And every traveler arriving along a familiar path brings a little more of the wider world into the firelight. Section 22. You walk to a different sky. Nothing in the settlement has moved yet. The entire day feels changes before anyone leaves the shelter. The air is heavier. Wind presses intermittently against the roof covering. Smoke from the hearth does not rise cleanly but curls downward and wanders through the room before escaping. Someone notices immediately. So do the dogs. They stand near the doorway with noses lifted, reading information carried through the damp morning air. You step outside. Clouds have gathered above the valley in broad grey layers. The light feels flatter than usual. Bird calls sound sharper against the quiet, and the leaves of nearby trees move in restless bursts. People look upward often. Nobody needs a weather forecast. The sky is already speaking. 10,000 years ago, weather is not a subject for polite conversation. It controls almost everything. Rain changes travel. Wind changes hunting. Cold changes fuel use. Heat changes water needs. Storms damage roofs. Frost can destroy plants. A delayed season can alter an entire food calendar. I begin to understand why people study clouds, insects, animals, water levels, and wind with such concentration. These observations are not hobbies. They are planning tools. A woman near the cultivated patch rubs several grain heads between her fingers. They are almost ready. Almost. If heavy rain arrives too soon, some grain may be damaged or difficult to collect. If everyone harvests immediately, part of the crop may still be immature. The decision requires judgment. People gather around the field edge. No one consults a written calendar. They discuss color, texture, cloud direction, the smell of incoming rain. Someone remembers a similar sky from an earlier season. Memory becomes meteorology. You notice one older man watching swallows moving low above the field. Perhaps he believes their flight predicts rain. Perhaps insects simply stay lower in humid air and the birds follow them. Either way, animal behavior can reveal changing conditions. Traditional weather knowledge often combines genuine environmental signals with interpretations that are harder to verify. The distinction may not matter when a pattern seems reliable. If a particular bird call often precedes rain, people remember it. If a certain wind usually brings cold, they remember that too. Knowledge accumulates one season at a time. Historians still argue over how precise prehistoric weather forecasting could become through long observation alone. No one could predict every storm, yet people intimately familiar with one landscape may notice local patterns that would escape a newcomer completely. You are that newcomer. To you, clouds are clouds. To them, some clouds mean work. The decision is made. Part of the grain will be cut today. People move quickly but not frantically. Stone blades are checked. Baskets appear. Children are assigned smaller tasks. The atmosphere changes from ordinary morning routine to focused preparation. Weather has compressed the schedule. Work planned for tomorrow now belongs to today. You follow a group into the field. Dry stalks brush against your legs. The wind has strengthened, making seed heads sway together. The sound resembles a low whisper moving across the slope. Hands work steadily. Cut, gather, bundle, carry. The rhythm is faster than before. Nobody wastes movement. A child drops several stalks and retrieves them immediately. Each bundle matters. Rain has not started yet, but everyone behaves as though the clouds are already part of the harvest. This is how weather enters labor before weather itself arrives. By late morning, the first drops appear. They are widely spaced. Dark circles form on dusty ground. Someone looks toward the ridge. A gust of cooler air follows. Now the entire valley smells different. Dry soil releases a rich earthy scent as moisture reaches it. Leaves darken. Birds disappear into thicker cover. The dogs begin moving toward shelter without being told. You feel one cold drop against your neck, then another. Within minutes, rain falls steadily. The remaining grain bundles are carried under cover. People secure roof materials. Loose baskets come indoors. Tools are moved away from exposed ground. Children suddenly become everyone's responsibility at once. Small child is delighted. An adult is not. Rain is useful. Rain is also inconvenient. The settlement becomes a different place. Paths turn slick. Packed soil grows dark. Water drips from roof edges. Smoke refuses to behave. Inside the shelter, damp clothing begins releasing its own smell beside the hearth. Wetted. Earth. Smoke. Human warmth. Everything becomes stronger in enclosed air. What to do there? You sit close to the fire. Rain hits the roof in irregular waves, sometimes softly, sometimes hard enough that conversation must become louder. The sound is deeply soothing when you are dry. It would be less charming if you were still in the field. Weather decides comfort with ruthless efficiency. The rain continues through midday. Several activities stop completely. Nobody wants to travel far unless necessary. A hunting party delays departure. Gathering shifts toward areas closer to the settlement. Tool repair moves indoors. Food processing becomes the main work. Bad weather does not eliminate labor. It rearranges it. This flexibility is essential. A community unable to adapt daily plans would waste energy constantly. People here expect disruption. The sky does not apologize. A particularly curious weather signal appears when someone examines ants moving near the shelter wall. Their activity seems unusual or concentrated. An older woman comments on it. You cannot tell whether she believes the insects predict heavier rain or whether she is simply worried about water entering their nests. Traditional weather lore often includes animal behavior. Some signs have real environmental explanations. Others become folklore through coincidence and repetition. Separating the two thousands of years later is nearly impossible. The people here do not need philosophical certainty. They need a decision about whether to bring more firewood inside. They bring it inside. A sensible choice regardless of the ants. Fuel becomes precious during extended rain. Wet branches burn badly. Smoke increases. Dry kindling must be protected. You notice bundles of wood stored under the deepest roof cover. Some were gathered days earlier. Planning for weather begins long before clouds arrive. A household that keeps only enough fuel for tonight risks trouble after several wet days. Storage is not only about food. Dry wood is stored sunshine. That thought stays with you. The community captures good weather whenever possible. Food is dried in sun. Wood is collected dry. Hides are processed when conditions cooperate. Travel happens when rivers permit. Then everything is saved against future conditions. Ordinary prehistoric life is built around borrowing from favorable days. Outside water now runs along small channels between houses. People inspect them. One channel has clogged with leaves and debris. A man clears it using a wooden tool. Immediately water begins flowing away from the nearest wall. The solution looks modest. Without it, the floor inside might become damp. Architecture depends on weather maintenance. Roofs leak. Walls soften. Floodwater undercuts foundations. A house is never finished permanently. It survives because someone keeps repairing it. You hear a shout from outside. One section of roof covering has loosened. Two adults hurry into the rain and secure it with cord and additional weight. They return soaked. Everyone inside shifts aside so they can approach the fire. The smell of wet hide becomes overwhelming. Nobody complains much. This is still better than a leaking roof. By afternoon, thunder rolls somewhere beyond the hills. The dogs react before several people do. One stands, another whines. A child moves closer to an adult. The thunder remains distant. No one appears terrified, but everyone listens. Storms carry hazards beyond rain. Lightning can start fires. Strong wind can damage shelters. Flooding can transform gentle streams into dangerous crossings. An exposed traveler has few protections. The safest decision is often staying close to camp. Mobility depends upon the weather window. This is especially obvious in colder regions or mountainous landscapes. Snow can close routes. Ice changes rivers. Seasonal storms make coastlines dangerous. Even here in this gentler valley, one day of heavy rain changes what feels possible. Imagine that multiplied across an entire winter. Season becomes structure. People know when certain animals migrate. They know when fish become plentiful. They recognize when frost usually arrives. They remember which plants flower first after cold months. The year is not divided into numbered months. It is divided into events. First blossom, high water, nut season, young animals, dry grass, cold winds, returning birds. These markers form the true calendar. A child learns them gradually. You hear one such lesson while rain continues. An older man points toward the doorway and speaks about the river. He gestures upward with his hand showing rising water. Then he points toward a higher path used when the lower crossing floods. The child listens. This is route planning taught through weather memory. One day the child may need it without an elder present. Knowledge must arrive before danger. The rain finally weakens near sunset. Drops continue falling from roof edges even after the clouds begin breaking apart. A pale band of light appears in the west. People emerge cautiously. The whole settlement smells washed. Mud shines along paths. Smoke rises from newly fed fires. The river sounds louder than it did yesterday. You walk toward it with several others. The current has already changed color. More sediment moves through the water. Branches drift past. A normally easy crossing looks less inviting. Nobody attempts it. That decision may save hours, or a life. I begin to appreciate how often wisdom looks like refusing to proceed. Tomorrow, perhaps the water will drop. If not, another route will be used. Plans beyond. The landscape sets terms. Near the cultivated patch, the partially harvested grain remains protected beneath coverings. People inspect what was cut. Most is dry enough. Some bundles need spreading near heat later. The choice to harvest early appears reasonable. Was it skill, experience, luck? Probably all three. Weather knowledge cannot eliminate uncertainty. It can improve odds. That may be the best any human community ever achieves. You stand in the damp field while evening light returns between clouds. Every surface glows softly. Drops cling to stems. The air has cooled enough that you pull your clothing tighter. A woman looks westward and predicts something about tomorrow. Several people agree. You have no idea whether she is right. You suspect everyone will find out together. That is another ancient feature of weather. It keeps people humble. No matter how much knowledge accumulates, the sky still surprises. A dry season lasts too long. A frost arrives early. A storm changes direction. A flood exceeds remembered levels. Environmental uncertainty never disappears. It simply becomes familiar. Back inside the shelter, damp garments hang near the hearth. Steam rises faintly from one. The fire cracks as moisture hidden inside a piece of wood reaches heat. Outside, frogs begin calling from newly flooded ground. Their voices fill the darkness. The sound was absent yesterday. Weather has already changed the night. You lie down and listen. Rainwater still drips slowly. The river murmurs more strongly beyond the settlement. Someone beside you talks about tomorrow's work. If the sky clears, more grain will be cut. If rain returns, repairs will continue. Nothing is fixed. That flexibility is the calendar. 10,000 years ago, people do not ask whether weather will affect their plans. They ask how much. The answer determines where you walk, what you gather, whether you hunt, how much wood you burn when you harvest, and sometimes whether you leave home at all. And as the damp valley settles into darkness, tomorrow remains unwritten. The sky will decide part of it. Section 23. Night arrives earlier than you expect. The clouds have cleared after yesterday's rain, but the valley remains damp and unusually cool. As the last sunlight leaves, the western ridge shadows stretch between the houses and then merge completely. The settlement shrinks. What had seemed open and familiar during daylight becomes a collection of small islands of firelight surrounded by darkness. You step outside the shelter. For several moments, your eyes adjust. The moon is not bright enough to reveal much detail, and the paths you walked confidently during the afternoon now seem uncertain beneath your feet. A dog passes nearby. You hear it before seeing it. That alone changes your sense of the night. During daylight, the surrounding landscape is filled with information you can examine visually. After sunset, sound becomes more powerful. A branch cracking beyond the houses matters. A dog barking matters. Footsteps matter. Silence can matter too. You stop near the edge of the settlement. The air smells of wet soil, cooling grass, smoke and water carried from the river by the evening breeze. Somewhere in the reeds, frogs call steadily. Insects produce a soft, continuous pulse. An owl sounds from farther away. The darkness is not quiet. It is crowded with invisible life. For people 10,000 years ago. Darkness is an ordinary environmental condition rather than an inconvenience solved by artificial lighting. Fire provides some illumination. Moonlight helps when available. Beyond those limited sources, vision quickly becomes unreliable. Night therefore changes behavior. Work moves toward hearths. Travel becomes less attractive. Children remain closer to adults. Dogs become more valuable. People listen more carefully. The world has not become more dangerous simply because the sun disappeared. It has become harder to read. You return toward the central hearth. Several people are sitting around it. Someone feeds a narrow piece of wood into the flames and sparks climb briefly before vanishing above the roofline. Faces appear and disappear as fire moves. The effect is hypnotic. Without electric light, flame controls the visual atmosphere completely. A person leaning backward can almost vanish. Someone moving closer becomes suddenly bright. Shadows enlarge every gesture. You understand why storytelling feels different here. The fire turns ordinary speech into performance. An older man is repairing a wooden shaft. He holds it close enough to see the surface, but not close enough to scorch it. Beside him, a woman twists fiber into cord. Another person checks a damaged basket. Night does not immediately mean sleep. Firelight extends useful hours. Some tasks are perfectly suited to sitting. Tool maintenance, sewing, Cord making, sorting food, conversation. The active landscape of daytime gives way to a domestic workshop. You take a place beside the hearth. Warmth reaches your face while your back remains cold. This uneven heat is familiar now. You turn occasionally. Everyone does. The smoke rises more cleanly tonight because the air is calmer. Still, a shift in wind sends one cloud directly toward you. Your eyes sting. You move. The person beside you smiles. There is no heroic way to lose an argument with smoke. The children begin settling near adults. One is still energetic enough to cause minor disruption. Another is already half asleep. A third watches the older storyteller closely. His voice becomes slower. You recognize the rhythm even when individual words escape you. The story involves animals. That much is obvious. I imitates one creature with an exaggerated movement that makes the children laugh. Then his tone changes. He points beyond the firelight. Everyone becomes quieter. Perhaps the story explains something dangerous about the night. Perhaps it concerns a hunt. Perhaps it is simply designed to become more frightening after dark. Human beings have probably been improving stories with strategic timing for a very long time. Darkness assists generously. A rustle comes from behind one shelter. 3 children turn immediately. A dog gets up. Nothing appears. The storyteller pauses just long enough. The children links. Those children lean closer. You suspect that pause was deliberate. Excellent technique. Stories around fires can preserve useful information, but they also entertain. The distinction does not need to be strict. A tale about an animal may teach behavior. A journey story may describe distant terrain. A narrative about foolish decisions may carry social rules more effectively than direct instruction. Humor makes lessons memorable. Fear does too. Researchers can study recurring traditions, symbols, and later oral cultures, but the actual stories told 10,000 years ago are almost entirely lost. That absence may be one of prehistory's greatest silences. The people who lived here probably spent countless hours talking. Almost none of their words survived. Their stone tools remain. Their jokes do not. You listen more carefully because of that. A child interrupts. An adult answers. Someone else corrects a detail. The story is not performed in sacred isolation. It belongs to conversation. People know parts already. They anticipate familiar moments. That suggests repetition. A favorite story can return many times. Perhaps different people tell it differently. Memory is flexible. Without writing, variation becomes unavoidable. One storyteller adds a detail. Another forgets one. A child grows up hearing both versions. The story continues. This creates a scholarly uncertainty. How stable could oral traditions remain across generations without writing? Some researchers point to societies where complex narratives, genealogies, roots, and ecological knowledge were transmitted accurately for long periods. Others emphasize how stories transform as social conditions change. Both processes probably occur. Core structures may remain while details evolve. You cannot test the age of tonight's story. You can only hear its effect. The children are now stated. Even the adults listen. The fire collapses inward with a soft shower of sparks. Someone adjusts the wood. Light returns. Beyond the hearth, darkness feels deeper. You begin wondering how people experience fear here. Predators remain part of the landscape. So do hostile strangers in some circumstances. But constant terror would make ordinary life impossible. Familiarity changes perception. People know which animals are likely nearby. They know where dangerous encounters usually occur. They know what dogs sound like when genuinely alarmed. Not every noise becomes a threat. You are the nervous one. A branch snaps again. Your body becomes alert. Nobody else moves. Apparently you have been frightened by vegetation. Good! The night resumes. One practical responsibility continues throughout darkness. Fire. Embers must survive. The hearth needs enough fuel to remain useful, but excessive flame wastes wood and creates risk. A person waking during the night may check it. In colder seasons, maintaining heat becomes even more important. Someone prepares several pieces of fuel and places them within reach. The organization looks casual. It is deliberate. Nobody wants to search for dry wood in darkness. A second responsibility is listening to dogs. One dog near the settlement edge barks sharply. Another answers. Conversation stops. This time, several adults turn their heads. The first dog continues for a few moments. Then silence returns. Nobody rushes out. Perhaps an animal passed nearby. Perhaps the dog heard movement on a familiar path. His warning has been noticed. That is enough. You appreciate the animal much more at night. Dogs extend the protective boundary beyond firelight. Their senses operate where human vision fails. The partnership feels especially useful. Eventually, conversation shifts from storytelling toward practical matters. Tomorrow's routes are discussed. The river level is mentioned. The partly harvested grain appears in conversation again. Someone wants to check another plant patch. Another person describes tracks found near the marsh. Night creates planning time. Day gathers information. Evening organizes it. This pattern may help explain why hearths become so socially important. They gather people after separate daytime activities. A hunter reports what was seen. A gatherer explains what is ripening. A traveler repeats news. An elder connects today's observations with past seasons. The household turns scattered experience into shared knowledge. No written report is required. Speech does the work. A quirky night activity appears when one young adult produces a small piece of ochre and begins marking a wooden object. The firelight makes precision difficult. Still, the work continues. Perhaps the mark has practical meaning. Perhaps decoration. You have stopped assuming everything done after dark must be ritual. Sometimes people simply have unfinished work. That distinction matters. Archaeological objects often look solemn after thousands of years. Their creators may have made them while someone nearby complained about smoke and a child refused to sleep. Context changes everything. The temperature falls further. You pull your clothing closer. The hearth becomes less optional. People shift inward as the outer circle grows colder. Someone adds a hide around a sleeping child. The child does not wait. Another adult warms hands near the embers. Nightmare makes the value of shelter obvious. Beyond the walls, moisture settles again. Inside, bodies and fire hold a small pocket of warmth. You hear someone begin humming softly. There are no instruments at first, just a voice. The melody repeats. Another person joins briefly. You wonder how much music fills prehistoric evenings. Almost all direct evidence disappears. Bone flutes from much earlier periods prove that humans created musical instruments tens of thousands of years before this settlement. Percussion requires even less preservation. Hands can clap. Wood can strike wood. Voices need nothing. Music may therefore have been extremely common despite leaving limited traces. Why sing? For ritual, for dancing, for children, for memory, for pleasure. Again, there is no reason to choose only one. Tonight the melody seems intended mainly to settle the room. It works. The remaining children become quieter. Conversation thins. Even the tool repair slows. One person begins arranging bedding. Another covers stored food. Night routine has started. Before you enter the shelter, you look upward. The sky has cleared completely. Without artificial light, the stars appear overwhelming. They fill nearly every part of the darkness above you. The broad pale band of the Milky Way stretches across the sky. Nobody beside you seems astonished. They have seen this countless times. Still, they probably know it better than you. Stars can help with direction. Seasonal constellations can mark time. The moon shapes night brightness. Its phases can influence travel, fishing, hunting, gathering, and ceremony. Exactly how prehistoric communities interpreted particular stars remains mostly unknown. Later cultures created elaborate celestial traditions. Some knowledge undoubtedly has ancient roots, but projecting later constellations backward would be risky. The sky you share is physically familiar. Its stories may be completely different. An older woman notices you staring upward. She points toward a group of stars. Then she says something. You wish desperately that you could preserve the explanation. Perhaps she names them. Perhaps she is mentioning tomorrow's weather. Perhaps she thinks you simply look confused. Whatever she says disappears into the night almost as soon as it is spoken. That is prehistory, a universe of words without writing. You enter the shelter. Inside, the fire has been reduced to glowing embers. The smell of smoke is stronger beneath the low roof. You lie down among familiar bedding and listen. Someone whispers. A dog turns near the doorway. Outside, frogs continue calling. Farther away, an animal gives one brief cry. Nobody reacts. Your eyes close. Night 10,000 years ago is not empty time between useful days. It contains work, memory, music, planning, fear, laughter, stories, and long periods of simple listening. The visible world may become smaller after sunset. The human world gathers closer. Round the hearth, faces come nearer, voices lower. Tomorrow is discussed. Yesterday is remembered. Then one by one words disappear. Only breathing remains. Beyond the shelter, the valley continues without you. Animals move through darkness. Water flows unseen. Stars turn slowly above the roofs. And for several hours, ordinary human life becomes very still. Section 24. Morning arrives quietly after the long night beneath the stars. When you step outside, the settlement looks ordinary again. Smoke rises from several roofs. Children move along the paths. Someone carries water. A woman shakes dust from a woven mat while a dog investigates the ground beside her. Nothing seems ceremonial. Then you notice a small object placed carefully near one doorway. It is a figurine. The shape is unmistakably human, although its features are simple. Someone has positioned it deliberately beside a stone and a small patch of red pigment. Nobody stops working to admire it. Nobody explains it. The object simply belongs there. That is your first reminder that belief does not always occupy a separate part of prehistoric life. It may be woven through everything. A burial lies beneath familiar ground. A pendant may carry more than beauty. A certain tree may hold a story. A particular animal may be treated differently from others. A hearth can provide warmth while also becoming a place of memory, ritual, or family identity. There is no neat line dividing practical life from spiritual life. That line belongs mostly to your expectations. You follow an older woman toward the edge of the settlement. She carries a shallow container holding pigment, several small stones, and dried plant material. The morning air smells of cool earth, ash, and damp vegetation. Light catches the dew along the path. She walks toward a large tree overlooking the river. You have passed it before. Today, however, everyone approaches it differently. Voices become quieter. A child running ahead is called back. The woman touches the trunk with one hand. Then she places several small objects near its base. Nothing dramatic happens. No thunder sounds. No hidden doorway opens. The river keeps flowing. Perhaps that is what makes the moment feel believable. Ritual does not need spectacle. It can be repetition. A gesture performed because parents performed it. A place visited because stories say it matters. A small offering left where something important is believed to remain. Archaeologists have evidence for symbolic behavior stretching tens of thousands of years before this morning. Burials, pigments, figurines, carved objects. Unusual deposits and carefully arranged spaces suggest that prehistoric humans lived within rich systems of meaning. What those systems meant exactly is much harder to recover. You can see the action. You cannot hear the explanation. This makes prehistoric religion one of the most tempting places for speculation. A figurine appears. Someone calls it a goddess. A circle of stones appears. Someone imagines a ceremony. A skull is placed carefully. An elaborate belief system is reconstructed. Sometimes those interpretations may be right. Sometimes they reach much farther than the evidence allows. Researchers still disagree sharply about how confidently symbolic objects can be connected to specific deities, myths, or religious institutions. The safest conclusion is also the broadest. People treated some places, bodies, materials, and objects differently from ordinary refuse. That difference mattered. The woman at the tree grinds a little red pigment against stone. The dry scraping sound is softened. She mixes the powder with moisture and draws a short mark onto another stone. Red ochre has already followed you through several parts of daily life. It can color hide. It can decorate bodies. It can appear with the dead. It can serve practical purposes. Here its use feels more deliberate. Still, you cannot be certain why. Perhaps the mark relates to an ancestor. Perhaps it records a visit. Perhaps it marks a seasonal event. Maybe red itself carries meaning. Or perhaps the stone is being prepared for some later task. Prehistory constantly resists your desire for answers. The woman seems perfectly comfortable with the meaning. You are the one who is lost. A child watches the procedure closely. Then the child is allowed to place a tiny pebble near the tree. The pebble has no obvious value. That may be the point. Participation matters. Belief is learned like every other skill. You watch adults. You copy gestures. You hear stories. You learn which places require quiet voices and which objects should not be handled casually. Ritual knowledge enters childhood through repetition. No scripture is necessary. Memory is enough. Back near the village, another household is preparing something around a hearth. Several people sit in a loose circle. A small amount of food is placed aside before anyone begins eating. You saw this once before and wondered whether the portion belonged to an absent person. Now you notice where it goes. An older man places it near a particular stone at the edge of the hearth. Nobody eats it. The dogs are kept away. This could be an offering. It could represent respect for the dead. It might belong to a household spirit, ancestor, or tradition you cannot name. Or perhaps there is an entirely practical explanation you have missed. That uncertainty is frustrating. It is also honest. Archaeology frequently encounters structured deposits of food, animal bones, tools, pigments, or unusual objects that seem deliberately placed rather than casually discarded. Context can suggest ritual behavior. Meaning remains elusive. A future scholar may know that something unusual happened here. They may never know what words were spoken. You sit beside the hearth. Warm smoke touches your face. A faint herbal smell rises from the food. Someone begins speaking in a low rhythmic cadence. The others listen. You recognize the same voice pattern used beside the feverish woman earlier. Perhaps this is prayer. Perhaps storytelling. Perhaps an invocation. Perhaps the categories overlap. One older person taps two pieces of wood together slowly. The sound repeats. Tap. Pause. Tap. The rhythm changes the atmosphere. Conversation disappears. Children become still. Even without understanding the language, you feel that ordinary time has shifted. Humans respond powerfully to synchronized sound. Repeated rhythm can organize movement, memory, and emotion. Drumming, clapping, chanting, and dancing require very little technology. Their prehistoric use is therefore highly plausible, even when physical evidence disappears. A wooden percussion instrument rarely survives 10,000 years. A human voice leaves nothing. The absence of surviving instruments does not mean silence. Soon several people stand. Their movement remains restrained. No elaborate performance follows. They sway slightly while the rhythm continues. One raises both hands. Another touches the ground. The gestures repeat in a sequence the children seem to know. You realize this may be a seasonal observance. Perhaps the recent rain matters. Perhaps the crop does. Perhaps the gathering commemorates someone. You cannot identify its purpose. Nobody translates. That is how belief feels from outside. Meaning is obvious to participants and opaque to everyone else. One curious prehistoric practice from some early farming communities involves deliberately placing objects inside houses or beneath floors during construction. Animal parts, figurines, tools, or unusual stones sometimes appear in contexts that suggest more than simple disposal. These deposits may have marked beginnings, endings, protection, memory, or ownership. Archaeologists often use terms like ritual deposit because the precise interpretation remains uncertain. A useful scholarly phrase for saying essentially this was clearly deliberate, but we are still arguing about why. The people around you would probably find that amusing. To them, the reason may be perfectly ordinary. That is another important lesson. A ritual can feel ordinary to those who perform it. Modern people often imagine prehistoric ceremony as mysterious, solemn, and rare. But belief may enter breakfast building, burial, hunting, weather, and childbirth. A person might touch a pendulum before leaving camp. Someone may speak to the dead while repairing a roof. A hunter might observe a restriction before entering certain ground. None of these actions needs to stop normal life. Sacred and practical can coexist. You see this near the animal enclosure. A woman marks one young animal with pigment. Then she checks its leg and pushes it gently back toward the group. Is the mark symbolic? Practical identification? Both. Gain one action can serve multiple purposes. Later scholars often want single explanations. Daily life rarely cooperates. A mark can indicate ownership while also carrying protective meaning. A necklace can decorate while identifying kin. A burial can express grief while reinforcing claims to place. Belief does not float above material life. It moves through it. By midday, sunlight grows strong. The small gathering near the hearth ends without announcement. People return immediately to familiar tasks. A woman resumes grinding grain. A man repairs a wooden shaft. Children begin arguing. The sacred moment dissolves into household noise. Nobody seems troubled by the transition. You start understanding that religion here may not require a special building. Some early communities eventually construct spaces that appear distinct from ordinary houses. Others use domestic rooms, open areas, natural landmarks, or burial places. The archaeological record varies enormously. One site can contain monumental communal structures. Another gives almost no obvious evidence for specialized ritual architecture. This raises another scholarly question. When does belief become organized religion? There is no clean answer. Shared rituals can exist without priests. Spiritual specialists may exist without temples. Households can maintain traditions independently. A community can hold complex cosmology without writing any of it down. Institutions leave clearer evidence than private belief. That makes later stages easier to recognize. But invisible does not mean simple. You walk toward the river in the afternoon. Near a familiar bend, someone has placed several stones in an arrangement you do not remember from yesterday. One is white. Two are dark. A shell lies between them. The composition seems intentional. You do not touch it. That is something you have learned. An older child notices your caution and nods approvingly. Progress. The arrangement may commemorate an event. It may mark a crossing. Perhaps it honors something associated with the river. Water itself often acquires spiritual importance across human cultures because it gives life, transforms landscapes, and behaves unpredictably. But you must be careful. You cannot assume this community worships the river simply because later societies did. Historical imagination becomes dangerous when it fills every gap with certainty. So you stand quietly. The river moves past. Sunlight flashes across the surface. Reeds bend in wind. Whatever the stones mean, the place feels significant because people have made it so. Meaning changes landscape. A hill becomes more than a hill when stories attach to it. A burial ground becomes more than soil. A tree becomes a meeting place between memory and ritual. Humans inhabit landscapes culturally as well as physically. This may be one reason moving away from familiar territory can feel so profound. Leaving means losing more than food sources. It can mean leaving graves, stories, sacred places, ancestral landmarks. A landscape can become emotionally inhabited. Toward evening, you return to the village. The small figurine remains beside the doorway. Firelight now touches one side of its face. You look at it more carefully. Its form is simple enough that modern viewers might project almost anything onto it. Fertility, protection, an ancestor, a deity, a toy, a teaching object. Perhaps it moved between several roles. Objects do not have to possess one fixed identity throughout their lives. A figurine could begin as something made for a child and later become part of ritual. Or the reverse. Material culture travels through meanings just as shells travel through landscapes. The uncertainty no longer bothers you as much. You have begun accepting that understanding prehistoric belief does not mean translating every symbol. It means recognizing the depth of meaning even when the words are gone. Night gathers. Someone tends the hearth. A child places the small figurine farther from an approaching dog. The dog looks offended. Normal life continues. You sit beside the fire while shadows move across the walls. Somewhere beneath another house, ancestors remain close. Outside, a marked tree stands above the river. Pigment dries on a stone. A shell rests where no one intends to wear it. These things form a world you cannot fully enter, yet you can feel its presence. 10,000 years ago, ordinary life is not divided neatly into survival and belief. People plant, they hunt, they bury, they remember, they decorate, they worry about weather, they tell stories about places, and sometimes before eating or leaving home they make one small gesture towards something unseen. Then the day continues. Section 25. The morning begins with an argument. You hear the voices before you see the people. Two men stand near a storage area between neighboring houses, speaking more sharply than usual. One points toward a bundle of wooden shafts. The other shakes his head. Several adults gather nearby, but nobody reaches for a weapon. An older woman steps between them. Her voice is quieter. That seems to work better. After several tense minutes, one bundle is moved, another. Object changes hands and both men walk away in opposite directions. Nobody looks especially satisfied, but nobody is injured. This small disagreement reminds you that cooperation does not mean constant harmony. People living closely together compete. They become jealous. They remember. They disagree over food, partners, territory, obligations, tools, and access to valuable places. Prehistoric communities are still human communities, and humans occasionally make everything unnecessarily complicated. Evidence from ancient skeletons confirms that violence existed long before cities or organized armies. Some prehistoric remains show injuries caused by weapons or blows. A few archaeological sites preserve episodes suggesting deadly conflict between groups. Others contain individuals whose bones healed after earlier violence. There is no peaceful prehistoric paradise, but there is no endless battlefield either. Most ordinary days cannot be dominated by fighting. A community that spends every morning injuring its own members quickly becomes very bad at gathering food. You walk toward the river with several adults. Conversation eventually returns to normal. The argument fades behind you. One of the men involved is already helping another person carry a heavy container. That seems almost amusing. Human relationships can recover quickly when cooperation remains necessary. You may dislike someone. You may still need them to lift something. This practical dependence runs throughout settlement life. A house requires multiple hands during construction. Large animals can require several hunters. Children need supervision. Food must be processed. Sick people need care. Travel becomes safer in groups. Danger creates reasons for cooperation long before anyone develops philosophical theories about community. You reach a place where recent rain has weakened part of the riverbank. Several people are trying to move a heavy log across a muddy section. One person cannot do it. Four can. Everyone takes a position. Hands grip rough bark. Someone counts rhythmically. The group lifts. Mud pulls at your feet while the log shifts slowly forward. Your shoulder strains. Another person adjusts position. Together you move it into place. The result is unremarkable. Now everyone can cross more easily. No monument will celebrate this achievement. That is exactly the point. Most cooperation leaves no monument. It leaves functioning life. Anthropologists often emphasize food sharing as one of the central features of many foraging societies. A successful hunter may return with more meat than one household can consume before it spoils. Sharing spreads calories through the group. It also spreads risk. Today your neighbor succeeds. Tomorrow perhaps you do. The system works especially well when success is unpredictable. But sharing is not necessarily unconditional. People remember generosity. They may notice selfishness. Relationships influence expectations. Someone who repeatedly receives without contributing might become a source of tension. Exactly how strongly prehistoric communities enforced sharing rules is difficult to reconstruct. Researchers still argue about differences between egalitarian customs, household ownership, personal prestige, and emerging inequality during the transition towards settled farming. There was almost certainly enormous regional variation. One settlement may value broad sharing. Another may protect household stores more strongly. The balance can change during scarcity. Hunger tests generosity. You see a small version of this later. A woman divides dried food between several children. One child receives slightly more. Another protests immediately. The woman explains something. The complaint ends reluctantly. Perhaps the larger portion reflects age. Perhaps work performed earlier. Perhaps simple favoritism. You cannot know. The important thing is that fairness is being negotiated. Humans care deeply about distribution. Children learn this suspiciously early. By midday, several hunters return. Their success is better than the previous attempt you witnessed. They have brought back enough meat to attract immediate attention. Children gather. Dogs appear from every direction. Adults begin processing the animal. The mood becomes energetic but controlled. Cutting tools are prepared. Containers arrive. Certain portions go toward particular households. Others appear destined for wider sharing. Nothing is wasted casually. Meat is only one part of the value. Hide can become clothing or covering. Tendons may provide useful fibers. Bones can become tools. Fat is highly prized. Even parts unsuitable for humans may interest dogs. A successful hunt becomes communal work after the hunter's return. This is easy to overlook when hunting is portrayed as individual heroism. The dramatic moment may involve a spear. The practical reality involves many hands afterward. Someone carries water. Someone prepares drying racks. Someone sharpens cutting tools. Children gather fuel. Others clean work areas. Success spreads labor. It also spreads food. You watch one hunter hand a desirable portion to an older man who clearly did not participate in the hunt. Why? Perhaps kinship. Perhaps respect. Perhaps obligation. Maybe the older man once taught him, food can carry relationships. A gift says something. It may express gratitude. It may strengthen alliance. It may create expectation. The calories are only part of the message. This social meaning becomes particularly important during difficult periods. Suppose you become injured. You cannot hunt. Perhaps you cannot gather. If relationships are strong, other people feed you. You saw exactly this with illness. Care is possible because communities accept temporary imbalance. The same principle supports children for years. It supports pregnancy. It supports aging. Everyone spends portions of life consuming more than they produce. Cooperation makes long human childhood possible. It also allows people to survive bad luck. That may be one of humanity's greatest strengths. Not sharper teeth, not faster legs, not thicker fur. Other people. The afternoon grows warm. The meat processing area smells strongly of smoke-hide earth and fresh animal material. Flies gather immediately. Dogs must be pushed back repeatedly. One succeeds in stealing something small and escapes beneath a shelter. Several children pursue it. The resulting confusion briefly destroys the dignity of the entire operation. Nobody catches the dog. Its victory is complete. Soon the work resumes. A more serious conversation begins nearby. A visitor has arrived with news from another settlement. His gestures suggest disagreement over access to a hunting area. Several adults listen. The atmosphere tightens. Territorial conflict is one possible source of prehistoric violence. Water, game, stone sources, fertile land, and productive fishing places can all become contested. As populations grow and communities invest more heavily in specific places, leaving becomes more costly. A field cannot simply follow you elsewhere. Stored food ties households to houses. Buried relatives deepen attachment to land. Permanence can intensify disputes. Yet conflict does not always lead to fighting. Negotiation is cheaper. Marriage relationships may link rival communities. Gifts can reduce tension. Shared ceremonies can create opportunities for settlement. Older people may remember agreements. Mutual relatives may intervene. Violence is costly for everyone. An injured adult means lost labor. A death can trigger retaliation. Feuds consume generations. Avoiding conflict can be as adaptive as winning it. You remember the argument from morning. The older woman prevented escalation almost immediately. Perhaps age carries authority here. Perhaps she has kinship ties to both men. Maybe everyone simply knows she has no patience for foolishness before breakfast. Social authority does not require a crown. Influence can come from experience. A skilled hunter may be respected in one context, a knowledgeable elder in another. A healer may carry different authority. Someone with extensive exchange relationships can matter during negotiations. Leadership may shift according to the problem. Archaeologists struggle to reconstruct such subtle forms of power because authority does not always produce grand houses or rich graves. A person can be influential without owning more objects. This makes early social organization difficult to label neatly. Were communities egalitarian? Some may have been strongly so. Others show signs of emerging status differences. Many probably shifted depending on circumstances. Human societies rarely sit perfectly inside one group. One peculiar clue to social tension comes from defensive architecture at certain prehistoric settlements. Walls, ditches, restricted entrances, or strategic locations may suggest concern about attack. Yet even these features are ambiguous. A wall can defend against enemies. It can also manage animals. It may control flooding. It can mark community boundaries. Researchers still debate the purpose of several famous early constructions for exactly this reason. Stone does not explain what people feared. Context must do the work. In your settlement, there is no massive fortification. There are dogs. There are watchful people. There are social relationships extending toward neighboring communities. Information itself provides security. If tension grows elsewhere, travelers may bring warning. A relative in another group may explain what is happening. Networks can prevent surprise. They can also help repair disputes. You begin understanding that peace is something people maintain. It does not happen automatically. Sharing helps. Marriage helps. Conversation helps. Remembered obligation helps. Occasional forgiveness probably helps enormously. By evening, the hunter's meat has been divided. Several strips hang near smoke. A portion cooks beside the hearth. One household receives food despite having contributed nobody to today's hunt. Nobody objects visibly. Perhaps tomorrow that household will provide something else. Reciprocity does not always balance within one meal. It stretches through time. You sit beside the fire while the village slowly becomes quiet. The two men from the morning argument now occupy the same gathering. They do not sit beside each other. Still, they both laugh when another person tells a story badly. That seems promising. Communities survive because disagreement does not always become permanent division. The fire settles lower. Warm light touches the walls. Outside, the air has cooled enough that insects sound farther away. A child leans against someone's shoulder. A dog curls near the doorway, completely forgiven for its earlier theft. The day has contained tension. It has also contained hundreds of acts of assistance so small that nobody named them. A hand lifted one end of a log. Someone carried food for an older person. Another adult watched children who were not their own. A hunter shared meat. A neighbor loaned a tool. An elder calmed an argument. These acts rarely become archaeology. They are too soft, too ordinary. Yet perhaps they are the most important evidence you cannot excavate. You let your breathing slow with the room. The voices around the hearth grow softer now, no longer competing with daytime work. Outside, darkness spreads gently through the valley, covering paths that carried people toward one another all day. The houses become quiet shapes beneath the stars. Smoke thins into the cool air. Somewhere near the river, water continues over stone with the same patient sound you heard on your first morning. You no longer hear the village as a collection of separate households. You hear breathing, a child turning in sleep, a dog shifting closer to warmth, a final piece of wood settling into embers. Tomorrow may bring another disagreement. Someone may refuse a request. Someone may remember an old insult. Another household may worry about food. Human closeness has never guaranteed perfect peace. But beneath those tensions lies something older and steadier. People keep returning to one another. They share risk because nobody can predict whose luck will fail next. They raise children who cannot survive alone. They carry the injured. They remember the dead. They trade across distant hills. They rebuild walls after storms. They pass food from one pair of hands to another. And now the settlement rests. The fire becomes smaller. The day's sharp edges soften. Faces disappear gradually into shadow until only the faint red hearth remains. You feel the ground supporting your body beneath layers of grass and hide. Beyond the roof, stars move slowly over the people who possess almost nothing by your standards yet depend upon relationships of extraordinary depth. For tonight, no conflict needs solving. No field needs tending. No trail needs following. The village has done enough. You close your eyes while the last conversation fades. Around you, ordinary human cooperation becomes almost silent. And in that quiet 10,000 years ago, everyone sleeps because someone else is near. Section 26. At first light, you leave the settlement without carrying much. There is no hunting party around you. No gathering basket hangs from your shoulder. You are simply following an older man along a narrow path that climbs away from the river. The morning is cool. Mist lies between the lower trees and wet grass brushes against your legs as you walk. Behind you, the settlement disappears quickly. Within minutes, the roofs are hidden by vegetation. Yet your companion never hesitates. He does not stop to search for markers. He does not examine a map, and simply knows. That knowledge begins to impress you. A modern landscape can feel empty when there are no signs, roads, fences, or buildings. This landscape is not empty to him. Almost every feature contains information. A hill has a name. A stream has a history. A tree can mark a turning point. A rock shelter may be associated with winter, storms, old stories, or successful hunting seasons. The land itself functions as memory. You follow the path uphill. At one point, the trail divides. Both branches look equally convincing. Your companion chooses the narrower one immediately. You ask how he knows. He points toward a distant ridge, then toward a split tree, then toward the direction of the river behind you. 3 landmarks, 1 decision. Navigation here does not depend on a single clue. People combine terrain, water, vegetation, sun position, animal trails, stars, and remembered sequences. The route lives inside relationships between places. Walk toward the dark hill. Keep the stream on your left. Turn when the ground becomes stony. Look for the bent pine. These instructions can survive without writing. They survive because people repeat them. A child hears them during travel. Years later, the child gives them to someone else. Knowledge becomes a chain of footsteps. You reach the split tree. Its trunk opens into 2 large branches near shoulder height. A section of bark has been damaged long ago. The older man touches the scar. He says something and gestures toward the valley below. The tone changes. This is not merely a navigation marker. A story belongs here. Perhaps someone once sheltered beneath the tree. Perhaps an animal was killed nearby. Perhaps the scar formed during a storm remembered across generations. You cannot recover the details. You can see that the place carries meaning. This is one of the great differences between seeing land and knowing land. You see shape. He sees events. A familiar landscape becomes layered with memory. A bend in the river might be where a child was born during travel. A stone outcrop may be where a valued tool material is found. A marsh can contain both food and a story about someone nearly drowning there. Human geography is emotional. Archaeologists can reconstruct some of the practical landscape through raw material sources, animal remains, pollen settlement locations, and paths. The memories attached to those places mostly disappear. You keep walking. The slope becomes steeper. Your feet find loose stones beneath dry leaves. A woodpecker taps somewhere above you. The sound carries sharply through the trees. Your companion stops near a rocky exposure. He kneels and examines the stone. You recognize the behavior. Raw material. The exposed surface contains workable rock. Not the best quality, perhaps, but useful enough. A few flakes lie nearby. People have clearly tested this place before. The outcrop is part of the community's resource map. It may be visited only occasionally. Still, everyone who needs stone probably knows it. That knowledge reduces uncertainty. Imagine breaking an essential cutting tool several days from home. Knowing where replacement material exists becomes extremely valuable. A landscape contains emergency option, water, stone, fuel, shelter, food, safe crossings. All are remembered. You move beyond the outcrop toward higher ground. The vegetation changes. Trees thin slightly. Wind becomes stronger. Your companion points toward several distant places. One ridge leads toward another community. A lower valley contains good autumn nuts. A patch of darker forest may offer dependable winter fuel. You cannot understand every explanation, but the pattern becomes obvious. The view is a map spoken aloud. Nothing is neutral. The land is divided by use, season, danger, kinship, and story. One particularly quirky detail appears when the man points toward a small boulder shaped vaguely like an animal. You see a rock. He laughs and imitates something with his hands. Apparently there is a story attached to it. Perhaps children are told that the rock was once an animal. Perhaps the shape simply has a local nickname. Upons have a powerful habit of turning landscape features into characters. A strange rock becomes a sleeping creature. A mountain resembles a face. A tree resembles a person. These comparisons make places easier to remember. They also make travel more interesting. Memory works better when geography becomes story. Researchers studying oral cultures have often observed that narratives can encode roots, sources, and social boundaries. Whether prehistoric communities used exactly the same techniques cannot be proven in every case. Yet the basic principle is plausible. Stories help people remember complicated information. A dramatic tale about a dangerous crossing may survive better than a dry instruction about seasonal water levels. You descend toward a narrow stream. Its banks are shaded. The air becomes cooler immediately. Moss covers several stones. You smell wet bark and dark soil. Your companion drinks only after walking upstream a short distance. Again, local knowledge. Knowledge. Perhaps the lower pool collects stagnant water. Perhaps animals frequently enter there. Perhaps tradition simply says the upper place is better. The reason may be practical, cultural, or both. You drink. The water is cold enough to ache briefly against your teeth. Then the walk continues. Near midday, you reach a shallow cave beneath a limestone ledge. Smokestains mark part of the ceiling. Someone has used this place repeatedly. A few old hearth fragments remain in the soil. This is not home. It is a remembered refuge. A sudden storm could make it valuable. Travelers can rest here. Hunters may spend a night. Children might know the cave from stories long before they sleep inside it. Places like this create a network of safety across the landscape. Mobility becomes easier when you know where shelter waits. You sit inside the entrance. The stone feels cool against your back. Outside sunlight brightens the slope. The older man points toward the cave wall. There are scratches there. Some may be natural. Others look deliberate. You cannot tell, and touches one lightly. Then he names someone. The gesture feels personal. Perhaps a relative made the mark. Perhaps it records a visit. Perhaps you are misunderstanding completely. That uncertainty follows you again. Historians still debate how often recurring landmarks served as formal territorial markers in prehistoric societies. A marked rock might indicate ownership. It might commemorate an event. It could identify a route. Or it might simply be decoration. Land use does not always require rigid borders. Communities can share hunting zones while recognizing preferred areas. A river can connect groups rather than divide them. Boundaries may change seasonally. Social geography can remain flexible. Still, people know when they're entering unfamiliar territory. That matters. Your companion becomes more observant after you cross another ridge, and stops more often. He watches distant movement carefully. Perhaps this area lies near another group's usual range. Nobody has placed a fence. The boundary lives in knowledge. You realize how much territory can be understood socially without being visibly marked. A hill may belong to nobody permanently, yet everyone knows who usually gathers there. A fishing place can be shared under certain conditions. A stone source may be open to relatives but not strangers. Rules exist in memory. Breaking them can create conflict. Knowing them allows safe movement. The landscape therefore contains etiquette. You cannot see that either. As you walk, the man begins collecting small observations. He notices deer tracks crossing the path. He checks several nut trees. He examines a patch of soil disturbed by wild pigs. None of these discoveries becomes a major event. Together they update the mental map. The nuts look promising. The deer moved east. The pigs have reached one gathering area early. This information will return to the settlement tonight. Landscape memory is never finished. It changes constantly. A spring weakens. A tree falls. A flood creates a new channel. Animal change routes. People adjust. Knowledge must be updated or it becomes dangerous. This is why elders can be valuable. They carry long memories. A younger adult knows what happened last season. An older person may remember a drought decades earlier. They know which spring survived. They remember where families moved. Loon life creates environmental archives. That knowledge can become critical during rare events. One severe season can make an old story suddenly practical. You imagine the settlement during an extreme drought. Young people might assume a distant valley has no water. An elder remembers otherwise. Someone once traveled there during another bad year. A forgotten spring becomes survival. Memory creates options. The afternoon begins warming the exposed slopes. You stop beneath a tree for shade. From here, the settlement is invisible. Still, your companion points almost directly toward it. He knows where home lies despite several ridges and turns. You try to reconstruct the route mentally. Split tree, stone outcrop, cold stream, cave, ridge, river below. You are beginning to build your own sequence. That is how the landscape enters you, not through coordinates, through experience. You remember the place where you slipped, the tree where you rested, the cave where the air felt cool. Your body helps create the map. Distances are remembered through effort. A steep climb feels longer. A dangerous crossing becomes larger in memory. A path walked during childhood may feel different from one learned as an adult. Maps are emotional before they are geometric. I'll begin descending toward familiar ground. Late sunlight turns the grass golden. The river appears again between trees. You recognize its bend. For the first time, you know roughly where the settlement must be. A small feeling of satisfaction arrives. You have learned something. Nobody congratulates you. You simply stop being completely useless. That is progress enough. Enough. When the first smoke becomes visible, you notice how powerful recognition feels. Home appears before houses do. You smell wood smoke. You hear a dog bark. Then voices reach you through the trees. The settlement returns gradually through familiar signals. You understand now why moving permanently into unknown land could feel so risky. You would lose an enormous library. Where is clean water? Which plants are edible? Where does floodwater reach? Which caves are safe? Where do animals cross? Who uses the neighboring valley? Which path remains passable after rain? None of this is written. You must learn it again. That cost makes familiar territory precious. It may also explain why stories about places can survive for generations. A landscape becomes part of identity because identity grows from repeated movement through it. You do not merely live on the land, you remember yourself through it. At the evening hearth, the older man reports what he observed. The promising nut trees attract interest. The deer tracks are discussed. Someone asks about the stream. A child listens from nearby. Information enters the group. Tomorrow another person may act on it. The map is shared again. Outside darkness begins, hiding every ridge you crossed. Yet the places do not disappear. Everyone around the fire still carries them. The split tree remains. The cave remains. The cold stream continues flowing. The distant stone waits in the hillside. Memory keeps the landscape visible after sunset. You lie down later and replay the route quietly. For the first time, the valley feels less like wilderness. It feels named, connected, remembered. 10,000 years ago, there are no paper maps folded beside the hearth. There are people, and inside them lives a geography more detailed than anything drawn on a wall. Section 27. By now, the settlement no longer feels like a collection of shelters. It feels like a collection of relationships. You notice this during an ordinary morning when nothing dramatic is happening. Smoke rises from several hearths, children move between households, and someone calls across the path for a tool. The tool appears almost immediately. No payment changes hands. No formal agreement is made. The borrower simply takes it, uses it, and later returns it to the family that owns it. That exchange seems small, yet the village depends on thousands of similar understandings. Who may borrow from whom? Who watches whose children? Who receives food when sick? Who joins which hunting group? Who's expected to help repair a roof? Who can speak during a dispute? Who belongs here? These rules are rarely written because writing does not exist here. They live inside relationships. You walk through the settlement beside a woman carrying a basket of prepared grain. She does not take it to her own household. Instead, she crosses several paths and enters another shelter where an older couple lives. The man inside walks slowly now. His knees trouble him. His partner can still work, but not as easily as younger adults. The basket is placed beside their hearth. Nobody treats the gesture as charity. The older pair have contributed for decades. They know roots. They remember droughts. They teach children. They may have helped raise the very adults now bringing food. Contribution changes across a lifetime. That flexibility holds the community together. Human beings remain dependent for unusually long periods compared with many animals. Children need years of food protection, teaching, and supervision before they become fully competent. Later injury or age may create dependence again. A community survives because productivity is not measured one day at a time. You give when you can. You receive when you need. The balance may take years. Kinship helps organize these expectations. Parents, siblings, grandparents, cousins, partners, in-laws, and more distant relatives form overlapping networks of obligation. The exact terminology would vary from culture to culture. Some societies distinguish relatives you might group together under one word. Others treat socially recognized kin almost like biological relatives. Family is not always simply genetics. It is structure. You see this when a child runs toward a woman who clearly is not the child's mother. The woman lifts the child anyway. A few minutes later, she passes the child to an older girl. Care moves smoothly between people. Nobody seems confused about responsibility. Shared childcare reduces pressure on parents and gives children multiple teachers. Anthropologists sometimes describe humans as cooperative breeders because raising children often involves help from individuals beyond the biological parents. Exactly how such systems operated 10,000 years ago cannot be reconstructed household by household. Still, prolonged childhood strongly favors cooperation. One exhausted parent cannot do everything. Prehistoric life provides no magical exception. You follow several children toward the river. One older boy keeps the smaller ones away from the deeper bank. He is not particularly gentle about it. A younger child protests loudly. The boy ignores the complaint. His authority comes from age, perhaps also from instruction given by adults. Children have relationships among themselves too. Friendship, rivalry, imitation, and hierarchy do not begin at adulthood. One pair works together constantly. Another pair seems unable to remain peaceful for 5 minutes. They argue over a stick. Later they share food. Social complexity begins early. Back near the houses, a young adult is preparing to leave with visitors from another settlement. The mood feels different from an ordinary gathering trip. Several people have gathered around. One woman adjusts the traveler's clothing twice. Another hands over dried food. An older man speaks carefully. Perhaps this journey concerns marriage. You cannot be sure. Marriage or long-term partnership can create connections between communities, allowing people goods, information, and obligations to move between settlements. Such arrangements may reduce isolation. They can also create tensions. Where will a couple live? Which relatives gain new obligations? Who helps raise future children? Does one partner leave familiar territory permanently? These are social decisions with practical consequences. Historians still debate how residence patterns varied among early farming and foraging communities. At some archaeological sites, biological and isotopic evidence suggests women moved more often. Elsewhere, patterns may differ or remain unclear. There was no universal prehistoric marriage rule. Communities developed systems suited to their own social worlds. The traveler embraces several relatives before leaving. One child begins crying. The traveler kneels, says something reassuring, then joins the visitors. Nobody knows exactly when they will return. Travel carries uncertainty. So does attachment. You watch them disappear between the trees. Relationships stretch beyond visibility. That idea stays with you. A person can be absent and still influence decisions. A relative living 2 valleys away may determine where you travel during a crisis. A marriage connection can create safe lodging. A remembered favor can open access to food. Social networks function across distance just as paths do. Later in the morning, a dispute develops over a damaged basket. Apparently someone borrowed it. Apparently it returned in worse condition. The owner is displeased. The borrower disagrees about responsibility. Several people listen. Nobody calls a judge. There is no courtroom. Instead, conversation expands until an older woman joins. She examines the basket. She speaks to both people. Eventually, the borrower begins repairing the damage. Problem solved. Mostly. Small communities have strong incentives to prevent minor disputes from becoming permanent feuds. You cannot simply avoid someone forever if that person lives 15 steps from your hearth. Conflict management becomes everyday survival. Reputation matters strongly in such a setting. People remember who keeps promises. They remember who shares. They remember who exaggerates. They remember who becomes unreliable during difficult work. There is very little anonymity. A person cannot reinvent themselves easily after crossing one path. Everyone knows everyone. That can create security. It can also become exhausting. Your mistakes have an audience. Your generosity does too. A quirky feature of small community life is how quickly news travels. You discover this personally. During midday food preparation, you spill a container of seeds while trying to move it. The damage is minor. Most seeds are recovered. Yet by afternoon, someone who was nowhere nearby jokes about your clumsiness. You have no idea who told them. Prehistoric communication remains efficient. There is apparently no need for writing when embarrassment is involved. Gossip can perform serious social functions beneath the humor. Talking about other people spreads information about trustworthiness, relationships, intentions, and rule-breaking. It can strengthen norms. It can also damage your reputations unfairly. Human speech makes cooperation powerful while creating entirely new forms of trouble. A lie can travel faster than a wounded hunter. You'll begin appreciating why reputation may be such an important form of social wealth. A person known for generosity gains allies. A skilled craftsperson becomes sought after. Someone experienced in negotiation may gain influence. An unreliable individual may find help harder to obtain. Status exists even without palaces, but status does not necessarily mean rigid hierarchy. Prestige can depend on context. The best hunter is not automatically the best healer. The oldest person is not automatically the best toolmaker. Authority may shift according to the problem. During a hunt, one person leads. During childbirth, another person's knowledge becomes central. During a dispute, an elder may speak. During travel, the person who knows the route matters most, and leadership can be temporary. This makes early political organization difficult for archaeologists to reconstruct. A community might have influential people without hereditary rulers. Some individuals may accumulate prestige through generosity rather than ownership. Others could gain status through ritual knowledge or distant connections. Researchers still argue over when flexible differences in influence hardened into more permanent social inequality. The transition probably happened unevenly. You would not recognize a king here, but you can recognize influence. An older woman speaks. People listen. A successful hunter suggests a route. Others consider it. A craftsperson rejects poor stone. Nobody argues. Competence creates authority naturally. Yet authority remains dependent upon relationships. Someone respected today can lose trust tomorrow. By afternoon, several households gather for a large repair. One wall has begun leaning after recent rain. The family cannot fix it alone. Neighbors arrive carrying mud reeds, wooden supports and tools. Children carry smaller loads. The work becomes noisy. Someone slips in wet earth. Laughter follows. Another person complains about the mixture being too dry. Water is added. Hands press material into gaps. The wall slowly straightens. Nobody records hours worked. Nobody issues wages. The household will remember who came. Next month, another roof may need repair. Then these people may return the assistance. Reciprocity holds labor together. Not every exchange must be equal immediately. Trust stretches obligation through time. That principle allows communities to accomplish tasks beyond individual capacity. You notice food circulating during the repair. One household provides roasted roots, another brings dried fish. The working group eats together. Meal and labor blend. Social relationships are constantly reinforced through shared activity. You do not become connected only by talking. You become connected by doing things together. Building, gathering, traveling, watching children, preparing food, caring for the sick, carrying the dead. Shared experience becomes social glue. It can also become memory. Years later, someone may point towards this wall and remember who helped rebuild it after the heavy rain. Architecture carries relationships just as landscapes carry stories. Toward evening, a visitor arrives who is unfamiliar to you. The dogs react immediately. Several adults remain cautious. Then one man recognizes the visitor's family connection and welcomes them. A few spoken names change everything. Kinship acts like identification. The visitor is not simply an unknown traveler anymore. They belong somewhere inside the network. Food is offered. A sleeping place will probably follow. Connections create trust before personal familiarity develops. Of course, kin can also become enemies. Family disputes can be among the most intense conflicts any society experiences. Closeness provides opportunity for affection and resentment alike. You see a softer version when two sisters disagree over food preparation. Their voices rise. One walks away. An hour later, they sit together weaving. No apology is visible. Perhaps one happened privately. Perhaps reconciliation requires no formal declaration. Long relationships absorb small storm. Night approaches. The repaired wall stands firmer. People wash mud from their hands near the river. The visiting traveler eats beside a new hearth. Children become sleepy. The village settles into the familiar rhythm you have learned so well. Yet tonight you see the spaces differently. There is the house where an older couple receives food. The path where the traveler departed. The wall repaired by neighbors. The shelter belonging to the basket owner. The hearth where visitors are welcomed. The physical village is only the surface. Beneath it lies a social map. Every doorway connects people through history. Every shared meal reinforces expectation. Every favor creates memory. Every argument tests the network. Every child is raised inside many relationships at once. You sit near the fire as voices soften. Someone mentions the traveler who left this morning. Another predicts when they may return. A child asks a question. The answer causes quiet laughter. Nobody is truly absent while people continue speaking about them. Memory keeps a relationships active across distance. I begin to understand why exile or exclusion could be so devastating in a world like this. Losing a community means losing far more than shelter. You lose food-sharing partners, childcare, knowledge, protection, roots, marriage connection, stories, familiar faces. A human being alone possesses skills. A human being inside a network possesses resilience. That difference may be one of the deepest truths of ordinary life 10,000 years ago. The settlement survives not because every person is strong. It survives because weakness can be shared. One person grows old. Others carry food. Someone becomes sick. Others gather water. A roof fails. Neighbors rebuild it. A child knows little. Many adults teach. The fire burns lower. A dog presses against someone's feet. Outside the pathways disappear into darkness again. But the relationships remain. Invisible. Complicated. Occasionally irritating. Essential. And as you settle beside the hearth, you realize that the true walls of this ancient home are not built only from earth, timber, or reeds. They are built from people who keep showing up for one another. Section 28. Change does not arrive in the settlement as a single event. Nobody wakes one morning and discovers that the old world has ended. Instead, small habits accumulate. A new storage pit appears beside one house. Another family begins keeping more animals. Someone experiments with a different wall material. A neighboring settlement starts using pottery more often. A field expands slightly toward the river. Each change seems manageable on its own. Together, they are transforming everyday life. You notice this most clearly when several visitors arrive carrying ceramic vessels. You have seen containers before, but these are different. Their walls are hard. Their shapes are regular. One has a darkened exterior from repeated heating. The vessel is handled carefully, though not as a rare treasure. It is useful. Pottery changes what a household can do with food and storage. A durable container can hold liquids, grains, seeds, fats, or prepared meals. Some vessels can stand near heat. Others protect stored ingredients from moisture and pests better than open baskets. Their weight creates a disadvantage. A mobile family does not necessarily want to carry several heavy pots across long distances. A settled household has fewer reasons to worry about that. Technology begins favoring permanence. The pot stays because the people stay. You run your fingers across one vessel. The surface is rough. Small impressions remain where the clay was shaped. Perhaps coils were joined together. Perhaps the exterior was smoothed by hand. The pot bears traces of manufacture just as stone tools do. Clay itself must be selected. Temper may be added. The vessel must dry carefully. Then firing turns fragile earth into something harder. Too much heat can crack it. Too little leaves it weak. Pottery is not simply mud that became ambitious. It is controlled transformation. Researchers still debate the precise relationship between pottery and settled farming because ceramics appear in different contexts across the world. Some hunter-gatherer communities adopt pottery without becoming farmers. Some early farmers live for long periods without widespread ceramic vessels. There is no universal sequence. Human societies continue refusing tidy timelines. You carry the vessel toward a house where grain is being processed. The weight is considerable. That alone explains part of the pattern. Heavy objects encourage fixed places. So do grinding stones, storage bins, plastered floors, animal enclosures, fields. Every investment makes departure slightly more costly. People can still move, but moving now means leaving more behind. I begin understanding how settlement becomes self-reinforcing. A house repaired repeatedly becomes worth protecting. A field cleared over several seasons becomes valuable. A storage pit filled with food creates future plans. Burials connect families emotionally to one location. Livestock require roots and enclosures. Each strand ties people more tightly to the same ground. The rope is social before anyone notices it. At midday you walk toward the cultivated area. It has grown since your first visit. More plants stand in deliberate concentrations. A new patch of ground has been cleared. Wild vegetation remains all around it, so the landscape is far from becoming one continuous farm. Still, the direction is visible. More labor is entering fewer places. That matters. A family depending heavily on wild foods spreads risk across a broad landscape. A family investing in crops concentrates effort. The reward can be substantial. So can failure. If the field produces well-stored grain, supports more people. If weather destroys it, the loss is painful. Storage helps buffer uncertainty. Exchange helps too. But cultivation changes what the failure means. You lose not only food, you lose months of labor. Several adults work near the field edge while children chase birds from the crop. One older boy has improved greatly at this duty. He has developed a system involving shouting thrown clods and a long stick. The birds remain unimpressed. Agricultural warfare continues. Beyond the field, a small group of animals grazes under supervision. Their presence changes the vegetation. They crop certain plants repeatedly. They trample paths. Their dung alters soil. Managed animals transform landscapes even before anyone intentionally plans the result. Cubmatans are reshaping the valley through daily routine. This transformation is gradual enough that nobody needs to recognize it as historical. A path used by livestock widens. An area near houses becomes enriched by waste. Useful plants spread near settlement edges. Woodlands may thin around heavily used fuel zones. Human activity creates its own ecology. Archaeologists can sometimes detect these changes through pollen, charcoal animal bones, sediments, and plant remains. Yet separating deliberate management from accidental consequences remains difficult. Did people clear this patch specifically for crops? Did repeated burning create the open ground first? Did animals prevent trees from returning? The landscape records outcomes more clearly than intentions. You return toward this village and pass a house under construction. Its walls are more substantial than some older shelters. A stone foundation supports packed earth above. Several people work together. Children bring small loads. Someone mixes mud. Another aligns wooden supports. The house may last longer than lighter structures nearby. That durability creates another subtle change. A long-lived house becomes a location with history. Repairs accumulate. Floors are resurfaced. Storage expands. Families may rebuild directly over older structures. Architecture begin recording generations. Some early Neolithic settlements eventually become dense enough that houses stand extremely close together. At certain famous sites, people may even enter buildings through roofs rather than conventional street-facing doorways. Not every settlement follows this pattern, but the possibility shows how dramatically domestic organization can change. You look at the open paths around you. They may not remain this wide forever. Population matters. Reliable food can support more children surviving into adulthood. More people produce more labor. More labor can expand cultivation. Expansion can support still more people. A feedback cycle begins, yet growth creates strain. More mouths require more food. More animals require grazing. More houses demand timber, reeds, stone, and mud. Nearby resources can become depleted. People must walk farther for fuel. Waste increases. Conflict over productive land may intensify. Success creates new problems. That theme has followed you everywhere. Every solution changes the next question. Storage solves seasonal hunger but attracts rodents. Settlement provides stability but concentrates disease. Livestock offer dependable resources but require care. Cultivation increases food production but ties labor to fields. Pottery improves storage but breaks when dropped. You hear a sharp crack nearby. Perfect timing. A child has knocked over a small ceramic vessel. The pot breaks into 3 large pieces and several fragments. Silence follows. The child freezes. An adult closes her eyes briefly. No thunderbolt arrives. The fragments are collected. Some may be reused as scraper supports or construction material. Others will enter a rubbish deposit. Thousands of years later, archaeologists may become delighted by this household disaster. Pottery fragments are wonderfully informative. Shapes, decoration, clay, sources, and manufacturing techniques can help researchers identify connections and changing traditions. One broken pot can outlive the house that contained it. The child does not find this comforting. You continue walking. Another change appears in food preparation. Grinding occupies more time than before. If grain becomes a larger part of diet, repeated processing follows. The movement is constant. Forward, back, forward, back. Fine particles gather around the stone. The sound is almost meditative. The labor is not. Bodies adapt to this routine. Certain muscles strengthen. Joints experience repetitive strain. Teeth encounter more ground grain. Every economic shift writes itself into human skeletons eventually. Ordinary history enters bone. The same happens with disease. Larger permanent populations create opportunities for infections that cannot circulate easily among tiny mobile groups. Closer contact with animals adds new possibilities over long periods. Not every major infectious disease appears immediately with the first goat beside a house. The process is more complicated, but growing settlement changes the relationship between humans, animals, waste, and pathogens. Population density becomes a historical force. People do not see it. They see coughs, fevers, children recovering, others not recovering. Change arrives through experience before anyone understands its cause. Late in the afternoon, visitors from another settlement begin discussing an unfamiliar vessel shape. One woman demonstrates how it's used. The locals watch. A younger potter examines the rim carefully. Perhaps tomorrow she will copy it. This is how technology spreads, not necessarily through conquest, not through written manuals, through observation. A better idea can cross a valley inside someone's hands. So can a decorative style. A new crop variety, a different house plan, a more effective trap. Innovation spreads unevenly because people decide whether it is useful. Some ideas are adopted quickly, others are rejected. Tradition has inertia. You notice an older man using the same wooden tool he has probably used for years, despite a newer design lying nearby. He trusts what he knows. That resistance is as historical as invention. Humans do not automatically choose novel. A new method must prove itself. Sometimes people keep older technologies because they remain perfectly adequate. A stone blade can remain useful even after polished tools appear. Wild gathering remains sensible even when fields exist. Temporary shelters remain valuable during seasonal travel. Historical change often adds layers rather than replacing everything. That is what makes this period so interesting. You are not standing on one side of a clean boundary. You are inside overlap. The old world continues functioning. The new one grows beside it. A woman collects wild berries after working in a grain field. A hunter checks a spear before helping repair an animal enclosure. A. Household stores seeds inside pottery while still using woven baskets. Children learn ancient plant knowledge and newer cultivation routines at the same time. No one calls this contradiction. It is simply life. Historians sometimes use the phrase Neolithic Revolution to describe the enormous long-term transformation associated with agriculture-settled villages, domestication, and new technologies. The word revolution can sound sudden. From where you stand, it does not feel sudden at all. It feels like additional chores, a little more grain, another animal, one stronger wall, a heavier storage vessel, another season spent in the same place. Generations may pass before the consequences become obvious. That is the strange scale of history. A decision can feel small to the person making it and enormous to someone looking backward 10,000 years later. You watch a woman press seeds into prepared soil. She is not founding civilization. She is trying to make sure people eat. A man shapes clay into a vessel. I is not inventing social complexity. One needs somewhere to put food. A family rebuilds a house. They are not creating permanent architecture as an abstract concept. The roof leaked. Ordinary motives create extraordinary transitions. As evening begins, the new ceramic pot sits near the hearth. Food simmers inside. The smell is familiar. Roots, seeds, perhaps herbs. The vessel is new. Dinner is not. Children sit nearby. Dogs wait for scraps. Someone complains about smoke. A tired worker rubs one shoulder. The basic human scene remains unattended. That continuity matters as much as transformation. History does not replace people with new versions of themselves whenever technology changes. They still become hungry. They still laugh. They still dislike certain neighbors. They still worry about children. They still enjoy attractive objects. Change modifies routine without eliminating humanity. The fire becomes brighter as the outside light fades. You look across the settlement. More durable houses, stored grain, managed animals, pottery, fields, long-distance exchange, burials tied to place. None of these existed everywhere 10,000 years ago. Even here none is complete, but together they point toward a future of larger villages, stronger territorial claims, expanding agriculture, denser populations, and increasingly complicated social organization. You know where this eventually leads. They do not. That difference makes the evening feel strangely tender. The people around you are not walking towards cities deliberately. They are solving today's problems. Tomorrow's world will emerge from those solutions. You sit beside the hearth as someone lifts the lid from the new pot. Steam rises. The smell of cooked grain fills the shelter. A child leans closer. An adult pulls the child back from the heat. Some things do not change quickly at all. Outside fields move softly beneath the evening wind. Beyond them, wild vegetation still covers most of the valley. The boundary between two ways of living remains open. For now, and as darkness gathers, history continues doing what it usually does. It changes ordinary life slowly enough that the people living through it can still call tomorrow normal. Section 29. By now the valley no longer feels ancient to you. It feels ordinary. That realization arrives while you sit outside the shelter watching someone repair a basket in the late morning sun. Nothing important seems to be happening. A dog sleeps beside the wall. Two children argue over a smooth stone. Someone grinds grain nearby while another person returns from the river carrying water. Smoke rises slowly into a pale blue sky. If you had arrived here only briefly, you might have searched for the dramatic parts. The hunt, the ritual, the burial, the dangerous animal beyond the firelight. But after living among these people, another picture has emerged. Most of life happens between those moments. It happens while carrying water. It happens while waiting for roots to cook. It happens while somebody fixes a broken strap for the third time. The great truth about ordinary life 10,000 years ago is that it is neither constant terror nor peaceful simplicity. It is work, memory, affection, annoyance, skill, uncertainty, and an astonishing amount of repetition. You reason, walk through the settlement. The path beneath your feet now feels familiar. You know where mud remains after rain. You know which dog may steal food. You recognize the house with the sabuki hearth and the storage area where rodents cause trouble. You even know where to avoid stepping near the river. Your prehistoric education has improved considerably. Nobody celebrates. The village has successfully lowered its expectations. You pass the field. Several people are checking grain. Beyond them, wild plants still stretch toward the hills. This single view contains much of the world you have come to understand. Cultivation exists. Gathering remains. Domestic animals live near wild ones. Permanent houses stand beside paths leading towards seasonal resources. Old and new ways overlap constantly. Later historians may divide this period into convenient categories. Hunter-gatherer, farmer, Neolithic, sedentary, mobile. The people themselves experience mixtures. A person can tend grain in the morning and collect wild berries later. A hunter can help build a storage wall. A family with a substantial house may still travel seasonally. Human behavior refuses clean labels. That is one mainstream lesson archaeology has revealed increasingly clearly. The transition toward agriculture was not one universal event happening everywhere simultaneously. Different communities changed at different speeds. Some adopted cultivation while maintaining broad wild food diets. Others remained mobile for thousands of years. You have been living inside that flexibility. It feels less like a revolution than adaptation. You walk farther. An older woman is showing a child how to prepare plant fibers. The child gets distracted. The woman redirects those small hands patiently. You have watched versions of this lesson repeatedly. That may be one of the strongest impressions you carry home. Survival depends on teaching. Nothing around you works without inherited knowledge. A cutting tool requires understanding stone. A basket requires knowing fiber. Food requires identifying plants. Travel requires remembering water and landmarks. A hearth requires fuel management. Children must learn all of it. Knowledge does not live inside books. It lives inside relationships. Losing skilled people therefore means losing information. An elder dying can take decades of environmental memory with them, unless that knowledge has already moved into younger minds. A craft tradition survives only through practice. A route survives because someone walks it again. Memory is infrastructure. You hear laughter near another shelter. Two women are sorting seeds while telling a story. One imitates somebody's voice. The other laughs so hard that several seeds spill. They gather them immediately. Even humor must respect food supplies. This is another correction to the popular prehistoric image. People are not emotionally suspended between hunger and fear. They joke. They decorate themselves. They tease. They become bored. They become proud. They grow irritated with family. They probably complain about repetitive work. Human psychology did not wait for civilization. A quirky reminder arrives when the familiar food-stealing dog approaches. It has apparently decided that your long relationship means you are now easier to manipulate. The animal sits beside you. It looks up. You have nothing. The dog continues stirring. Its confidence is extraordinary. Eventually it checks your hands personally. Finding nothing, it leaves without gratitude. Some relationships need no archaeological debate. You continue toward the river. Water moves over stones with the same sound you heard when you first arrived. You remember how heavy the containers are. They still feel heavy. You simply understand the task now. That difference is important. Prehistoric life is physically demanding, but people are adapted through skill, habit, and bodies trained by repetition. What exhausted you initially is routine to them. Walking several kilometers is ordinary. Squatting beside a hearth is ordinary. Grinding grain repeatedly is ordinary. Carrying children while gathering is ordinary. Skill reduces effort where strength alone would fail. This does not make bodies invulnerable. You have seen aching joints, cuts, dental wear, fever, repetitive strain. The archaeological record confirms that prehistoric bodies often carried evidence of demanding lives. But skeletal evidence also reveals healing. People survived broken bones. They lived with disability. Some reached ages where accumulated wear became substantial. The old stereotype that nearly everyone died around 30 misunderstands life expectancy statistics. High infant and childhood mortality lowered average life expectancy dramatically. People surviving childhood could live much longer. Not everyone did. Enough did for elders to matter. You have met those elders as everywhere. They remember roots, settle disputes, teach plants, tell stories, recognize weather. Age carries vulnerability and value together. Near the water, a young mother sits with a sleeping child against her body. Another woman fills containers nearby. An older girl watches two smaller children in the shallows. The arrangement seems effortless only because everyone already knows their role. Childhood has shown you perhaps the deepest dependence within this community. Human children require extraordinary investment. They need food before producing much themselves. They must learn dangerous distinctions. They cannot simply inherit survival through instinct. The community pays that cost because long childhood supports cultural learning. This is one reason humans can live successfully across radically different environments. You are not born knowing this valley. You are taught it. You turn toward the settlement again. It's above the houses. From this distance, the village looks peaceful. You know the reality is more complicated. Inside those shelters are disagreements, unequal skills, old memories, possible jealousies, stored food that belongs to someone, tools that someone borrowed, relationships requiring maintenance. How equal are these people? That remains one of the uncertainties surrounding many early communities. Some archaeological sites suggest relatively modest differences between households. Others show emerging distinctions in burial goods house, size storage, or access to valued materials. Scholars continue debating when accumulating property and agricultural surplus began creating durable social inequality. The process was neither immediate nor identical everywhere. Your settlement contains differences. One craftsperson is more respected. Some households possess better materials. Elders carry obvious influence, yet daily survival remains profoundly cooperative. Prestige has not removed dependence. Even an admired hunter eats food someone else gathered. Even a skilled healer needs a roof. Nobody here is self-sufficient. That may be the defining texture of the place. Interdependence is visible. Modern life often hides it behind markets, infrastructure, and specialized institutions. Here the person who carried your water may be sitting beside you tonight. You know who repaired the wall. You watched who collected fuel. You saw the hands grinding your grain. Labor has faces. This creates obligations. It also creates gratitude, resentment, gossip, and negotiation. Human society feels close enough to touch. The afternoon grows warmer. You return through the cultivated ground. Someone places harvested grain into a container. Another person checks stored nuts. A child carries a bundle of sticks that looks slightly too large. The child refuses help. Several steps later, half the sticks fall. Help arrives anyway. You smile. This small scene might be the whole community in miniature. People try. Things fail. Someone helps. Work continues. The dangers remain real. A bad harvest could hurt badly. A serious infection could become fatal. Flooding might force relocation. Conflict could escalate. Childbirth carries risk. Hunting sometimes ends badly. Cold season demand preparation. There is no social safety system beyond people and stored resources. Yet constant fear would be an inaccurate way to describe daily experience. People become accustomed to the risks surrounding them. You do not wake every morning terrified that a car journey might end badly. They do not wake every morning thinking only about predators. Familiar danger becomes managed danger. Routes are learned. Fire is maintained. Children are warned. Food is stored. Dogs listen at night. Knowledge forms fear into routine. That may be why the settlement often feels calm. Competence creates calm. You see it in the woman judging whether roots are ready. You hear it in the hunter refusing a poor opportunity. You feel it in the roof holding through rain. Nobody controls nature, but people know how to negotiate with it. Sometimes the negotiation fails. That is accepted too. The river rises despite careful planning. The hunted animal escapes. Stored grain spoils. A tool breaks. Rain arrives early. Ordinary life includes disappointment without treating every setback as catastrophe. There is usually another strategy. Fish instead of meat. Wild foods beside grain. A neighboring settlement during scarcity. A repaired tool rather than a new one. Flexibility is survival. By late afternoon, shadows stretch across the settlement. The day begins, folding back toward the hearths. People return with whatever they have collected. Dogs become attentive. Children become hungry. Smoke grows thicker as fires are fair. You have seen this sequence so often that it feels predictable now. That predictability matters emotionally. Routine creates security even in uncertain environments. Morning water, daytime work, evening food, nighttime stories. The details change. The pattern remains. You enter the shelter and sit near the hearth. The same smells surround you. Smoke, earth, cooked grain, hide, a little damp fiber. They no longer seem strange. A woman passes you food without ceremony. You accept it. A child beside you is trying to repair a small object and clearly making the problem worse. An adult watches for several moments before intervening. Learning continues. The fire brightens. Outside grows dark. You think about how people thousands of years later will look backward at this world. Some will romanticize it. They will imagine perfect harmony with nature, limitless community, simple food, and peaceful evenings beneath stars. Others will imagine misery, constant hunger, short lives, violence, cold, filth. Neither picture captures the whole day. Life here can be exhausting and beautiful within the same hour. The river provides water and flood risk. The dog provides security and fleas. The village provides community and arguments. Agriculture provides stored food and repetitive labor. Mobility provides flexibility and uncertainty. Every advantage contains a cost. Every difficulty produces adaptation. That complexity is the truth you have been approaching. Ordinary life 10,000 years ago is not primitive life. It's fully human life under different conditions. People love children. They mourn relatives. They value attractive objects. They distrust certain strangers. They share food. They quarrel over property. They remember favors. They laugh at embarrassing mistakes. They worry about tomorrow. They also enjoy tonight. Someone begins telling a familiar story. You recognize parts of it more, parts of it now. A child interrupts before the amusing section. Several adults complain because the ending has been spoiled. The storyteller continues anyway. Firelight moves across their faces. For a moment, the distance of 10,000 years disappears almost completely. There are no kings here, no cities, no writing, no metal coins, no monumental history waiting to record these names. Yet history is happening continuously. It lives in seeds being selected, in houses becoming more permanent, in dogs sleeping near doors, in relatives buried beside homes, in new pottery beside older baskets, in children learning what their grandparents know. The future is being built through ordinary habits. Nobody feels history moving. Nobody ever does. You finish eating and place the empty container aside. The hearth settles. A familiar dog takes its place near the entrance. Someone checks tomorrow's tools. Another person covers stored food. The gestures are small, repeated, essential. Soon one more day will disappear without leaving a written sentence behind. But it was lived completely. That is what ordinary life really felt like. Not a waiting room before civilization. Not a crude first draft of humanity. A world already filled with intelligence, care, difficulty, humor, work, beauty, uncertainty, and belonging. And as night gathers over the valley once more, you understand that the people beside you are not distant because they were less human. They are distant only because their voices were never written down. Section 30. The final evening begins much like every other evening you have spent in the valley. Nobody knows that you're preparing to leave. Children still carry small bundles of fuel toward the shelters. Someone near the river washes mud from a container. A woman returns from the cultivated ground with grain tucked beneath one arm, while a dog follows hopefully behind her. The sun hangs low above the western ridge. Its light turns the grasses amber and warms the earthen walls until the settlement seems almost to glow. You stop beside the familiar path. 10,000 years have disappeared from your imagination. This place feels like home now. You know which doorway catches smoke when the wind changes. You know where the ground remains soft after rain. You remember the tree where an old story belongs, and the grave beside the house that everyone quietly respects. You know the river's cold touch. You know the smell of roasted roots. You even know which dog should never be trusted beside unattended food. None of these things would appear in a king's chronicle. There are no kings here anyway. Ordinary history survives differently. It survives through ash beneath hearths, through microscopic scratches on tools, through charred seeds, through animal bones, through post holes marking vanished walls, through graves beneath floors, through shells carried far inland by people whose names disappeared thousands of years ago. Everything you have experienced will eventually become fragments. The voices will vanish first. That feels strange. You have heard arguments, jokes, stories, instructions, warnings, songs, and children complaining about tasks. None will survive directly. The people speaking them do not know their words are temporary. They speak because someone nearby is listening. Perhaps that is enough. You walk slowly toward the river one final time. Evening insects moved above the reeds. Water reflects the changing sky in broken streaks of gold. A few birds settle along the opposite bank. The current still carries yesterday's rain downstream. You remember your first awkward attempt to carry water. The container felt impossibly heavy. Now you understand that its weight is part of daily life. Water must be collected tomorrow, and the day after that. Nobody performs this work once. Ordinary survival is built from repetition. That lesson appears everywhere. The same paths deepen because feet return. The same roof survives because hands repair it. The same children become skilled because lessons are repeated patiently. The same field becomes productive because people weed, harvest, select, and plant again. History often celebrates invention. Daily life depends just as much on maintenance. Keeping something working can matter more than creating it once. You turn from the river. Near the cultivated patch, grain moves softly in the evening wind. Wild vegetation remains beyond it, stretching toward the hills. The boundary is still uncertain. Nobody here has abandoned the older landscape. People continue hunting. They still collect wild roots and berries. Fishing remains valuable. Nuts will be gathered when the season changes. Yet the field represents a different relationship with tomorrow. Someone has invested labor here expecting to return. That expectation will reshape human history. Fields will expand. Villages will grow. More animals will live beside people. Storage will increase. Property will become more complicated. Some communities will produce surpluses large enough to support specialists. Generations later, towns will rise. Eventually there will be walls, temples, rulers, taxes, soldiers, merchants, scribes, and written records. But none of those people are visible here. There is only a woman inspecting grain before sunset. She breaks one head between her fingers. She judges the seeds. Then she walks home. History changes quietly. You follow her toward the houses. Smoke now hangs in thin layers above several hearths. A familiar smell reaches you. Cooked grain, fish, wood smoke, warm hide, earth. Your body recognizes dinner before your eyes find it. People gather in small groups. Some eat indoors. Others remain outside while the evening is pleasant. You sit beside the household that first gave you space near its hearth. Someone passes you food. No ceremony accompanies the gesture. You're long enough now that sharing has become ordinary. That might be the greatest change of your journey. At first everything looked unfamiliar. Now even the rough bowl feels recognizable in your hands. The food is simple. Warm grain mixed with crushed nuts and something mildly bitter from a gathered plant. A small piece of fish follows. You eat slowly. Nothing tastes primitive. Food never understood historical labels. It only needed to be nourishing, safe enough, and preferably enjoyable. Nearby, a child tries to convince an adult that the dog deserves another portion. The adult disagrees. The child secretly provides one anyway. The dog accepts immediately. An alliance has formed. You suspect this arrangement has existed for some time. Domestication occasionally advances through conspiracy. Another child sits beside an elder working fibers between small fingers. The cord is uneven. The elder corrects the tension. You have watched this scene in many forms. Teaching is perhaps the quietest thread connecting everything around you. Nobody here invented stoneworking this morning. Nobody discovered useful plants alone. Nobody created language from nothing. Knowledge arrived from people who lived before. Each generation inherits an enormous invisible toolkit. Then it adds small improvements, a better knot, a remembered spring, a different storage method, a new rote, a useful story. Culture accumulates without archives. That achievement is astonishing. You look toward the older people near the fire. Their physical strength may be declining. Their informational value may be increasing. They remember difficult seasons the young never experienced. They know relatives in distant settlements. They remember where stone can be found. They recognize patterns in weather. They tell children who lies beneath the floor. Memory is one of the settlement's most important resources. It cannot be stored inside a pot. It cannot be replaced quickly. This is why relationships matter so deeply. People are libraries for one another. A person alone loses more than company. They lose access to shared knowledge. You remember the feverish woman. She survived because people stayed close. You remember the repaired wall. It stood because neighbors arrived. You remember the successful hunt. The hunters needed others to process and preserve what they brought home. No single person performs prehistoric life alone. Popular stories sometimes imagine survival as individual toughness. The settlement tells a different story here. Survival is coordinated dependence. That does not make everyone kind. You have seen arguments. You have watched people guard food. You know neighboring groups may disagree over land. Ancient bones sometimes carry unmistakable signs of violence. Danger exists. So does selfishness. But cooperation must happen more often than catastrophe because daily life requires it constantly. The settlement itself is evidence of collaboration. Every standing wall proves somebody carried material. Every child proves years of care. Every older survivor proves someone provided help during vulnerability. Human society is built from repeated assistance. One scholarly uncertainty remains especially important as you look around tonight. How equal were communities like this? The answer refuses simplicity. Some early settlements show relatively limited material differences between households. Others hint at growing distinctions through storage architecture, burial treatment, or valuable objects. Researchers still debate how quickly agricultural surplus, inherited property, and control of resources created lasting social inequality. Perhaps this village stands near the beginning of that transformation. Perhaps not. Nobody around the hearth is thinking about social evolution. They are wondering whether tomorrow will remain dry. That gap between historical consequence and personal intention has followed you throughout the valley. People create history accidentally while trying to solve immediate problems. They domesticate plants because food matters. They settle longer because stored resources make staying worthwhile. They build stronger houses because roofs leak. They exchange materials because relationships provide opportunities. They bury relatives close because memory matters. The future emerges from ordinary decisions. You finish the meal. The bowl is cleaned. Nothing edible remains for the dog, although it checks anyway. Darkness begins gathering beyond the settlement. One by one, the visible edges of the world disappear. The cultivated field becomes a shadow. Then the trees. Then the riverbank. Soon only firelight remains. You know this transformation well. Night makes the landscape enormous by making it invisible. Dogs take positions near doorways. Children move closer to adults. Work becomes quieter. Someone repairs a tool. Someone checks a chord. Someone hums. Nobody rushes towards sleep. The night has its own pace. You sit just beyond the hearth where warmth reaches one side of your body. Above you, the sky clears completely. Stars appear in extraordinary numbers. You look for the group the older woman once pointed toward. You find it. You still do not know what she called those stars. That knowledge will remain with her world. Perhaps her explanation involves an animal. Perhaps an ancestor. Perhaps navigation. Perhaps a seasonal event. The uncertainty no longer feels frustrating. You have learned that prehistory does not owe you complete answers. Some meaning should remain beyond recovery. The evidence gives boundaries. Imagination can walk carefully inside them. That is enough. A child asks for a story. Someone agrees. The adults settle. The storyteller begins. You recognize fragments from earlier night. The rhythm is familiar. A certain gesture makes the children laugh before the words even arrive. They know what is coming. Stories live through expectation. Tonight's version will differ slightly. Tomorrow's will differ again. Still something survives. You think about how this works across generations. A story is told. A child remembers. Decades pass. The child becomes an elder. Another fire burns. Another child listens. Perhaps one useful detail survives for centuries. Perhaps everything changes except the basic shape. Oral tradition is fragile and powerful at once. So is memory. A small piece of wood collapses inside the hearth. Sparks rise. Everyone pauses briefly. Then the story continues. This moment will leave almost nothing behind. No archaeologist will recover the laughter. No excavation will identify where you've sat. There may be a charcoal layer, a few seeds, perhaps a broken tool abandoned tomorrow. That is the extraordinary imbalance of prehistory. Most life disappears. The tiny surviving fraction must speak for everything else. And yet after walking through these days, you can imagine what lies between the fragments. Not exact conversation, not invented certainty, but rhythms. Water carried in morning light, children learning beside adults, stone struck carefully against stone, food drying above smoke, rain hitting a roof, dogs listening into darkness, hands touching a grave, beads catching sunlight, grain whispering in evening wind. Ordinary life leaves patterns even when individuals disappear. The storyteller reaches the familiar ending. Several children are already sleeping. One adult carries a smaller child toward the bedding. Another covers the hearth partly with ash. The village begins withdrawing into its shelters. You remain outside for another moment. This is your final view of the valley. No monument rises above it. The houses remain low. Fields occupy only part of the land. Wild country begins almost immediately beyond the last hearth. From a distant hill, the entire settlement might be easy to miss. Yet within these few houses lives an enormous human inheritance. Language, cooperation, craft, memory, affection, technology, tradition, curiosity, humor, fear, hope. None begins with civilization. Civilization will inherit them. You turn toward the shelter. The doorway is dark except for a faint red glow inside. A dog enters ahead of you. Naturally, you lower your head and step beneath the roof. The bedding has already been arranged. The air is warmer here. Smoke hangs gently overhead. You lie down. For once, the ground does not feel uncomfortable. Perhaps your body has adjusted. Perhaps familiarity has changed the sensation. Around you, breathing slows. Someone turns. A child murmurs. The dog settles nearby with a quiet sigh. Outside, the river continues moving through the darkness. Tomorrow morning, people will wake. Embers will become flame. Water will be carried. Seeds will be ground. Children will make mistakes. Adults will correct them. Someone will gather plants. Someone will inspect tracks. Someone will repair something that worked perfectly well yesterday. Life will continue without knowing you ever visited. That feels right. The people around you do not need to become famous. Their importance lies elsewhere. They are part of the countless generations who made human continuity possible. They kept children alive. They transmitted knowledge. They adapted when weather changed. They experimented. They remembered. They cooperated often enough. Across thousands of ordinary mornings, humanity moved forward without realizing it was moving anywhere at all. You close your eyes. 10,000 years no longer feels like an empty distance. It feels like the space between two hearths. Word count on dozen. The fire is almost gone now. Only a few embers remain beneath the ash, glowing softly whenever air passes through them. You do not need to watch them anymore. Someone else will. Outside, the stars continue their slow journey over the valley, indifferent to fields, houses, graves, and sleeping people. The river moves quietly through darkness. The water touches the same stones as yesterday, then continues toward places nobody here will ever see. Your breathing becomes slower. Around you, the shelter feels warm enough. A heat rests lightly across your body. The smell of smoke has softened into something familiar, almost comforting. Beyond the wall, a dog shifts once and becomes still again. Nothing needs your attention. The grain can wait until morning. The baskets can remain where they are. The distant paths have vanished beneath the night, but everyone who needs them remembers where they lead. There is nowhere else you need to go. You can leave the arguments beside the storage pits. Leave the unfinished tools near the wall. Leave tomorrow's weather to tomorrow. For these few hours, the village asks nothing from you. You are simply another quiet body beside a fading hearth. 10,000 years from now, the houses will be gone. The roofs will fall. The walls will return to soil. Names will disappear. Even the stories will fade. But tonight, none of that has happened yet. Tonight, the people you have walked beside are still here. Children sleep near their families. Older hands rest after another day of work. Stored food waits in the darkness. A river murmurs beyond murmurs beyond the reeds. And beneath an ancient sky, an ordinary human community sleeps peacefully between yesterday and tomorrow. Let the valley grow distant now. Let the hearth become smaller. Let the last ember soften into darkness. There is nothing more to carry, nothing more to learn tonight. Only the quiet sound of the river, the warmth of the shelter, and a world 10,000 years away slowly fading into sleep.